Charlotte Soren. Thank you for your welcoming remarks, which are setting the set and the tone. Now you can step down off the stage. And I would also like to thank Ms. Diana additionally, because it's due to her that we are following our timeline exactly bang on time, although we started a bit late. So now we're going to launch our first panel discussion, which is called International Collaboration in the Field of Strengthening Media Literacy of the Population Around the World, Ukraine's Contribution. And I'm inviting onto the stage Irina Baran-Elkhali, Project Coordinator, DW Akademie, Ukraine, Marina Beskarovina, Ukraine Portfolio Manager, EECAD Resilience Program, British Embassy, Kyiv. They deal with information resilience issues. Tarasa Korbaka, Project Officer, Communication and Information, UNESCO Desk Ukraine, Goar Khodjayan, Program Manager of International Media Support in Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia. Joining us online is also Bettina Rugius, who is Senior Advisor at the OSCE Freedom of Media Office in Vienna. And we're going to have a video recorded by Mehri Drachman, who is in charge of IREX Ukraine. She's a country director and senior advisor for global programs. Dear participants, dear ladies, in fact, we have quite ample time for you to be able to express all of your ideas. We will be speaking about the topics. And the topics are, should we maintain a universal approach to the development of media literacy in different countries, on different continents, given different contexts, political, economic, cultural, etc., what can and should be changed? How do digitalization, the development of AI and other technologies affect the construction of strategies for international organizations in the field of media literacy? And how quickly will these strategies adapt to changes? What experience can Ukraine, its Ukrainian experts and NGOs, non-government organizations, share with other countries given their work in the context of war and aggressive Russian propaganda and disinformation? Research testifies that the optimal timeline for one intervention should not be above 7 minutes. Therefore, as soon as it is 6 minutes, I will be speaking out loud to let you know that 1 minute is left. However, you will still have opportunities to speak again and again, perhaps for engaging interactions in your midst. And we would also like to make sure that our listeners, our audience members, can also ask you questions. And for me to maneuver this better, would you kindly raise your hands as our speakers, lady speakers, continue speaking? But it doesn't mean that the floor will immediately go to you. I will simply take note of that, and at a later point, you will be allowed to speak. In order to manage the audience and our speakers in the manner that our welcoming remarks have just been presented, I would like us to start with a quick round of questions. If you think that I will be questioning you about the major contribution of Ukraine to the development of media literacy worldwide, think otherwise, because the question will be quite about the opposite. And you will have to answer it within 30 seconds at most. And then, of course, you will be able to develop your ideas further at a later point. So what areas of the Ukrainian experience cannot be applied in other countries? 30 seconds for you to think and speak. And the first to respond will be Goar Khodjayan. You have the mic. Well, grab this, please. I was going to speak in English, and I don't know how to answer this question. That's why I was speaking Ukrainian. What cannot be embraced abroad and provide an illustration for Ukraine? Well, probably we need to get back to 2006, 2008, and regard what was happening back then, to see the propaganda taking place here. You simply have to get ready for that kind of propaganda, let alone 2014, because everything has started so much earlier. So you have to be poised and ready. But if you want to get things changed, you have to start much earlier, before the actual major events begin to take place. Ms. Gali? I'm still thinking how to answer this question, because from my experience, we always try to disseminate our experience and make sure that it's borrowed and embraced. However, I would probably support the statement articulated that the things that we used to do long ago, it wasn't functional, and our idea is also to demonstrate it to the countries where there are no conflicts, no hostilities taking place, and to say that underestimating media literacy can result in conflicts bursting out. Thank you very much, Marina Beskaravina. I would put it this way. Maybe my colleagues will not agree with me fully. Lack of coordination and information sharing within our sector. Thank you very much. Very succinct, exactly what we want. Teresa Korbaka.
Thank you. I think it's a tricky question, but all I can say is that it's the other end of the question that you initially asked, basically whether there's a universal approach to MIL that works around the world, and I think there's no country experience that can be transposed in the same way to other countries. There's always particularities. Things need to be localized. So I'm sorry, it's not very.
Thank you very much. A very apt answer. І Беттіна Руйгіс до нас приєдналася.
Bettina Rugis joining us. Ms. Bettina, your 30 seconds to answer the question: what areas, what aspects of the Ukrainian experience should not and is not worthwhile being embraced in foreign countries?
We hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Then please, can you ask the question again, because I have not figured out how to use the Ukraine.
All right. Which part of the Ukrainian experience in media literacy should not be used in other countries? 30 seconds, and then you will have 7 minutes to extrapolate.
Okay, so I try to answer that. Of course, we would not hope, although we very feel sorry for Ukraine, we would not hope that any other countries leads to develop strategies under media freedom and media literacy strategies during an ongoing war. This should not be repeated, of course, for any countries, because we don't wish for this, and we very much admire what Ukraine is doing in this regard. So,
thank you very much. A very humane and human approach. And now you have 7 minutes to present your views on the topic, the international collaboration in raising media literacy for populations in different countries all the world, and the possible input of Ukraine.
First of all, good morning from Vienna. I wish I could be with you. I'm coming in a few days, so we can figure it out. So thanks to it is almost possible to participate in a conference and share knowledge on this. And I think for a very long time, the Office of the RFOM understands that there is a nexus between media freedom and media literacy. So media literacy is a very important element to help media, to help independent media to counter disinformation and to understand what is the function of the media literacy by enabling citizens that they with the skills to understand media, how to consume media and how to disseminate media and how to produce media. And this is very, and in this regard, the RFOM has produced many documents and communiques that should also set the guidelines and standards for the 57 participating states in this. And of course, we are very, very proud to work in Ukraine with the SBU team, which does very, very important work. And we can see it here on the conference, also the results. But 2 or 3 years ago, the office also started to think what can be done to raise awareness for the importance of media freedom for democracy. So there's an additional level in this all literacy discussion. So not only knowing how to use media, but also understanding the importance of media literacy and media freedom and as a cornerstone for democracy. And for this, the OSCE representative for freedom of the media initiated a project to support policy-making processes and cross-sectoral cooperation, and also media, how to raise public awareness for this. This is all in this book, Media Freedom Literacy across the OSCE region, and we collected a lot of best practices from the region. Ukraine and Filter is also represented, and the aim of this media freedom literacy project is overlapping with in many spheres with media literacy, but it has 4 extra areas, which is so it would be understanding and valuing the democratic function of the media, valuing the importance of information pluralism, critically evaluating content, and also valuing content that is produced by in following journalistic standards. And since media freedom is a lifelong process, media literacy and media freedom literacy is a lifelong learning process. And so, of course, the OSCE Office of the Representative on Freedom of the Media, together with the OSCE institutions, are going to promote media literacy. And we continue to raise awareness. We are at the moment very lucky to have that from Malta, which is very much supportive of this, and we have already conference devoted to this. And yes, Fleming chair was already reached out to Finland and said media freedom is very important. So we are very hopeful that under the partnerships we will still have a very good framework to cooperate. Do I have still an continue with our joint approaches? Andre?
Yeah, Bettina, you said that you talked about media consumption. Sometimes it is not enough to know that food is healthy and good and quality to consume it with appetite. You need to use the sauces, gravies, and either heat or cool what you consume. So what's the best sauce for media consumption, and should it be heated or cooled down?
The best source for media consumption, it should be healthy, yes. I mean, of course, it should be balanced as everything. You should not overeat. You should not eat one-sided. I think this is the best source is a variety, and it varies according to the dish you take. Yes, you cannot say, and I think this is very important to acknowledge media pluralism and acknowledge that even if I should make sure that I don't only have different types of tomato ketchup, but that I also must have like pesto and everything else. And this is not enough if I have 10 bottles of ketchup, be it hot and spicy or whatever for shashlik and so forth. So it should be different variations. So I would say pluralism is and true pluralism is very healthy. And actually, what is coming for us, maybe I get it later, is what we're talking about is a healthy information space. This is what we also are planning where we are relaunching in the future. So.
Very good. Thank you very much. Give her a big round of applause. Thank you. І переходимо до наших
And now let us move on to Bettina. Do stay with us, because you have really hooked the audience by speaking about the topic that we will be also expanding. Irina Balkali, 7 minutes. Yes, if we talk about our approaches and how they have evolved, as Maxim has already mentioned, Maxim Rivkov in his welcoming remarks. For us, it's a priority to keep working with vulnerable cohorts and groups of the population, in particular in Ukraine. We have started working with senior population, and this is the case when people from other countries keep asking us, so what's happening in this regard, in this domain? I keep asking you too. And my question is, what is senior age for you? I know, Mr. Andrei, you keep poking fun at me every time by asking this question. Of course, this is highly subjective, but we said it's 50 years plus, 50 years old plus. There's, of course, a lot of variation concerning skills and needs, etc., within this population. And it's something that calls for a lot of interest in other countries, which is why we place an emphasis on different kinds of attainments that we have already gained. And this started with this kind of a big survey, because we always approach different surveys and studies that we do in the other countries, making sure that we want to understand what's going on in a particular domain, about the needs and even some of the initial knowledge and skills. Not everything that is being done in Asia needs to be done in Ukraine, and vice versa. For example, some of our peers in other countries are beginning to report that they are already lining up with the local ministries of education. In Ukraine, this has been done for a long time by our peer organizations, and we have a lot of very good practice to share in this respect. That's why we always take some regional characteristics also into account. And another important thing is the target audience, in addition to senior audiences, together with other partners, the Academy of Public, Suspilne broadcast. We also try to emphasize on young people, but there we deal with a lot of interaction with young people, something that also touches upon storytelling, AI, and in particular gamification. Today with us, we have Arminas, a fantastic expert who has come from Lithuania, and he will be making his report on this topic. So basically, this is to say that we are developing the expertise which relates to how we can teach media literacy, how we can spread that. Another important thing to mention, and I don't know how this is happening with our peers and counterparts, we have recently been in discussions concerning that. The expression media literacy itself in Ukraine evokes some kind of fear or apprehension within people, especially if we try to reach out to a new group of people who wants to be literate, also literate. I'm not going to go and study something additional, not at all. There's a category of people like educators, teachers who keep learning all the time. So if there is an opportunity for media literacy to cover some new things, they immediately go for that. But we still have to explain to other people why they need to opt for that as well. I have been trying to just outline some things briefly, but another important thing to mention is recently some of our counterparts, together with Ukrainian colleagues, have tried to go for this information learning guide, which you can also access publicly. There were multiple of different experts, Claire Wardle, who has been alluded to previously, participating in this project. So this is an interesting thing to learn about different multiple challenges in other countries, because a lot of these challenges are highly similar. Like we can see that the impact of the Moscow church, Russian church, with its propaganda messages is relevant not only in Ukraine, and our counterparts in Africa are already facing that. So talking about this, having an opportunity to share about this at the events like today, I suppose it's really critical, and it has to be of high priority for all of our peer organizations. Ms. Irina, Deutsche Welle is a worldwide recognized and global significance organization. It is a German organization. Maybe it's a stereotype, maybe not a stereotype. What is stereotypical German stereotypical about your work, about how you build your interactions and your relations in Ukraine? We are online right now. Yes, we are being streamed. The aspect which makes us German is that some of the processes take a long time, especially when we talk about studies and surveys, and we discuss these things with our colleagues. We say that when we publish different kinds of studies, they still need to remain relevant. Some bureaucratic things, some negative things, because, you know, Germans are unfortunately world famous for a lot of bureaucracy and red tape. Notorious for that. It is a German organization indeed, but Deutsche Welle broadcasts worldwide. We have a lot of international expertise. And what makes us special is that we do not just understand the importance of quality information and the support of international independent media, but we try to disseminate that worldwide, that this is extremely necessary to support independent media. Now, thank you very much indeed. Marina Maskaralaina has the floor. Thank you. I would like first to make a disclaimer. When preparing for today's discussion, I took a lot of notes in this electronic device. Unfortunately, it has flat. So I'm not a victim of the AI, but of technologies. That's why I will be improvising on the go. And I immediately ask you to apologize for that. So thank you very much, dear organizers and participants, for arriving here regardless of all of their alerts. Thank you for the opportunity, for having me here, and for sharing our experience. I will start by talking about coordination and joining efforts. I'll try to be slightly critical of our donors, because I'm also a representative of a donor institution. I think it's permissive for me to do so. Often than not, donors, when they take their decisions, they always go for a fit approach, some standard things that can be replicated in the maximum number of contexts. How can we develop an approach that will be guaranteed to everyone? But unfortunately, this is not always the best approach, and it was extremely pleasant for me to hear that our peers from Deutsche Welle and Teresa has already mentioned that this is not always the best option. So let me give you a case study. In the UK, the area of media literacy and the way it's regulated is divided between the Department on Digitalization, Culture, Information and Sport, pretty much like our Minister of Culture. We share this regulatory function, and they also order a particular study for every year, how to reach out to complicated audiences, for example, what are the latest achievements, and some of the freshest results that they have achieved concerned our target audiences, what their needs are, how we best can interact with them, and what people try to get from the skill of media literacy. So what is it that the UK population anticipates? These consumers, what did they anticipate from these skills? And it seems that last year in the index of media literacy, they ranked 11th. And for them, media literacy is all about safe information space. It's about being cognizant of what's happening to you when you leave your digital imprint, so to say, about what happens to your personal information, how large informations work, how large corporations work, and unfortunately they also intimidate the populations because they do not always understand what these media giants represent. I don't think it's necessary to mention that for us, of course, expectations are very different because we are harnessing this skill within the conditions of ongoing work. So the skills that we are anticipating to get from media literacy courses and the skills that we would like to impart to our audiences are somewhat different. Therefore, within the Ukrainian context, we are promoting, and perhaps our colleagues from ZINC Network, as they speak, will mention that, maybe not, but we try to promote a broader framework of media literacy which goes beyond purely information and information consumption. We try to cater to a lot of components about people's contact online, what happens to their personal data, emotional response that people have to different kinds of information inputs. So I will never tire to say that for us, media literacy is also of huge informational impact, because the skill is tremendously important for us as a nation which is developing its own identity, gaining its political place on the international arena.
So in creating this identity, media literacy for Ukrainian context is a bit different than it can be in Great Britain or Africa. But it can be similar for Baltic states, for Poland, to understand the security risks that they face, the information part of it. So does AI impact on the process? Of course it does, because it's developing quite rapidly. The big unknown thing, largely, that scares a lot of us, our partners. So design new training courses, not only to explain the nature of it, but how we can use it for our benefit or advantage. If the users see that not only as a threat, but as an opportunity, because so that will increase the percentage of people who will understand and use AI. So encourage them. So in Ukraine, what can Ukraine contribute to the conversation about media literacy? In the new geopolitical and security context, Ukraine could potentially be as an advocate of media literacy as a skill that guarantees basically security, not only civilian function. So I think we have a great potential of cooperation between the academies, between civil society, government, and that's the framework. So I see Andrei take the microphone, I think. Yeah, well, that means I have a question to you. Do you have any interesting ideas regarding the fact that Ukraine can be an advocate of the changes in media literacy? So in order to be an advocate, we need a license, like a lawyer. You need to be recognized as such. So what are the preconditions so that this potential that you mentioned actually is used? What do we have for practical implementation? Well, primarily, we need dialogue for that. We need to keep communicating with our international colleagues, exchanging experience. I started my conversation during the Blitz because I think we could have a better exchange of the result of our work. And then with the consolidated results of this work, we could enter international arena. As for the formalization, Charlotte mentioned we already have great experience of Ministry of Education adopting media literacy as an important course, implementation of curriculum, which was facilitated by British colleagues. Also, in Ukraine, there are great examples of interested from the government. There is a national project filter, which is formalized. It's now being established as a player, as an institution, but I think it has a great potential for the future. So, yeah, Ukraine can show a great example how institutionally we implemented and drive down policies and institutions. Teresa Horbacher, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So maybe to start out, I just want to explain a little bit how UNESCO works in this global and local way. So UNESCO is an intergovernmental organization. We have 194 member states. Our headquarters is in Paris. And we have an office here in Ukraine for 2 years now. So my job in that office is to implement activities around safety of journalists, media development, access to information. That is the mandate that UNESCO has globally. But of course, media literacy is part of that. So the way that we work at headquarters, where also the member states are represented, is that we try to develop global standards that can then be implemented within the member countries. So one of the jobs of headquarters is to develop the global standards, is to create platforms for global communication on those topics. And then the job of the office, the field office here, is to implement activities that respond to the local needs and that respond to what is going on locally. So there's always a job of trying to translate international standards into local realities. One of the ways that we also encourage global discussion on the topic is, for example, last week we held a Global Media and Information Literacy Week. We had a global conference which took place in Amman in Jordan, and I was very proud to have also quite a significant Ukrainian representation. So we had Filter represented and speaking within the panels, but we also had a Ukrainian group that participated in a hackathon and that won a prize as part of this hackathon. So I really hope that on the one hand, they were able to show some Ukrainian ideas, Ukrainian solutions in this global stage, but then also hopefully come back with elements that they've learned and have been able to exchange with other countries. This is, of course, only one incident of such a platform, but I think it's a really important way. As part of Global Media and Information Literacy Week, we had a number of events that took place. Now today we're slightly after MIL week, but I think we still put this event also on our global map. But it was really impressive to see how many events and initiatives were launched also in Ukraine. And as I said, we created a global map. People can consult it online and they can see what happened in other countries during Global MIL week, but also what happened here in Ukraine. Since you also asked about what it is that we're currently working on or what our priority themes are, and when you sent us the question, you said within the next 2 to 3 years. I think 2 to 3 years, it's not that long, but with everything that could happen or that is happening in geopolitics and technological advancement, it's actually quite a long time. And within a bureaucratic organization, we're trying to respond quickly, but it's not always possible. But I just want to mention one of the topics that UNESCO is focusing on globally, and it's to work with influencers on media and information literacy. So UNESCO has just developed an online course, which is launching next week, which is to provide media information literacy capacity building to influencers, basically explaining to influencers the basic of journalistic standards and journalistic ethics, also that influencers understand that this is a job that is a core that has some standards that need to be applied, and that influencers can hopefully improve their content according to that, but that they can also convey to their audience that they are not journalists, so that journalism is a separate profession. The courses for now coming out not yet in Ukrainian, it's in English and in some other UN languages. But I just wanted to say if there are people in the crowd that would be interested in helping us identify some Ukrainian influencers that would take the course in English for now, provide us with their feedback and their experience. That would be very valuable for us because depending on that feedback, I think I would like to ensure that this course is available also in Ukrainian. And I think that specifically also in Ukraine, this work with influencers would be a really interesting and important one. Maybe one other element that UNESCO is working on globally is an awareness raising campaign, which we launched also for Global MIL Week, and it's called #PostWithCare. So it's about basic MIL skills in terms of verifying sources, in terms of fact checking, and it's just about having a bit of a critical thinking before, for example, reposting or resharing information. We're working at the moment also with our Ukrainian partners on similar awareness raising campaigns here in Ukraine. So maybe I'll stop there. I have many other elements of, for example, UNESCO's global standard setting role, but we can get back to that. And you might have a question.
We will get back to that, but as the UNESCO is a truly global actor, and as you have mentioned the global map, I remember that there were times when the maps were drawn in another way than we are used now. When the south was in the upper part. Now, of course, for all of us, north and west and is in the upper part. Do you think that Ukraine pays enough attention to global south? And don't you think that we should somehow adjust our mapping?
I think it's interesting. I think you're speaking, and this is NGOs, for example, from the global south that try and do this again to say everything is perspective. The map is not set in this way for objective reasons, but it's the global map is depending on what perspective you're taking. And I think this is a really interesting point and something that I would encourage Ukrainian partners to work on more specifically when you speak about influence of global disinformation players. We here in Ukraine know one of the big player, and we've developed some strategies on how to deal with that. But there are countries that are still completely defenseless inside of that. So when you look at Africa, Asia, and I think one of the really interesting things in which Ukraine could really make a difference or form some stronger alliances is precisely with countries in the global south on how to counter disinformation, how to strengthen local journalists. And I think for global organizations like UNESCO, but also like others, I mean, DW Akademie, also you're working globally to strengthen these links between Ukrainian civil society organizations, Ukrainian media, and media organizations in the global south is an excellent and I think necessary measure.
Thank you very much. І слово має Гуар Ходжаян.
Guar Jayan, please.
Thank you. I'll do it in English.
You promised, so you keep to your word.
Yes. No, it's just that this topic is much convenient for me to do in English. So not to, because I have a full respect to you, Andrei, and the clueless of Ukrainian language. I'm going to use a lot of English words in Ukrainian. So that is something that I try to avoid if possible. So that's a disclaimer. But otherwise, IMS is also kind of, I would say, a global player because we work in 35 plus countries in the world where we also implement some media information literacy programs and strategies. But I would focus more because I'm more working in our Eastern neighborhood region, or so-called actually Europe department, because we actually renamed our department to Europe. Considering that we have at least 3 candidate states in the Eastern neighborhood now, so, and that we also do have programs in Europe now as well, the European Union. So, but actually what we do mainly, I mean, we try to find our niche. We do take a lot of focus on big players that are covering media literacy for many years, Deutsche Welle, UNESCO, OSCE and others, I mean, British Embassy also, FCDO, quite a lot of players. So we do look into what others are doing, and we are trying to coordinate our efforts and find our niche. So in Ukraine, we haven't been very big actor on supporting media literacy. We did some projects and support on awareness with the Filter program under the Ministry of Culture. But otherwise, our biggest efforts are actually in Moldova now, and has been for the last 2-3 years, where we have started working with our partner there, Independent Journalism Center, introducing a media literacy coalition, so-called, because that was something that was not there. And we believed that in order to promote media literacy, and if you compare it to Ukraine, they did not have it in their educational, program yet, which is not the case now. There's been voted through, so it's this year. But before, I mean, lots of actors, no coordination, so everyone is running. And now, basically, last year, what came out of that coalition, where we had both ministries, civil society, media partners in, it's that they come up with the interministerial plan for media and information literacy, which has been discussed and is already on the roadmap and is implemented in Moldova from this year. And then what else? What we do actually, we found a niche in terms of working with big tech companies. What we can do in order to tackle disinformation, in order to pre-bank. This is what we believe should be done. Debunking of information is already past. We need to build societal resilience. We need to pre-bank the information. We need to use inoculation strategies, prepare the population even prior to elections. We have been doing a lot of work in Moldova prior to elections, and we will continue doing that, preparing citizens in Moldova to be ready to attacks from let's say, Russian propaganda. I mean, we all know, I'm not going to call it a big player or whatever, because it's clear what kind of propaganda it is. So they are ready to see the message and be able to identify what is fake and what is true. So that is one of the things we have been, having the big collaboration with the new, already not so new, but established Center for Strategic Communication and the what is called, against disinformation or something like that. I don't remember the full name. And also trying to bring them together with big tech to establish those kind of channels, how to report on this, how to work together on this, but also this multi-stakeholder approach. This is something we really believe, and it's not only government, civil society, and media, but a big player like big tech companies should be involved in all the discussions. What is being done, because they take the market. They take. I mean, the media consumption is recently was actually presented to us by Internews. 75% of the population in Ukraine gets the news from media, from social media, which is actually very important to take them as a big player. Another thing that IMS was doing is in the region, actually in Eastern Neighborhood region, where we also, I mean, beyond Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, has also partners from Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Belarus, discussing the role of big tech, and also bringing all the issues that happen in the region, and take some examples from different countries and how to debunk and to get ready. So, and now, I mean, basically this, in the end of this month, actually, maybe the beginning of next month, 2nd or 3rd December, we are bringing partners from all 6 countries to Denmark to discuss our strategies in terms of the cooperation with big tech companies and how to debunk and get ready for that. So hopefully we will have some good ideas how to continue for the next at least year, if not longer. So that's basically what we have been doing. And another thing that we believe very much, and I think it's quite important, is a localized approach. I mean, I believe that what was said before, that there is no united answer to propaganda, to dealing with this, and finding a good solution how we should get more literate. We can look into the European scenario and see that we get it in the schools, and stuff like that. But we have another context in Eastern neighborhood countries. So localized approach is important. We look into countries and the needs, what is there for Ukraine, what is the need in Moldova, what is the need in Georgia, and also the role of the church in Georgia and how it affects even population. And, especially the countries in the Caucasus region are being so, closed. And looking into how we could help those partners like journalists from Belarus and Azerbaijan who are basically based outside of the country, and what can they do, and whether they can at all do something to change the behavior of their society inside the country. So the only thing that is probably common for everyone, I would say, at least this IMS approach, that we should bring different stakeholders to the table to discuss this. This is the common approach, but otherwise the rest should be localized.
Thank you very much, Clara. And I have a question which stems from what Marina Voskorovaina said when she said that people in Poland and the Baltic states maybe understand us better, but she didn't mention Moldova or Georgia. Why is it so if this is so? You manage the three countries, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. They are different. But do they have a clear idea about what's happening with us? And do we have a clear idea about what's happening in Georgia and Moldova?
Just to take Moldova first. Moldovan, at least those partners we work with, are very interested in Ukrainian experience. They always ask us to bring experts from Ukraine to discuss, to bring even, always say we would like to see what Ukraine is doing because we are affected. So I would say that 95, even maybe 99% of Moldovan civil society are pretty much aware of the risks that Ukraine is facing and actually are trying to get prepared. This is what I said, the situation of before 2014 in Ukraine. This is something that Moldova suddenly see the risk, and especially with the upcoming elections next year, which will be much more important for Moldova. And should they lose it, that will be pretty bad for them. So yes, Moldova is aware and is looking at Ukraine as an inspiration for their future activities. As for Georgia, civil society in Georgia is very much with Ukraine and stands with Ukraine, but I'm not sure that they really understand up to the in depth that what it is to tackle Russian disinformation and Russian narratives in Georgia, because they have not all of them kind of spotted it. They did not have this issue between Russian and Ukrainian language and information getting, because Russians were pretty quick in getting the information and their narratives in Georgian language. It is clear that the majority of Georgian population right now do not speak Russian, and if they do, it's pretty bad. It's on a level of understanding mostly, especially with the younger generation, which is like now maybe all under 40, I would say. So I think that's, and also with the government that is looking or implementing Kremlin propaganda and Kremlin strategies, right now there is a huge risk. And although the civil society is pretty much aware and is fighting, but it's fighting too late. They did not look into the Ukrainian scenario and saw what happened in 2014. They kind of let it go. And actually, that was actually something we discussed in September when I was in Georgia, when they said we should have been prepared much better. We just let it go with this government because we thought we won it with the war and everything. We know our direction, but they kind of lost it the last years. So I would say this is an example of someone who got relaxed. You should never relax having a neighbor like Russia. And even now, even for Ukraine, that is my advice. Never relax. Whatever direction you choose, never relax. The threat is there and will stay always. And being Armenian myself originally, I haven't lived there for more than 30 years now, is still something that you see that there is no way out unless, I mean, it's kind of you're hanging there, and you should be always kept aware that someone is trying to ruin your life if you choose another direction. That is something that everyone should remember, no matter whether it's Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, Armenia, even Azerbaijan and Belarus, in this sense.
Thank you very much. Ну, а тепер настав час, коли ми подивимося.
Now is the time for us to watch a video address, a pre-recorded video in English by Medrik Dragman, the director of IREX in Ukraine, senior advisor for global programs. So attention to the screen, please.
Поки буде тиснути кнопку, яка знімає паузу.
While we're having some technical difficulties, maybe
participate in this panel. I wish I could be there with you in person today, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel. I wish I could be there with you in person today, and thank you for the possibility and flexibility to contribute to the discussion in this format. I was asked to briefly share IREX's focus on media literacy now and over the next few years, both in Ukraine and globally. IREX's journey with media literacy started back in 2015 in Ukraine through an approach that we called Learn to Discern, or L2D for short. L2D was developed initially to equip Ukrainians with the knowledge and skills needed to resist manipulative information. In 2017, IREX evaluated the results, and impact evaluation showed that even a year and a half after the program ended, L2D participants had statistically significant higher levels of news analysis skills. They had greater knowledge of the news media environment and a stronger sense of agency over the media sources they consume. They were also more likely to consult a wider range of news sources. The success of our L2D project in Ukraine led IREX to expand. L2D to date has been implemented in over 25 countries, benefiting over 430,000 people, either directly through IREX staff or through our local partners and trainees. IREX continues to invest in media and information literacy, from embedding it into formal education system, working with civil society organizations, decision makers, journalists, and general population. And we will continue to do so in the next several years in different countries where we work, including in Ukraine. I will describe just a few current L2D projects. We'll start with Ukraine, where we have several projects with the media literacy focus. The first one is L2D in education, which we implement in partnership with the Ministry of Education and Science. And through this project, we embed media literacy into the approved curricula of the Ukrainian language and literature, history, and other subjects. This is not a standalone media literacy subject, but rather the competencies and skills of critical information consumption skills are embedded into approved curricula. We've already trained over 5,000 teachers. In the next 2 years, we will be implementing another project that specifically focuses on generative AI. Through our network of teachers, we will help students and their parents discern manipulative AI-generated content and learn to responsibly engage with generative content. Another project is through Unity program, which using innovative approaches to help youth develop critical media literacy skills in communities across Ukraine. For example, our Media Literacy Maze, which is a large interactive street exhibition, brings IREX's proven media literacy content to life, making learning engaging and fun. Over 26,000 visitors have gone through the maze in different cities of Ukraine and learned how to critically evaluate information and recognize manipulative content and propaganda. Globally, I will highlight also a few more projects. In North Macedonia and Slovakia, we are partnering with the ministries to add media literacy to education throughout the school system at the primary, secondary, and university levels. In Sri Lanka, our MENT program launched a media literacy video series that has more than 400,000 engagements on social media. These are just few examples of the current and future project IREX is implementing with the support from USAID and US Department of State. The second question in this panel is related to whether there is a universal solution for information resilience. Even though Russian disinformation campaigns are relentless, we need to remain solutions focused. There's no one solution that will ensure that societies are resilient to manipulative information, but solutions will require many actors working towards the same goal, from civil society to government to media to tech companies to citizens themselves. From a practical perspective, for the projects IREX implements, we can only address certain stakeholders and give them agency to build the resilience to disinformation. We probably won't change Meta's policies, but we can try to convince a government to increase the investments in media literacy, or a school director that the teachers should participate in media literacy program, or an 8th grader to spend less time on dangerous Telegram channels. We saw how this worked in Ukraine. Back in 2015, when we first started this work, Ukraine had to deal with contemporary propaganda, disinformation, and misinformation much earlier than the rest of the world. However, few decision makers understood it already. We borrowed lessons from Finland, who took a group of delegation from Ukraine to Finland. One of the things during the exchange that stood out is how strong communication flows were between different agencies and actors in terms of understanding that the role and responsibility each agency and other actors had in ensuring information resiliency of Finnish society. Regardless of where you went, from visiting schools and talking to teachers to having a meeting with the Minister of Justice, for example, they all knew what the role of others were and how they worked together towards a common objective to tackle the problem. When it comes to tackling disinformation manipulation and creating resilience in society, I would say it is all hands on deck. In Ukraine, we needed to prove our media literacy concept to the government and our donors. We needed to find believers in media literacy. As a result, Ukraine became a place where innovative solutions and grassroots initiatives to tackle these issues were designed. And as I gave you example earlier, L2D as a result has been implemented and all being implemented in 25 countries. Universal approach to solving and tackling dis and misinformation might not be possible, as different countries have different ways in which information is produced, consumed, preferred, including cultural, historical, and political differences. However, learning from best practices of other countries in coming up with the best solutions that work for specific countries is a way to go. Many countries are looking at Ukraine as an example to learn from. Going forward, everyone needs to recognize the complexity of today's information ecosystem. We should be thinking about how, for example, education systems have adapted or adapting to ensure that kids are getting the skills they need, as media and information literacy is one of the key competencies that is required and needed today. The advent of technology and the speed at which technology has evolved and continues to evolve requires right policies in place so that technology serves good and doesn't sow mistrust, exasperate grievances, and amplify divisions. To answer the third question in this panel on how emerging technologies impact our planning and work on media and information literacy. Emerging technologies requires us to adapt, stay on top of development and trends, and be agile. Fundamentally, though, AI doesn't, for example, completely change our objective of creating healthy skepticism and ensuring that people have the right skills and knowledge to navigate information spaces. This objective does not change. I will highlight 3 ways we're thinking about this. First, the ease at which malign actors create content requires that we teach people to value information integrity. People need to understand how information is produced. There is a big difference between how an investigative journalist would produce a story and how a Kremlin-backed user or generative AI would produce a story. People need to appreciate good journalism and recognize there is such thing as truth today. Second, it's important that we maintain trust and hope. Yes, AI is flooding with disinfo. Kremlin wants people to distrust everything. However, not everything is untrue or fake. And through proper training, people get some agency to counter it. Third, there's emotional manipulation in all content, and recognizing and understanding psychology of manipulation is important. Finally, we're working toward long-term resilience. Media literacy is slower than adaptations to technology. We need to accept that long-term gains might not always look like we are keeping up. The last question is on how best can we all cooperate. I would say we need to continue to share best practices, research, and learning. It is important to understand what works best when implementing media literacy activities and interventions, which require time, require resources for research and learning. More importantly, once research is done, it needs to be used to ensure that interventions adapt, evolve, improve over time, and that they are providing the right skills and creating healthy skepticism and not sowing further mistrust in society. Thank you.
To our audience members, to our panelists, I suppose I don't have any questions myself because there have been expressed a wide range of different ideas and insights, in particular what said Teresa and Guar, as well as Marina, Bettina. Nobody was left behind. Something that caught my ear, once again, quoting 75% of people taking information from social media. From my perspective, this is a great generalization and simplification of the situation because there is no study, one study, that would say that of all the information that people borrow from social media, conditionally speaking or provisionally speaking, this is something that was produced in the media, where people go and in the media they begin to disseminate timely, checked, reliable information. So my question is, which is also to do with artificial intelligence, why is it that we always try to come up with some imaginative threats in order to tackle them successfully and grapple with them? In order to grapple with them as long as we can, we begin to overrate their significance. Marina Beskarovina, you first. Thank you for the question. I both agree and disagree with you on this one. I agree because it's true. Well, let us take a step back. According to studies, it's indeed true. Internews has already publicized their annual study on media consumption, intersection of that, and we can see that the trust in the media is declining, and right now, first is not even social media, no. Social media, followed by friends and family members. Basically, the same people whose thinking has already been shaped, whose approaches have been shaped by what they consume from the social media. Therefore, the slope is closed, so to say. But I disagree with your statement that there is no threat or danger about that. Yes, there is imminent danger because Telegram usually goes ahead of all of the other media sources, and it contains a lot of hybrid threats, a lot of anonymous Telegram channels whose authors are very difficult to trace. Even if we know who stands behind these sources, officially it's not possible sometimes to prove the connections because the Telegram in many cases simply declines this official registration. And in Telegram, there is that part of the audience which, according to our CDO standards, we identify as the most vulnerable population. That is to say, people who think along spiritual lines of things, the people who put official statements and question everything that can be produced by mass media. So they follow the gray content. In the first place, they go for that to Telegram, and thus they open up to different information manipulations undertaken there. So I disagree with you that this threat is not there. I don't agree that we have come up or concocted it. How to work with that? Well, this still is an open question. If we had come up with an answer to this question, we wouldn't be meeting here. So it's work in progress. In fact, I do suspect that you do know the answer, but it is part of this answer. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, because we have been selecting the participants for our panel discussion very rigorously. We definitely know that you have something to say. Would anyone else like to contradict me with your arguments?
I think I would actually say somehow I agree with you, but also I also see that the danger is not even that people go to social media and consume information from there. Although I agree completely with Marina that the majority in Ukraine goes to Telegram, which is also a problem. But I actually see what we also see the tendency in the world, that actually people do not even consume media in social media, but actually they read influencers. And who are these people? And I completely agree with you, Teresa, that you put some programs for influencers to be more ethical, because if the new generation, I mean, young people, this is what I see with also with my kids, they follow the news and what is going on from someone who is influencing the opinion in country. That is the biggest danger. Who is that person and how can they understand what is the danger? So I actually see not movement from social media, to social media from media, because they still have this. The danger lies here more that they are losing their revenue while the consumption goes to social media. This is another problem that is not connected to media literacy. But the connection is that it's actually moving to other people. That's what I would say.
Anyone else? Bettina, do you want to chip in?
Yes, finally we need to work with the translation. So yes, because I think some of you maybe also have seen the article and got this information that I think it was shared via Elon Musk Twitter, that in the election it shows that it's the end of traditional media, as they would not have any impact on the information. And this also was a big issue for me then to consider what there was also a discussion, at least in German media, that what should be done to bring back the relevance of traditional media. And although, for instance, when we take this year, which has been declared as a super election year, we could, and there has been in anticipating this year, there has been a lot of discussion about the impact of deepfakes and false news on the outcome of elections. It has shown there has been there was no noticeable result. So somehow I can agree with you, Andre, to say yes, maybe the threat has not been so imminent now. But when we look at the overall picture, we still have an unchecked use of technology. So we don't know. And we also can see, as we have seen in countries, that even some big tech person can own a media company. And this is I would one point this person can step in to do this. we still observe the power imbalances in the media, in the social media and the big tech platforms. And we also observe there is not much media literacy or media freedom aspects considered in when they are designing algorithms and so forth. And I think it has already been discussed in many other discussion rounds that, for instance, creators of algorithms, they are not taking into consideration this. So maybe we don't see the effect now and this year, but certainly this is, and maybe we see now only the bright side. So I think despite all advantages it brings, so also for assisting in media literacy, but I think there is many still open questions that should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Irina, Teresa.
Thank you very much, Irina, Teresa. Yes, for my part, I would like to add that regardless of all of the challenges and trends observed in the world, we can see how much attention is riveted on social media. We must also speak about our Ukrainian case, especially when we talk about our independent media, for which it's so difficult to work during wartime, because these are non-conventional conditions. That's why we have a lot of more attention focused on social media right from the outburst of the full-scale invasion. But something that we have identified for ourselves, this basic competence of media literacy, is the ability to build content. All right, anyone can build content because all of us can be potentially a media maker, but something needs to be done about that. The necessary knowledge and skills need to be imparted to people who are independent reporters, where independent media can go in as institutions and with their expertise. So we need to respond to this properly. And I remember relatively recently we discussed how big a problem television is. The television, in many respects, also exudes a lot of influence on our citizens in terms of how they attend elections. Now we're talking about social media, so something else may need to come up and we need to respond to that. Moreover, we did not just speak about the harmful effect of television. I remember a famous Ukrainian writer, whose name I'm not going to give to you, but once again, based on her text, this year, they wrote the national dictation in Ukraine. So once she said, bad things are being showed on television, turn off your TV. It's just like when you go into a bookshop, you see a couple of long books that you dislike and you say, throw away all of the books and lock up this bookshop. I think that in a way, this is the way that we are treating social media. Yeah, one more thing. I've recently had a discussion with our peers from Cambodia because they also engage in fantastic programs. But on Telegram, they've established a fantastic chatbot. This was also a response to this consumption of information via Telegram in Cambodia. And we had a discussion with them. So they used Telegram. They responded to this platform, but they do not completely understand all of the threats of Telegram that we understand here. So this is important to exchange and share information. I love the fact that all of our participants are contextualizing all of these issues. This is so valuable. Teresa, if you would also like to to express yourself on this point, you are welcome. If not, you are also promising to make some things about your program thesis.
I can combine everything I'll try to combine everything.
No doubt about this, so go ahead.
Maybe starting from your questions about social media versus traditional media, I think it's quite obsolete by now. And I mean, for me, I learned a lot when coming to Ukraine because Ukrainian independent media is doing a great job in many ways of using social media to disseminate their information, right? YouTube formats, Telegram, Facebook, and so on. This is really different in Germany. I have to say, German media is starting to use some of those channels, TikTok as well. But I think that Ukraine is quite advanced on that. So in that sense, this is not social media, the platforms are not per se the big problem. What is a big problem is the lack of transparency when it comes to, for example, what is pushed and what is not pushed. And I mean, I think on some of the platforms, it's not a big secret that probably what is being pushed now is also influenced by the ownership of the platforms and so on. So what UNESCO has been working on, and we also had Ukrainian experts that contributed to that process, is that UNESCO developed platforms for developed guidelines for platform regulation, so for the regulation of digital platforms, always from the perspective of enhancing freedom of expression and enhancing access to information. So we're not promoting over-regulation, especially by governments, for the sake of when it goes into limiting freedom of expression, but at the same time we understand that we need to hold platforms accountable to something. So we developed through a long process, which had participants from civil society, from media, and where we also managed to get the buy-in of some of the platforms, these guidelines. And what the guidelines are particularly stipulating is transparency. So platforms need to tell us what kind of algorithms they're employing, what are the criteria, and so on, what type of content moderation are they doing. Then accessibility, so the information needs to be accessible, and adherence to human rights standards and human rights due diligence. So these platforms, they need to, and for example, when it comes to Ukraine, it's about human rights due diligence vis-a-vis a country in conflict, but maybe in other situations it could be natural disasters, it could be other reasons. And yeah, so those platforms, they have been developed, they're available online, and what we're working on now is how to operationalize them. So for example, how to create human rights due diligence procedures that respond to specific experiences in Ukraine, and we're working with INS on this as well, and we're creating a multi-stakeholder committee that develops this. But this is another example of UNESCO standards. As we were speaking also about artificial intelligence, UNESCO also has a recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence, which comes from the same perspective of these are developments that can be used to our advantage, but human rights due diligence and adherence to human rights standards and some ethics in the use of artificial intelligence needs to be applied. And this recommendation is one that has been agreed on by our member states, and that we're now operationalizing also all over the world. So this is my input.
Дуже дякую, Марин.
Yes, I would just like to add one more point. It seems to me that the important component of this discussion that mustn't be omitted is the audience and consumers. What drives this model of their conduct? What attracts them to the media? What independent media lack from their perspective? Something that we call qualitative journalism doesn't suit them, because I cannot say that we have the lack or deficiency of media resources. We have so many of them of high quality, of a lot of exciting content being developed both at national and local levels. But still, why is it not resonating with the audiences? What behavioristic factors still lead audiences and take them to Telegram? What is it that they're looking for there? Well, perhaps maybe they're told that's wrong, don't go there. And it's one of the inducements, This is really fascinating, because we're talking about the ethics of employing artificial intelligence. However, on the other hand, indeed, we can also talk about the ethics of our treatment of artificial intelligence, because intellect and mind is something that makes human beings different from the others. So that's something that also we have aching with the artificial intelligence, the intelligence element, I mean. But I suppose we will speak with this question about this question at a bit later point. But my question is, aren't we narrowing the notion of media as such, the way that we are embracing, and thus narrowing the notion of media literacy? Because If we stem from the definition of the media as a conduit, as a way to transfer information, then we must also refer the theater, cinema, literature, virtually everything, which is a way to communicate ideas. Well, naturally, not too many people go to the theater, although who knows, maybe many more people are going to the theater as they go to the cinemas. It's very possible too, but still not as many as the number of people going to the social media or listening to the radio, for that matter. So, how much in Ukraine in particular do we have to focus and pay attention to these, as I insist, these forms, which I also believe should also be referred to the forms of media literacy? Go on first.
These platforms are all the messengers of media, and I just wanted to put a focus on audience primarily. This is because what we do, we are not doing only for the sake of media, we're doing it for the sake of audience. And maybe I should just tell what we have been doing also in the region, specifically in Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, in terms of influencing the audience and understanding of the content also. So we have initiated something called full circle approach, when we actually analyze the audience thinking behind. So we did start audience segmentation studies in Ukraine, in Moldova, and in Georgia. It was done a year ago. So basically the data now is too old. It needs to be redone every year, where you actually can go and analyze data. For example, let's say Mykolaiv, how people in Mykolaiv are thinking, what kind of news they consume, how do they consume, what kind of reality they live in, whether the audience is primarily women, men, what age, and everything, basically. This goes into depth. This data can be used to make content strategies for media. So we have been working here in Ukraine with Ukrainer and Shotam, testing those strategies. We will continue next year with the new audience segmentation study in Ukraine, where we will also present it to 40 media and then select 4 to 6 media to work with, to define those content strategies. The same we have done in Moldova and Georgia. In Georgia, it didn't show up to work well, but something similar to different AI tools to understand what is disinformation, what is not, those narrative, harmful narratives, and then adjust the content in terms of the analysis of those AI tool that, basically analyze the data that they get. This is also something we do very much in Moldova now. We use Let's Data AI tool to analyze information. So I would say that in that sense, I mean, our all focus is basically audience.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up this element of media and information literacy. We have interesting discussions about this with our Ukrainian partners all the time, because on the UNESCO side, the concept is media and information literacy. And that's really meaning information literacy in the widest sense. That includes also archives, libraries, it includes art institutions. Information is also, it's spread by politicians, it's spread by teachers. So it's really a very wide approach. Whereas I understand that in Ukrainian and also in Ukrainian language, what is the concept that is being used as media literacy. So we've been having discussions also in our interventions, because when we push media and information literacy, using the wording is a little bit tricky, and our Ukrainian partners say that what is the established terminology is media literacy. In the end, the terminology is not as important as the practice. As long as it's understood that literacy goes beyond what is produced by traditional media, for us it's completely fine, but we keep on emphasizing this media and information literacy. Also because, for example, I'm not saying this is happening in Ukraine, but it can happen in other contexts, is saying that when the public is misinformed, that this is the fault, or that the fault is being put on media. when people are accessing information beyond media, and when we really need to take to keep all of those different players accountable for it, including, for example, politicians, the information that they are. And in Ukraine, it's a very direct access, right? I have my Telegram channel, and people are consuming that. That needs to be kept to some kind of standards as well, and have then traditional and professional media counterbalance that with fact-checked information. So for us, yeah, MIL, media and information literacy.
Thank you very much. Bettina, if you want to share your opinion about the necessity or redundancy of including literature, cinema, and other kinds of art into the concept of media, you're most welcome.
Yeah, I want to say that as a OSCE representative on freedom of the media, our mandate is quite clear. We are dealing with everything that has to do with the media, and it has a definition of media based from 1975. So it's quite a traditional approach. And in our when we are following the participating states' behavior, when mostly refer to this, and our activities are always related to that. We ensure that there's media freedom in place, but OSCE has many different departments, and of course we also are aware that propaganda, disinformation, and whatever, it's also not a new fact. That it does not come only via media, and we speak about traditional media or news outlets. It comes in different forms and formats. And we also realize that our other departments, the Transnational Threat Department, has a media or has a media literacy component, focusing also on different target groups. And we also see that our participating states, they already develop programs that talk about new literacies. So we are not to be more open and not think about media freedom literacy, digital literacy, but also on many other firsts. So of course it is very important to expand it, because information and being aware of it, because it's very important to put it in different spheres, how we consume and share information. That's what I wanted to contribute to this discussion.
Thank you very much. Nicola?
If I can add it, because there is one sense when you mention all these art, films, cartoons, and I keep thinking about Soviet times and how it was used in propaganda as a propaganda tool. So I think this is a very important for the discussions also with the West. Why we do not want Russian culture continuing to spread in the region. And I was actually surprised being in Latvia that some even Latvian population still wanted to continue to have it in their schools, because they feel it should be a part of their schools. And I'm not talking about Russian-speaking population. I speak about Latvian people now. So, and I was actually very surprised to hear that it was a bit put on a stop in 22, but still discussions are there. Why don't we continue? This is important. And yes, we do have some of the Russian culture that is very much against, but the majority of what we have seen also in Soviet times affected a lot children and, everyone.
Irina.
Irina, yes, to follow up on that. It seems to me that it is in Ukraine that we are paying a great deal more attention to what media is in a broader sense of this word, in the context of all of this decolonization. And it still impresses me when at different events and meetings, our partner countries report to us when they speak about disinformation, media literacy, and provide some kind of statistics to you. And they begin to quote Dostoevsky or Tolstoy, and I ask myself, are they conscious of why they're quoting them? Even sometimes experts are not fully aware of why they opt for such things. Another important thing that I would like to mention concerning the learning materials, when we speak about cognitive distortions and all the things to do with human brain, it's also an important point because our brain also has to play a very important thing in terms of how we receive information. If we have access to the independent media and if we have some certain perspective concerning where the information comes from, we will be better aware.
Я знову собі нагадала ті дослідження, які я згадувала на початку свого
I reminded myself again of the annual studies that I was referring to that the British regulators annually ordered to create. And in the latest study, they had a topic that it's not productive to focus only on news literacy as a definition. There should be a wider framework, a wider view on that, and it's going to be more effective. Personally, I and the colleagues that talk about it, I hate the term media literacy because it's not something encouraging. It's not something conducive to cooperation, and it doesn't reflect all the threats that we face. So I think we should review it or find something better. In our work that our partners support, we advocate a more wider framework of competences, which is basically reflected in the Ukrainian strategy of media literacy. And it's a wider thing. It's not only news literacy, it's digital literacy, it's emotional intellect. So all these things that we are discussing now, it's not only news and the content itself that we focus on. Right, colleagues, so the second last question or interventions. Right. I'm Svetlana Yeremenko. I'm a director of the Institute of Democracy named after Philip Orlik. I liked what Marina Veskarovina said, that Ukraine can be an advocate of media literacy in the world. So the question was how to achieve that. I think you can achieve that by disseminating our experience and our products, that we have a lot of them in Ukraine. And just I want to say that we, as an Institute of Democracy named after Philip Orlik, we are doing quite a lot to battle disinformation. From 2014, we conduct trainings in battling disinformation in different regions of Ukraine, Kyiv and all the regions. We go everywhere in the remote locations. So this year, we did a training abroad. We did it in Moldova. And also our author wrote a very interesting and sophisticated material about bombardment of disinformation in Georgia. And that it's Stalin's times returning to Georgia, what huge threat it is. So I wanted to ask a question to our grant givers. Is it possible to support this kind of, teams of trainers from Ukraine to other countries, because there's a huge need of that? Another proof of that, we did some trainings for fixers over these 2 years, and our fixers who work with international journalists, they also say that there is a huge need like that. Clear. Thank you. So who's ready to answer? No, I can do it. I would like to also plug one of the activities that we started. Thank you, Svetlana, for what you said and the work that you've done. So, we were with the colleagues at ZINC Network with Oksana Moroz. We started this mapping, a study of initiatives that was done in Ukraine and are being done. So if you could, so over coffee, we should talk about it so that we cover you at the study. So the idea, why not? It's a great idea. Yeah, we can send these kind of teams, but you need to actually demonstrate the demand from the other side. So there is actually a problem with you. As for the international work, it should be done in economic, academic community, governmental communities. So it's important to understand what framework of media literacy we're talking about, because there are different rhetorics. If it's a security rhetoric, it's one channel of communication. If it's more civil, more civil society, social function, yeah, it's a different channel of communication. But the great thing that potentially is a very good potential.
Ще запитання, репліки. Ще один раз потім я звернуся до вас із цим запитанням. А тим часом, ну, у нас
I'll get back to the question. So we're basically approaching
час, коли треба буде оголошувати
the first coffee and tea break.
Ще є деякі можливості висловитись. Неодноразово тут йшлося про наше ставлення до штучного інтелекту.
We talked about our attitude to AI.
Що люди бояться.
You said that people are afraid of AI.
Люди занадто захоплені.
I think people are quite on the contrary. People are enchanted by opportunities and possibilities that are open.
І якщо ми обговорюємо штучний
And if we talk about AI,
штучного інтелекту, напевне, теж обговорюють людей.
is it
Тому зараз
interesting to discuss that AI is discussing people?
на 30 секунд,
So each of you for 30 seconds,
що штучний інтелект
try to think
зараз
what
думає про
AI
людину
is thinking
на
about people
підставі того, що знає про ставлення
based on
людини до штучного
what it
інтелекту.
knows about the attitude of people towards AI.
І Ірина у нас першою буде.
Класне питання.
A great question.
Думаю, що штучний інтелект, він не зовсім
I think AI is not an human intellect, it's our reflection. It's just a lot of data that people created and people said. So it's a rehasher of human-generated stuff. It's a reflection of our mind. But it's important to look at the opportunities.
Але дивитися, які він дає можливості. А можливості дуже класні, особливо в плані інформаційних кампаній, створення
Promo campaigns, training, there are a lot of opportunities that AI does. So let's take an optimistic look at it.
Тереза, потім Марина, Гоар.
I don't think I understood the question. You mean what AI would think about me?
No, oh yes, not about you personally, but if you want to specify, then you're welcome, of course.
I don't want to know what AI thinks about me based on my ChatGPT questions. No, I mean, I think what was mentioned before, AI, it's not human, right? It's rehashing the information that we provide to it. So it's giving us back what we're putting out there.
Марина.
Я не знаю, в мене немає відповіді на
Well,
це
I don't
питання.
have answers to this
Що
question.
AI ще не має думки про нас, і саме
I
тому
hope AI
я
doesn't
завжди
have any
кажу,
opinion
будь
about
ласка,
us. It just has
дякую,
information.
спілкуюся з моїм
So
чатом.
that's why I'm always thankful to ChatGPT whenever I talk to it.
You know, I think what we need to do in terms of AI, when I think about this, we actually, all those of us who are trying to fight disinformation, we should continue using AI to teach AI to be better and resilient, because if we do not use it, then someone else will, and then you will get the disinformation from AI. So that's a very difficult question for me and a response, but I understood that if I don't use it, someone else will.
Thank you. Bettina, what do you think AI thinks about people?
I'm a bit afraid, but also it's because yesterday I watched a movie about this and I found it quite true. But I think AI might come to the conclusion that we humans are the problem of everything that we are facing, of climate change, of disinformation, of war, and then AI might come to the conclusion that well, it's better for us to to terminate and not promote us anymore as a humankind. So I hope, but I hope that and I think many people think like this, and that we need to tackle this. So, and that we will also find a way how to best use AI for our purposes.
Thank you very much. Остання змога поставити запитання.
Okay, just last question.
Діана Дуцик.
Я вирішила скористатися.
Ні, мікрофон у
Дуцик.
руках модератора.
Але в мене теж є. Вирішила скористатися правом організатора. У мене буде таке певне глобальне питання.
I have a global question, since we're talking about international cooperation.
Як ви думаєте, потрібен, чи, воно таке трошки фантастичне на цьому етапі, чи потрібен проект,
Fantastic, but do we need a project that would unite
саме який би стосувався медіаграмотності, протидії дезінформації, який би об'єднав всі континенти? І про що мав би
unite
бути
all
цей
continents,
проект?
and what this project should be about if we need such a project?
Хто готова першою відповісти?
Who was trying to be
Запитання
first?
насправді просте. Воно
Actually, a very simple
Отже, можна відповісти.
question. So either or question. So
Об'єднуючий проект потрібен.
there should be a uniting
Ми можемо
project,
таки підтримати, але континенти, я
but
думаю,
the
навряд чи
continents, I don't
до
think.
підходу.
So I would rather approach it in a targeted
Я
way.
є людина, яка дуже зацікавлена в різних континентах і живе періодично на різних континентах.
I live
Я
in
би
different
хотіла
continents from time to
вашу
time,
але я думаю, ми тут можемо зійтись на етапі типу портфоліо
but
проєктів,
we could create a portfolio project, come up with a methodology. But if we go too much in depth, everybody will be in conflict. Bettina?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm living now in this international environment, and of course, I can only, though it may not always be visible, but of course, there should be international projects, and as one actor or one state actor cannot have an impact. And of course, it should be further promoting media literacy and the core. There are universal principles like that you use reasonable and ethically use media and produce it. And of course, it should be on the core of it should be the understanding that media freedom is important for also for our democracies. And I think this would span over all countries and continents. I think this is a common understanding of our humanity, and we need to join forces to do this. And of course.
Дякую, Вар і Тереза.
Thank you, Guar and
Я
Teresa.
вважаю, що ми маємо об'єднати
I think we should unite in the region, but not all over the world. In our region, can be Southern Africa, Northern Africa, but not all Africa together. So you have to be local enough, depending on the context, depending on similarities. Teresa?
Thank you. So, I mean, from the perspective of UNESCO, there should be global standards. This is often tricky enough. Developing standards that apply to or that can apply to all member states is already very tricky. But I think this is something that we if you believe in multilateralism, then this is what we need to work on. And then, of course, global projects, we have them already. It doesn't just because a project is global doesn't mean that you apply the exact same activity or the exact same implementation to all countries. It just means that you work on activities that can then be further localized, and that you ensure knowledge exchange and cooperation. Yeah, I think I gave quite some examples already on how I think that Ukraine can be implied in this, and I think it's important.
Дуже дякую. Я не ставив.
Thank you. I didn't ask questions what maybe the main contribution of Ukraine to the global cooperation in media literacy among different countries of the world, because other than just one direct answer, 2 or 3 proposals and examples, I think that would work better, what we've discussed, and also idea of the Anatolian even expressed in a question, but it also created a well-founded answers. And that's what Teresa Horbacher mentioned when she said the AI is rehashing information. But these people are not rehashing information, they create new information. They serve new information and then take it, and on and on and on. It's a cycle. One last question. It's going to be again interesting question. Ukrainian language is one of the few in the world that from get-go uses Cyrillic alphabet, unlike most of the Western and European languages. Of course, there are advocates of moving Ukrainian to Latin alphabet, but in the media literacy, because literacy, whether you believe it's a good word or bad word, literacy starts from reading the alphabet or learning the alphabet. Is it time to abandon Cyrillic fonts or Cyrillic alphabet? Or should we stay with it? Maybe we should move to hieroglyphics. So, multiple choice. Which is, I think we should stay with Cyrillic. We should look at the other variants, but I think we, not because we are inferior, but because it's a unique thing that's in media literacy. Okay,
You make it really, because this is really a question that I cannot provide an answer to. Just from a very personal perspective, I've just learned how to read Cyrillic, so please don't.
This is surmountable. This is achievable.
Чужого навчайтеся, але свого не
We
цурайтеся.
should stay with Cyrillic and learn the Latin alphabet. I don't see reasons to abandon Cyrillic, but being part to contribute into the global community at the same time, and keeping our identity and sharing our identity. That's what we can use to enrich the world. Right. Thank you. Bettina?
So it's also very difficult to answer for me as an outsider. I don't know, but your question, I started to think about, do we need alphabets in the future? Because I mean, if I don't need, why do I need to type or write? Somebody will do it for me. So I don't know. Maybe this is the question of how we will communicate in the future. Will we use letters in any? So this is the question that I took out from your question for me.
Thank you.
Right. So since you mentioned you're from Armenia, Armenia has absolutely unique alphabet. So I think your opinion can be interesting. Yeah, I wanted to say keep it yours and don't trade it off. Even if somebody will find it easier to use a different alphabet, but keep it as your heritage. Ukraine, I think, uses Cyrillic alphabet. Right, so this is the essence of the work, what you're doing. It's also part of the Cyrillic alphabet culture. If somebody says that you need to change something to be part of something, you know, it's a cultural heritage. So thank you so much for everyone who participated in this discussion. I think the audience who was listening and asking questions. Of course, we are thankful to our technical team, our interpreters, and important announcement now. Diana at the start was telling us about the incredible speaker. Larina Lesensky is a program director of Institute of Open Society from Bulgaria, Sofia. He will be joining us online after a coffee break, which starts right after Diana says the working organization, and coffee break ends at 12:15. So don't make Mr. Larina wait. Just one short intervention. Your badges and the QR codes that are on the flip side of your badge. So there's one of the QR codes that leads to Padlet. And I think we can help Marina and Alexander Moros to do one thing. Now, when you follow that link on the flip side of your badge, you write something about yourself, about your projects in media literacy, and leave your contacts if you want to be contacted about your project. We will send the link to all the participants of the conference. It's going to be an exchange of contacts and information about you. So share it with anyone who wants, and we'll pass it over to you for your study. That's with Metro. Right, great, thank you. That was my message. Thank you so much. Coffee break.
І, будь ласка, не спізнюйтеся потім назад, на півгодини.
And don't be late, only half an hour.
Колишніх і вічних. Що, давай.
Orlova. I will be moderating this part of the
перед нашою
conference, and
другим
before
обговоренням у нас
our
ще
second panel discussion,
особливий гість
we also have a special guest with a keynote speech, Marina Lutensky, Director of Institute Open Society. Are we ready to have an online session?
Так, це у нас гість онлайн приєднується.
So our online guest is joining in. We hope we will get connected.
Це, наверное, та презентація, що нам вчора прислали.
Враховуючи, що декілька хвилин технічної паузи у нас, ми чекаємо на приєднання гостя, я би хотіла запросити вже одразу учасників нашого другого панельного обговорення. До є уже приєднаються онлайн, але, будь ласка, ті, хто є в аудиторії, приєднуйтесь до нас.
Please join us here. Irina Mihrieva. I saw her somewhere here. She was supposed to be here. Людмила is already here. Anna is already here as well.
Крім того, з нами буде також Деніс Райник,
We also have Denis Rainik, DW Akademie, and Denis Lutensky, future at the University of Applied Sciences. They will join us online.
Ми досі чекаємо на з'єднання.
We are still waiting for connection. Here's a couple of words on the professional panelists in this discussion.
Отже, це Ірина Мігрієва, незалежна
Irina
консультантка,
Mihrieva, independent
спеціалістка з
advisor
оцінки
and
проєктів в
specialist
сфері
on
розвитку
assessment
демократії
project in
та урядування.
development of democracy and
Людмила
governance.
Юзерова,
Людмила Юзерова,
менеджерка програми
manager of
NDI
research
Україна, а
program
також
NDI
Ганна
Ukraine,
Красноступ,
and Hanna
директор
Krasnostup,
департаменту
director of
інформаційної
Department of
політики та
Information Policy
інформаційної безпеки,
and
інформаційної політики та стратегічної
strategy
політики та інформаційної безпеки Міністерства культури та
at the Ministry
стратегічної
of Culture and
комунікації
Strategic
України.
Communications
Так,
of
дуже
Ukraine.
багато змін відбувалося,
Yeah,
тому
you see
можна
a lot of
запутатись в
changes
назвах, але
have happened in institutions, so not to get
чудово. І нас
the
якраз
names.
приєднався наш гість.
So our
Hello,
guest has just
Marine, can you hear us?
joined us. Marine, can you hear us?
Да, добрий день.
Добрий день. We are very happy to welcome you as our guest speaker, and so the floor is yours.
Okay, good. Can I start my presentation? I want to share something on the screen. So.
Hopefully you should be able to do that.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Let me see. Yes. Yeah.
Should work.
Great.
I'll make a short one. Yeah, good day to everyone. I'm very happy to be invited and to have the opportunity to speak to you. What I was asked is to present the so-called Media Literacy Index of the Open Society Institute in Sofia. And I'll go briefly and tell you what it is about, and I'll leave some time to questions. So we came up with the idea of this Media Literacy Index in 2016, when the issue of fake news, disinformation was, gaining importance in international debates. So there was a particular election in the US, and actually, this time, the Oxford Dictionary chose the word post-truth for word of the year. So we decided that we want to do something about it, and we came up the idea of this media literacy index. So what is the media literacy index? And according to our definition, it's measure vulnerability of societies to disinformation. So it's alternatively, the explanation is we are identifying societies which are most resilient to disinformation. And when we were looking at it, we wanted to make it an easy instrument, budget friendly, because we didn't have time or resources to do some big research. So we had this several constraints of doing so. So what we came out is a model for measuring this vulnerability to disinformation, especially in European societies. And what you see in this slide is the model of our index. And according to us, these are the ingredients of the vulnerability, or reversely the resilience of societies to disinformation. So what are these ingredients? The first thing is that we wanted to include media freedom indicators. This is very important because by definition, manipulated or controlled media, that they're more manipulative. So and we get it when societies have more media freedom, when there is more access to free media, they're more quality, so that there's more quality of information. So we took two existing indexes that measure media freedom. One is Freedom House, the other is Press Freedom Index by Reporters Without Borders. So this is kind of the first ingredient of our index. The second set of indicators is about education, because we gathered that education is very important in this respect in resilience to disinformation. But we wanted to have indicators which measure quality over quantity. So we decided to take PISA scores by OECD. And as you know, PISA scores, the test itself is about 15-year-old students, but it does not measure what 15-year-olds do, but rather how the system, the educational system, is coping to give quality education to the students. So we took the three aspects of PISA, so it's reading, scientific, and mathematics. And as you can see on the right side, we have weight, so we put different importance or different weight to these indicators. So the biggest weight or the biggest importance is we gave to the reading literacy, and to a small extent to scientific and mathematical literacy. We have a small component of tertiary education enrollment, which is basically how much students do you have in the country, but that's not so much important. Another indicator that we have is new form of participation, e-participation. That's an index by the United Nations, but again, it's small. And something that I want to underline is, and we included also trust in others, so trust among people in society as a proxy for civil society development. This was very important to us because, high trust societies function better in general. and where they have more developed civil society. So this is very important indicator for this resilience to disinformation in societies. As you know, disinformation, its first victim is trust in society. So this was very important to us, and we decided to take trust among people, not trust in institutions or political parties, because this can change very rapidly. And when we gathered all this data and put it in our model, we work with a standardized score, so it's from 100 to 0. So we can do different things with it, and we can do rankings of societies. And what you can see here is the ranking of the media literacy index of the last year that we've done it. And it goes from rank number 1 to rank number 41, which is the last country. So, and the countries that you see in the color code, so these are the best performing countries in the dark blue area. So it's the number 1 spot is Finland, then Denmark, Norway. And I have to say that we are doing the index from 2017. That's the first edition, and every year it's Finland on the top. So this is the country which is faring best in our index, and it's most resilient to disinformation. So last year we included a little bit more countries. We started with about 30, and last year we have 41. So the last country that it's the last in the index is Georgia, in the 4th place. And I want to show here. So it's also Ukraine included. It's 13th place, not so bad. My home country, Bulgaria, it's 35. So not so good index. The next slide that I'm going to show you is the same results, but on a map. And I think that makes things a little bit more interesting, because you can see the dark blue areas are the best performing countries. So these are the countries are grouped according to clusters, and the clusters are countries which have an identical performance. So the Scandinavian countries are, doing the best, including Ireland in this group. This is kind of not so surprising. So as I told you, according to our index, we have a different set of indicators. So they're performing best in quality of education. They have the most free media and high trust among people. But I wanted to show you here that Estonia is doing very well. It's in the 4th place in the index among 41 countries. And I can see most of Western Europe is doing also fine in the blue. The worst countries that are doing in Southeastern Europe, the Balkans, and Georgia and Turkey in the red and orange areas, and Ukraine somewhere in the yellow zone. These are the countries which are in the transition, so they can do, they can move up or down in the future, depending how they're faring. And the other countries that are in the group are Hungary, Slovakia, Italy, and so on. So we also did some kind of experiment. This is the international index. We included some countries outside of Europe in the index. So Canada, Australia, South Korea, USA, Japan. So Canada is more like Northwestern Europe. USA, Japan, South Korea, more like Western Europe. So this is, if you want to look from the outside back to Europe. And something that is another thing that we can do with the index, because as I told you, we're using standardized scores. What you see is scatter graph and the 196 we've put the media freedom scores, and on the other axis we put education scores. And as you can see, there's a correlation. So the countries which have high quality of education have also high media freedom. And vice versa, where there is low quality of education, there's low media freedom. I have to say, we cannot say which is the cause and which is the effect, so we cannot claim causality here. We've talked to media literacy index and experts in media, so they suggested that the correlation might be due that, you know, when there's high quality of education, there's more demand for high quality media, so that it put higher standards on it, and vice versa, you know, quality free media, they do their job of educating the public, so they work their job. So this is, I think, interesting finding that we did, and we use it actually to advocate for more media freedom and more quality of education to improve the situation of disinformation. I've put some data just to for the debate, because we turned our attention to the basics. So we're using so-called classic indicators for media freedom, and what you're seeing here is a survey by the European Union from 2022 on media consumption, and you can still see mainstream media like TV, like radio, news platforms, whether it be they're online, they're still very much relevant. So it's not only about social media platforms. But as you can see, there is a big difference even within the European Union of how important are media, or how they're perceived. For example, in Finland, 73% of respondents trust public TV and radio station, while only 20% trust public TV and radio in Hungary, and only 23% in Poland. So this was in 22. And also in Luxembourg, 63% of respondents trust the written press, and only 80% of people trust written press in Bulgaria and Poland. So I can see that there's a big difference within the EU countries even. And this is important when you're making, for example, strategies to counter disinformation, include public broadcasters in it. And one more thing, when actually CNN did a little piece on our media literacy index a while ago, and they focus on Finland and how they're faring with disinformation. I find very interesting a quote that from a Finnish respondent, that the first line of defense is the kindergarten teacher. And when you're looking at examples from Finland, they're starting really from the kindergartens, from the schools. I even heard the other day that they're starting with media literacy education from birth, giving a package of books to newborn children, which is, you know, an amazing example, and explains why Finland is successful. And I'm finishing with a quote from a Bulgarian fiction writer, Georgi Gospodinov, from in his book Time Shelter, which was the International Book Award last year. It's actually translated in Ukrainian if you want to read it. And because it deals a lot of about our current, and the book is about how societies want to escape in the past, you know, in a time shelter, not individually, but as a whole societies. And one quote that he was saying is that forgetting takes a lot of work, and you have to work hard to remember that you have to forget something. And this is how every other ideology works. And according to me, what we should be doing with strategies of media literacy and countering disinformation is remembrance and trying to make people remember things, not to counter the disinformation which wants to confuse us and make us forget things. So with this, I'm finishing my presentation. As I said, I presented an index. We're quite aware of the limitations of such indexes because they show, a schematic view. But according to us, this is, a simple, budget-friendly way to show certain aspects of the situation, and you can be used in different ways. For example, as I said, you can identify the most vulnerable societies in Europe and focus on them. I know that colleagues in the United States have, for example, tried to adapt the index on a state level. I don't know whether it's worked, whether there is enough data actually to do that, but as you see, there are different ways to use it and your work and enrich your own research on media literacy and devising disinformation strategies to counter disinformation. So I'm finishing, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much, Marino. So we are giving you a round of applause. I don't know if you can hear that. Thank you for a very interesting presentation and providing this big picture. Колеги, можливо, є запитання чи коментарі до презентації?
So, colleagues, do we have presentations or comments or questions to this presentation?
Then I will have a very quick question. You mentioned briefly about the limitations, that you are aware of the limitations. If you would design the next edition of the index, what perhaps other indicators you think would be necessary to be included?
I don't know whether I can do it, but from what we know is values and emotions play a great role. So I don't know whether it would be in the index, but if I'm using the index, I'll do some research connected to values and emotions in society and how does it interplay. Because from our example, what we know is disinformation plays a lot of on emotions. So what the index tells us, how people will react in most cases, on a societal level, but what will happen on individual level, on smaller groups, we don't know. But for sure, and your conference is devoted to that. Media literacy, we see it as a kind of vaccination to disinformation. So you hope that by educating people, by giving them knowledge, information, you can prevent most of them, but not all of them, and probably the worst cases. So that's
Thank
what
you.
I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and for sharing your work with us.
Thank you, Tim.
Дякую, колеги. Тоді ми переходимо до
Thank you. So then we proceed to the next part of our discussion. I just wanted to clarify our colleagues online already there. We can already put them on the screen so we can feel their presence. So this panel discussion dedicated to a very interesting aspect of media literacy, how to research an audience. Do we still call them audiences, or we should call them a different term, like demographics? how do we approach the measurement of level of media literacy? How do we assess and measure the results of the project that are aimed at strengthening or developing media literacy? Those are the questions around which we will be discussing this, coming from the experience of our colleagues, their understanding of the problems. And basically, while we are preparing our online videos on the screen, I'd like to start with the first question, the general question. Because speaking about researching anything is impossible without agreeing on the concept, because we are talking about media literacy. How to understand this literacy, what it is? Do we have this shared understanding of media literacy? And so most of us have to do with it in our life. We understand that media literacy has been researched for decades now. Different concepts have been formulated. And over this time, the context has changed, the technology has changed, and other. So, a question to you, what is our understanding of media literacy now? Do you think, your experience, is there a consensus from different stakeholders in terms of what do we understand as media literacy?
Hello. First of all, I would like to say that the definition of media literacy is already legal. It's already contained in the law on the media. So we have been able to see different images concerning this definition. And one of our roles of this project of media literacy is to also spread information about what it is and to promote it, promote the skills around it. For me personally, media literacy is the key skill that we acquire during our life. Our peer, when he was talking about his European index for media literacy, they also include there the academic performance PISA scores. So when we talk about basic education at preschools, children can read, right? But media literacy also has to do with the condition of the societal life and its development. AI has emerged, gadgets have come into our life. From written press, from books and magazines, we used to get a lot of information. We'd go to libraries in the past instead of going on sites. So the skill of literacy, media literacy, is evolving, but the main idea is to critically analyze information. This is basically what we do, and as a result of it, if someone is media literate, then they have better mental health, especially during the war. We send information to a lot of our friends, and sometimes we disseminate wrong information, but we are not supposed to do that because we have to be mindful of the psyche of our friends, of our relatives. So we can see a lot of correlation between the level of welfare and the level of media skills. So this is the skill that distinguishes us. And throughout life, as I have said, it evolves dramatically. Thank you. Ludmila, please. I will be speaking not from legal terms, but perhaps from the academic and scientific terms. In the previous panel, they have been speaking about conceptualizing and about the apparatus of being able to understand what media literacy is all about, because literacy is something that people speak about quite often and something that connects us to our school education. And somehow we associate and intuit that for us, literacy is something that can be measured, right? Like at school, when you read, when you speak about mathematical skills, it's something that can be immediately evaluated and the score can be attributed for that. But with media, in this media literacy expression, what are we to do about this element? And although this notion functions in its full right in legal area and a lot of other areas, it just so happens that at the level of the measurement of media literacy, there may occur some serious problems and issues. For example, something that was of great interest for me as a methodologist, this presentation about this index of functions in Europe, and I can tell you outright, perhaps the audience have also paid attention to hearing the component of education within the framework of the concept of media literacy index. However, when talking about Ukrainian society per se, we have to be mindful that education, well, even arms drive during the Soviet Union was not only there, but there was also a drive for better education. The Soviet Union was always endeavoring to demonstrate that the Soviet citizen is someone who is highly intelligent and educated. And at some point, we would reach the score of 80%, that 80% of the Soviet population had higher education. However, now we can see a big gap. When somebody with a master's degree can also be a barrister, a barman, and it's wonderful. The main idea is for these people to be happy. But frankly speaking, over the last years, as a result of different studies, I have built myself two-dimensional sociological tables, cross-reference tables, when we try to find relations between different indexes. So this is a request that we get from different foreign donors, from different partners, and they always ask this additional question: does it correlate with education? Is educational level also impactful on media literacy? And not only that, these hundreds of tables, when we begin to check whether the educational level has any bearing on social, public, political issues, most of the time it has to demonstrate that, unfortunately, within the educational system that we are in, that has been evolving and transforming, no such correlation is being reflected. So when we quickly get back to this concept of media literacy, it just so happens that our super task, hyper task, when thinking about the components, and then these components are reflected in indices, methodologies, and media literacy tests, we have to pursue a massive goal, which is how to be able to see all of these components reflected within the society. In addition to that, our society is so fast-paced. I mean, the whole situation is so quickly changing. So what kind of concepts to invest in the idea of media literacy? And honestly speaking, from my reflections, it's such a diverse thing. Just like you said at the beginning of this panel, you said that this idea varies significantly for different segments of the population. I would also include here the segment or the element of diversity. But for different populations, it will differ. So we definitely need also to target that. Thank you very much indeed for speaking about these strictly methodological aspects. That's exactly what our panel discussion is all about. We'll be digging deeper into them. I would like to hear the opinion of Irina concerning how our imagination concerning our ideas of media literacy has changed over the years and what we understand by that now. Thank you. I was probably one of those people who began to speak about media literacy back in 2008, when we were working with a media literacy program being funded by USAID. That concept was stark new. Nobody knew what it was all about, and our local stakeholders, Ukrainian organizations, didn't know. They said, do we have to speak to old ladies? And we would say, yes, you do. So reverting to definitions. Actually, after having read a lot of different publications, literature, having visited many conferences, we came to realize that media literacy is a comprehensive issue. There is not a single definition. If you go to the UK, Marina has spoken about it today, they understand media literacy more as an ability to use different electronic means, sources, gadgets to be able to gain information, utilize it to be secured against different kinds of fraud. Internet security and safeties are implied. But when we talk about media literacy within the Finnish context, it's about the ability of the children to be able to consume qualitative information. So this is the approach that they cultivate. As opposed to that, what I have been able to see in Ukraine, starting with the very beginning, now there's a lot of change taking place. We were speaking about consuming media products in a conscious, being aware of, a conscious way, being aware of what we are reading, counteracting fakes, understanding what disinformation is all about. So a lot of donors' money would go to that. And now speaking about donors' money and projects in this realm, because I am an independent evaluator of different independent grant projects running in Ukraine, and I review these programs and projects. in the democracy and governance sector. There are lots of media and educational programs present. So our component in Ukraine, as opposed to other countries, media education, which was implemented back in 2012 at the level of the Ministry of Education and Science. So media consumption is still very powerful in our understanding. So these are the two things that I would target as two things that mutually enrich each other in the concept of media literacy, although we do understand that it's much broader than that. I will also be contributing a bit later about evaluations, assessments, etc. Thank you. Our online colleagues have joined us. I hope you can hear us and the interpretation is working well. Judging by your feedback, we can see that the connection is good. So once again, let me repeat myself very briefly. The first question is about how people's perception of media literacy concept has changed and whether we can speak about any kind of consensus with reference to the definition. Lisa, can you start, please, and then Dennis will follow.
Sure, thank you. I hope you hear me well. I'm truly honored to participate in this conference, and the questions we are going to discuss are relevant not only to Ukraine, in Ukraine, not only in wartime, but especially in wartime. That's why I want to bring this filter into our agenda and into our panel. I will be speaking in my personal capacity, mainly based on my academic experience, and also I want to bring focus on cognitive domain when it comes to measurements and when it comes to media literacy. And when it comes to cognitive warfare, I believe it is an ongoing cognitive warfare also in the region I live in the Baltics. And the panel is about measurements. And as you already said, nothing is simple. And it is crucial to remember that there are unknown knowns, and especially when it comes to wartime sociology. And there are no easy solutions, but also it is important that measurements could become a trap. And we should all be aware of misleading and harmful generalization that could cause significant damage. And we just saw the media literacy index. It's an interesting exercise, and it was really interesting how you combined these very different indicators. And Estonia was mentioned as number 4, as very literate. But when we are digging deeper, and when we are focusing only on one city, for example, on Narva, situated close to Russia, with significant number of Russian language users, and with their main media consumption related to Russian media, even now, even today, I think it could become a trap, just deciding that, for example, in Estonia, they do not need to work on the media literacy. So there are many literacies, including data literacy. And unless you see the structure of the research, do not reflect, do not refer to this data. And when it comes for the Europe, for some European countries, when it comes to Eurobarometer, in many cases, non-citizens are not counted. And going back to the case of Estonia, I think there are 80,000 Russians with the passports of this country, and it means that in this Eurobarometer they are not counted too as well. However, I strongly believe that a community of implementers could make a difference when it comes to media literacy sector, and the measurements are very important. And this is what I tried to do in 2021, 2022 as a research lead. And with a great teams of experts from 6 countries, we came together to get deeper into the media literacy sector. And the project was implemented by the Baltic Center for Media Excellence in 6 countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, as well as Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. The partner in Ukraine was Ukrainian Media and Communication Institute. And we were focused on the elements We try to get deeper in activities. We try to get deeper in actors and in audiences. And I'm truly proud that you, Daria, Diana, and Halina worked on media literacy research in Ukraine. And you were able to measure the state of these three dimensions before the full-scale invasion. And later you also addressed the differences you observed. And I truly hope that there will be an opportunity to repeat the six-country measurement reflecting the post-war changes and understanding how the full-scale invasion changed this sector and in the region. And I will stop here with this baseline, and I will address that having these baselines is super relevant when it comes to measurement, even if you are not completely sure that it is a perfect match how we are measuring.
Thank you, Solvita. Dennis, the floor is yours.
Yes, okay. Thanks a lot for having me. I'm thrilled to be a part of this conference. I'm from DW Akademie. So DW Akademie has been involved in media and information literacy for over a decade now, I would say. And so from my perspective, I'm going to try and cover the two aspects that you mentioned. The first one being people's perception of MIL and how that has changed. So from our perspective, if you go 10 years down the line, when I started working on media and information literacy, it was strongly concerned, let's say, with technical aspects of media and information literacy. So there was a strong focus on how can one enable young people to come to terms with digital media, etc. I don't think this is a topic that today we really have to discuss strongly, because young people are growing up with these media, and they definitely have a grip on the technical side of things. Things like disinformation, hate speech, and also media and information literacy in the context of, let's say, conflict and war, that was not so much on the agenda 10 years down the line. So I'm seeing a shift towards sort of these aspects of things. How can we make young people more resilient towards disinformation? How can we give them certain skills that they need to be able to come to terms with it, but also how can we as a society be more resilient towards these things, and how can we help young people come to terms with those things? Not just young people, obviously. I'm aware that, for example, DW Akademie in Ukraine also works on a lot of MIL with elderly people. So it's more focusing on particularly vulnerable people and giving them sort of the tools that they need to come to terms with it. When it comes to the perception of MIL, I also would strongly advocate that we not understand MIL only in terms of knowledge, because I think particularly because MIL is often conveyed in the school context, it's seen sort of as just another set of information that one needs to convey, but you need to go beyond the knowledge. So there are these different dimensions that you need to bear in mind. There's knowledge on the knowledge is obviously the sort of groundwork that you need to lay, but then there's this aspect of self-efficacy. So that young people are convinced that they can use the skills that they've learned to put them into practice in the field. Then there's the question of attitudes. And attitudes is not something that you can sort of influence short term. You need sort of long-term, let's say, dealing with these types of topics, so that gradually attitudes change. And then obviously there's behavior. So we need to make sure that also outside of, let's say, the school box or the space in which they're learning these things, they can actually apply them in real life. And I think that's why it's important to me to say, don't stay at the level just of knowledge, but really go into those spaces where you can actually start changing attitudes, start changing behavior, because that's the thing that'll then change society and have an impact. So that's what I'll say to the first question. The second one was about the definition of mill, if I understand correctly. Now, DW Academy has an own model of mill, which consists sort of 5 dimensions. It's access, analysis, reflection, creation, and action. And if I was to compartmentalize those, I've spoken about technical access, right? That's the first dimension. The second one is sort of reflecting and analytically sort of being able to judge and evaluate things. We need to bear in mind that young people need to do this on a regular basis every day, because messages are coming in via social media. They're coming in from everywhere, and they need to sort of have an automatic sense of how do I come to terms with this flood of stuff that's coming on my agenda all the time. So this analytical, reflective side of things, I think, is important. And then the third dimension, which is creation action, is to bear in mind that we're not talking about passive media consumers anymore. In the space, in sort of a digital times, everyone has become a not just a consumer, but a producer and a distributor of information. And so I think these 3 dimensions also need to be borne in mind when we talk about a definition of mill. To me, mill is a strong normative concept. So media and information literacy is sort of the outcome of media education, but it's the way we want citizens or consumers of information, producers of information, spreaders of information to behave. Okay, I'll stop at that.
Thank you, Dennis. Ну, і в продовження розмови
To continue this conversation, something else that I would like to address. We get to see a great number of different studies, and their number is growing concerning media literacy. And this is not something which is a topic for narrow discussion, something which is of keen interest for educators, but that goes beyond the scope. Therefore, the number of these studies is growing, as well as their quality varies. From your experience, what are the trends that you can see in approaching these studies, and are there any takeaways, or any takeaways, as they say in English, concerning how it's not worthwhile studying media and information literacy? What do we know about it now? With your permission, I will start. The Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications in May of this year approved the strategy for the development of media literacy through 2026. And one of the strategic goals is that Ukrainians should become resilient to information impacts and influences. So we can immediately see how we will evaluate and measure. And we are not just limited with indices, it's any kind of outreaches, interventions, the number of promotions and campaigns. For example, in Ukraine, in addition to the national test on media literacy, in which anyone can participate, and this year, due to the promotion campaign, the number of participants has increased. We also run a number of different studies. They vary, and our peers from media, effective media, they have been targeting people 66 plus age group, media literacy index for IDPs, etc. So with the help of all of these studies and indices, even if this index was included, just it contained one question on media literacy, we can still make and see some trend. And all of these trends are evaluated by our ministry. For example, in 2023, as a result of our national test on media literacy, we were able to see what questions were most difficult for the respondents to answer. And as a result, we corrected our activities within the national project on media literacy called The Filter. We paid attention to phishing AI, and we somewhat changed the curricula within our schools on strategic communications and media literacy. And all of this has been done due to the previous studies. So once we see a trend, we immediately see what the audiences are, how it's best to reach out to these audiences. And I can tell you immediately there are never redundant studies, because they immediately give us signposts how to move on to the next benchmark. It's true, there are never any redundant things. In this respect, we talk about efficacy or efficiency. Sometimes we can say that perhaps it's better to run such studies along slightly different lines. So remember my question, how is it not worthwhile studying media and information literacy? Getting back to the previous question, I wouldn't like to use here the term warfare in order not to degrade the fight that the Ukrainian nation is entangled in right now. But in the Ukrainian sociological and other humanitarian fields, the way that they are studying, they're also going through their own warfare. And it's something that started clearly at the stage when for a long time we hadn't had a census conducted in our country. And right now we are engulfed by huge migration waves, both within the country and outside. So this amorphous understanding of our population and its structure in many ways impacts the quality of all of the studies, including media field studies, media literacy studies globally. Talking about media dimension overall. When speaking about the Academy, just last week, our Western Academy approached a very rigorous study which speaks in favor of a staunch correlation between the people's STEMs. When our colleagues have spoken about the cognitive sphere, cognitive impacts, so the condition of people immediately impact people's trust in the media, trust in information. In other words, when people begin to watch a TikTok video, when they are stressed out or freaking out, there may be different kinds of prognostications made concerning how people will respond to the same kind of video. So once again, reverting to studies, there are several areas of trends that we can see. Western academies and donors tend to study the opinions of our people concerning the media space and their literacy and trust in the media, etc. Via qualitative methodologies, that is via interviews, focus groups, etc. Quantitative methods are also at our disposals.
So there are quantitative studies, surveys, questionnaires, but there's also a huge number of studies which our information technologies allow us to do without people, only based on the content, and it's content analysis, discourse analysis, and similar studies. But recently, before at the start of the internet age, Ukraine in particular, they were relevant and good quality because at the time we had real people. Now we have bot farms and similar things, virtual people, and we again fall into the trap of low quality of studies. So these three big pillars of research, the way it looks now, that there are latent factors that we still don't understand too much in media literacy. Either we don't understand, or we cannot identify them, or we can't measure them. So, as an example, so that I don't overburden you with theory, just today in this beautiful discussion of indices and methodologies, we discussed different components, but almost all of them can be put into question in Ukraine. I brought the example with the education. Maybe for Ukrainians, we have to measure engagement with the content in order to record their media literacy. What do I mean engagement? Maybe we should put the question in the survey, where do you consume media on a smartphone? When you're on the road somewhere, or in transport, or at home, or during the walk in the park. So these are different spaces, different patterns of behavior, different engagement, and different amount of information that when we consume, but can we record that in the relevant data? Of course, going back to the cognitivist cognition science, if you start each survey with a question, how are you, how do you feel, the questions will be very subjective. So it's just an amount of problems that we deal with. If we talk about interviews, focus groups, where we talk about with people have influence over what each other is thinking. But it's an incredibly big field of different studies and research. And obviously, we have a problem that is prominent for most of the sectors of humanities, where there is no cohesion and no validated approaches. So that's it's a trap of psychologists, because they first translated their methodology from Russian into Ukrainian to measure the psychological situation of our population. Then they realized that that doesn't work well. There are contexts, there's mindset, there are cognitive changes. So not to translate only, but we have to adapt those texts. So that's the way I see it. Each time we take some methodology to research a media space and media literacy in particular, first question we have to ask ourselves is not about whether this methodology is good or not, whether this survey or guide works here or not. We should ask this question of adaptation. Is it adapted? Is this going to really measure in this particular society those particular indices that we want to measure? Irina, do you have anything? Yeah, well, we need to stick with the methodology. Of course, if we talk about national studies, but indices, national surveys, it's great. We have to do it because it gives us good recommendations in order to do specific things, or donors, organizations. What do they do to improve the situation? But we measure the national level. We measure across the board, but we apply a very narrow context, a very narrow audience. If we talk about school programs, you can't measure with just one index of media how effective these programs are. You can see what are the niches that we still lag behind. So what is worth doing? To sit down and agree which segment and part of media literacy should be made. So some people teach elderly people how to use computers. That's also media literacy. So we need to see whether it's working, and then measure on the national level. So the same about children, the same about identifying fakes, etc., etc. And I'm so happy that our foreign colleagues mentioned cognitive measurement. When you measure media literacy or ability of people to identify fakes and propaganda, we assume rather that a person is sitting there and consciously identifying fakes, or they've learned how to do it. It doesn't work like that in life. You know that. And I was happy to hear in the interviews and during that presentation that even the people who believe that they can make differentiate fakes, they don't read fake. There's a group of people who don't read, don't see, and I don't read that. Yeah, I eat healthy food or consume healthy, wholesome content. Even with that, the researchers came to a conclusion that these people are choosing intuitively, irrationally, and unconsciously when they do that. They couldn't understand based on what criteria specifically they believe a particular piece of information as untrustworthy. So these things, right? So I don't know how, but we should think how to integrate this component and then we see, because we only measure technical skills for the person distinguishing a fake from not fake. This is a good information, that's not good information. And one more thing.
Дуже важливий. Нагадайте мені, на якому моменті я закричала. Свідомо. Ладно, зараз згадаю, заберу мікрофон потім.
Дякую дуже. Просто хочу додати, що українці
So, Ukrainians are quite unique, their identity, their culture. We always want to measure, to use scientific approach, so how to do this, how to do that, methodology. We had experience of Estonia, Finland, we could talk to colleagues. So the way they assess, the colleagues from a country with a high number, high assessment, it's a survey, it's not a list of complex tests, surveys, a certain work, it's just a self-assessment. This is very important to understand, because we want to measure depending on the audience, gender, profession. So nobody has this experience other than in Ukraine. There's no national test in media literacy. So the public speaker would promote and help. Nobody has it. And Ukraine has this unique experience.
Дуже швидко, я згадала, дякую.
Right, very quick one. Self-assessment tests. Most of the indices, most of the surveys that are happening for measurement of media literacy, all that is self-reported, self-assessment. The person says, well, I can distinguish fakes from non-fakes. And we believe them. We assume, which is okay. Like I've launched these questions, used these questions when I wanted to make sure people are aware at all that there are fakes in the world. It's normal, but that's not objective. It doesn't reflect the reality. There are a number of people who consume Russian media and they believe they can always tell fakes in Ukrainian media. So we don't know what the person is talking about, which is recorded. So these kind of surveys that don't reflect on the real picture, we have to add there some additional methods. A test is a great thing. It works ideally. If you've seen the measurements, you test at the beginning, you test at the end, you can see increase of knowledge, but the cognitive perception, it's often the fact that the person has knowledge about something doesn't automatically mean that they will start behaving according to that knowledge, applying that knowledge. Right, thank you. Important things to mention, and from what's worth, what's not worth, it was the next question, but let me unite it, let me address it to our colleagues who are here online. So how do you believe, from your experience, what is worth ignoring, how it's not worth researching media literacy, and then vice versa, what is it is worth using or doing when you measure media literacy? Dennis, maybe start with you this time.
Okay, fine. Thanks for the question. So I think us from DW Akademie as sort of a media development organization, the first thing I would say is that it has something to do with accountability, because we do MIL research to prove that MIL actually has an effect, right? And we want to show that MIL has an effect because we have state money, we apply for money from ministries and other donors. And so in that sense, we will never stop measuring the effectiveness of our projects. From another perspective, so you spoke a bit about the quality of studies. I think we have to be clear that we rarely have a lab situation. We're not chemists in a laboratory where we can do these classic experiments. We're also not pure academia. So we have to make sure that on the one hand, we do have methods that are robust, but on the other hand, we have to take the realities into account that we have in projects. So for example, we have done these kinds of randomized control trials, and I would say that that's sort of one trend in media and information literacy measurement, that these very robust experimental designs are increasing because they're obviously like the gold standard of evaluation of projects. But in actual terms, if you want to do proper experimental design, you need randomization of participation. So you have your treatment group who takes part in MIL, and you have your control group who doesn't take part, and you compare them to each other. But you have to assign them at random. And this is sort of quite unrealistic in a lot of MIL projects. Just imagine going to a school and telling them, no, you can't decide by yourselves who takes part in the MIL class. We need to decide this at random. So usually it doesn't work. And so one has to sort of, let's say, choose methods like, for example, quasi-experimental designs, which aren't sort of as hard as usual experimental designs. But I do see that trend emerging, that more robust measurement is taking place. A second trend that I would say is this trend towards more exploratory perspectives. So there are approaches like most significant change, and sort of more qualitative methods of measuring media and information literacy. I can give you an example in a project where we actually did a quasi-experiment, and afterwards an evaluator came in, and she conducted interviews in the project, and she found out that the project actually was having effects somewhere where we didn't expect it. It was having effects, for example, for the pride and the self-value of persons. That was one dimension in which we were seeing effects. It was also having effects in terms of trauma and helping people come to terms with trauma, because they created things in their MIL classes, and they could use them to sort of process the trauma that they had experienced. And obviously that's something that you would never put usually in a MIL test, right? But these types of more qualitative things you would rather find out with more exploratory methods. A third trend that I would see is being more target group specific. So you need to really make sure that you have a method that is well suited to the target that you're talking to. Like, for example, if you're talking to children, then it makes sense, or at least we've done it in several tests, that, for example, we had a small story about a girl who encounters certain things, and then she has these WhatsApp messages about cyberbullying. And then the children need to answer themselves, how would you react in this case? They slip into the role of the girl. Or we had these action-bound exercises. Action-bound is an app where you have these different stations where children go and they scan in a QR code, and then they have different challenges that they do. So you can do it in a more sort of fun setting, and I think that makes it worthwhile also for the children taking part. So it's not sort of a very dry, like a school test, right? I would say that there's no silver bullet. Obviously, there's no. We have to do with complex issues, right? So you always have to cater for the actual things that are being done in the media education that you have. But I would still say that it's possible to measure media and information literacy just in the way as it's possible to measure traditional literacy, reading and writing, right? You would never say, oh, no, you can't actually find out if someone can read and write. In the same way, you can find out that someone is media and information literate, I would say. Perhaps 3 points, also touching on the points that speakers said before me. I think one thing we have to be aware of is that there are these side effects of media and information literacy in terms of people getting more and more skeptical towards media and information, and in the end, they start trusting nothing at all. So we have to be wary of that. And I haven't seen a lot of measurement towards that effect, right? Just making sure that we're not doing harm in doing media and information literacy. I also liked what the other speaker said about media repertoires, right? Finding out who uses which media, where and when, because that will help you make sense of things. And just because someone's watching cat videos a lot of the time, it doesn't mean that they're not maybe at other times watching the news, etc. And so we have to be wary of maybe it's not just either or. We can't expect young people to be using the news all the time and then they're media and information literate. No, they need to take care of their needs, but be media and information literate throughout. And the last point that I would say, the third person effect that was mentioned, right? We also did a study where we looked at how confident are people about their skills and can they actually apply them? And there was no correlation. So just to tell you that it's true. If it's just self-reporting, then you might be getting much higher media and information literacy scores than if you actually look at behavior and what people are doing and can do. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Solvida.
I want to echo what Dennis was saying. I hope the quality of sound is good, but to echo the idea of disability of having silver bullet and this self-reporting, I want to bring an anecdotal case. However, I always promote a longitudinal approach. When in 2020-2021, we worked on the disinformation resilience project in the Baltic countries, in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. The methodology included in-depth interviews and surveys. And in year one, we asked the same questions to the same people in year two. And surprisingly, with this self-reporting, despite increased efforts to protect and boost resilience in the Baltics, self-evaluation responses were less optimistic in year two than it was in year one. So this discrepancy didn't reflect reality, as their preparedness had actually increased. And answering what we should keep in mind when we are measuring, I think the first what comes to my mind is do not harm principle. Do not harm principle with data gathering, data absorbing, and data publishing, data reporting. So I think that in current circumstances, it can cause risks and harm, as they might lead to targeted attacks, also on very specific, very tiny targeted audiences. And your question also included what we should measure. And I think that we need to keep in mind the ultimate goal. And I entered this discussion with a filter of cognitive campaigns and cognitive warfare. And the ultimate goal with this filter is cognitive superiority. And I truly believe that when we are reflecting cognitive superiority in decision-making, in sense-making, media literacy sector plays crucial role. And what should be included as a baseline, or sometimes we can see it as contextual indicators, I would name three significant elements. And these elements, from the perspective of not defensive actions, but offense, what we can observe what the adversary is doing, are aimed at at least three main elements. The first one already showed in the index, it's trust, or we can also rename it as a legitimization. It could be legitimization or delegitimization of media, of some specific public broadcaster media or independent media. The second element, which is also crucial when it comes to media literacy as well, cohesion and the sense of belonging. So media, as you already mentioned it, media patterns, media networks, so how do we communicate with the media? And also sense of belonging when we observe a participant as a media creator. And the damage, if we want to name the damage, it's a social division. And we can observe it in many countries, including in the Baltics. And the third element is what you already, the other panelists mentioned, consciousness. So how adversary is trying to interact with decision-making and even sense-making. And this is the most difficult, how to measure it, how to measure what makes sense. Also, going back to this cat video already addressed by Dennis. So, okay, you can watch it, but what really makes sense? And later on, it's a situational analysis. So you can have some results in laboratory. When it comes to reality, it could have additional effects. But the cognitive superiority is an ultimate goal for us, for media literacy sector, and I think that we will be able to find a proper way how to deal with the baseline and with a longitudinal approach. Since when it comes to cognitive superiority, it always is about longitudinal dimension.
Thank you so much, Solvita. Дякую, колеги, взагалі за такі багато цікавих тез і прикладів.
Thank you very much, Solvita, for all of these interesting examples and illustrations that you have been providing us with. We could move along different lines because there's so much to discuss, but given the fact that we have a little time left on our hands, we would also like to have some time to interact with our audience. Therefore, I will ask my final question. Considering how much you are reading about different studies, all of these things are highly stimulating in terms of thinking, but what is the greatest insight that you have recently come across in these studies? Something that surprised you for the better or for the worse when you were studying different research into media literacy, something that could become the starting point to design a further kind of study or further research of late, something that you have been dealing with. What have you found interesting, surprising, an eye-opener, something significant that could be converted as an idea for your further studies? If there are any such things. Probably I will start this time, and perhaps I will start with some negative insights, talking about pain. And I suppose this will be a legitimate extension of the previous discussions of the things that the way that they should and shouldn't be studied. Begin to observe, and I'm more methodologically more sensitive as a scientist, as a scholar, to such issues. Like, even in this audience, you can test yourselves and catch yourself thinking, how many times have we heard about age groups, about children, young people, senior people, What about women as opposed to men? This is not something that we have spoken about very much. But have we heard anything about urban versus rural in terms of population, the division? According to some of the latest statistics, which were correct and relevant recently, Ukraine is 39% rural population. And to think of it, it's not half, but still a significant share of our population. And now that I have been looking through different media literacy studies, and I believe that studies, these are very well-founded guidelines for any kinds of political, social, legislative decisions to develop. And when I think about the panel that we have implemented and the studies that preceded that intermedia domain, we always have not more than 4% of rural population covered by all of these interviews and focus groups. And I'm horrified because regardless of globalization of the contemporary world, our Ukraine is the way that it is. And rural population is a very poorly represented share of the society. And I get myself thinking, yes, media literacy tests or any results or deliverables of any studies, recommendations, or any other kinds of instruments, tools, or any applications that people can download on their telephones in order to check whether there are any fakes or misinformation in the content they're reading. This can also pop up on the site of detector media, etc. But what is the likelihood that this can also be some kind of a promotion that will feature in a TV series that women will watch in a rural area, women watching this TV series age 60 plus? So when studying this rural population, which is presented by the share of 1 to 4%, it makes me think, wow, what about those cool insights and results that we have obtained? How can they be also advocated for this huge proportion of the Ukrainian population? On the one hand, it's really detrimental and negative. This is my label that I have designated to it. But in summary, it's inverted in inverted commas as a detrimental output because my team and I, as well as other researchers, they're also cognizant of that. And they get to see these things. And probably we do have a way out because in the first place, we have to put our minds around that. And there is a great trap of the sociological field because sociologists cannot provide every representative included in the studies. But once again, this is another thing that needs to be borne in mind for the sake of these studies. And we also have to be constantly mindful of this rural-urban division, which is represented in studies. So once again, when I see the sampling, the way it's presented, when we check out whatever is happening, unfortunately, it's a very sad, deplorable story indeed. Thank you very much, Ludmila. It's been really a meaningful and substantive observation to make. 3 things that I have identified for myself during the last year. First of all, these were media literacy indices, but when we process them, we have to see the topics in which the population is most interested and would like to get additional information about serious, inclusive language, self-identity. The war, of course, is impactful, but the requests for that are really huge. Personally, secondly, when I was thinking about that, 32,500 people have participated in this year's media literacy dictation, and last year it was 26,000. So we were thinking that the population were tired, but once again, this was our misconception. Media literacy team had our own KPI to do all we could and utilize all of the resources available. 29 businesses, for example, were employed in this promotion campaign. And instead of 26,000, as it was last year, we had 170,000 active participants who did take this test, which means that we have to work slightly more. And the third output is not even a conclusion, but just a remark to make. The previous speaker spoke about the division into rural and urban populations. PISA 4 into study, into academic performance surveys shows, unfortunately, that within small communities and regional centers, in all of the subjects, rural population lags behind urban population. So how is it that we implement these media literacy projects? The standard of critical thinking is, it permeates all of the subjects. Educators of science and natural sciences, unfortunately, the educators are decreasing in number in Ukraine. Regrettably, the war has been a terrible detrimental factor on small communities, but for a few years running, we have been able to see a substantive difference. The way that small regional centers unfortunately lag behind urban areas in their subjects. Irina, please. So we're talking about recommendations. No, it's about the insights which are encouraging you. Well, the insights, once again, the correlation between the level of media literacy and index. This is something that I have seen via the sector media index, and the correlation between the age and media literacy. So we can see some vulnerable group figuring out, and I am two thumbs up when we begin to evaluate programs, very powerful, I mean, with huge budgets. I don't think that they are safe. But unfortunately, they work very little in the rural area with rural communities. So this is my advice, to work in the first place there. But I'm a traumatized person by project management, traumatized person. So dear ones, when you report on your projects and studies, you have to write about different kinds of attainments, achievements that you have, but the majority of projects that I can see the reports on, even with huge projects and budgets, you say, have developed so many lessons, they may be 1 million, but in the network, if you present a media literacy lesson, there will be 50 different lessons that you will see, but nobody is using them. Dear friends, please be mindful of the links to these lessons and promote them amongst those people who are investing into you, to show that someone is definitely using them, because producing is not enough. Development programs are not enough. Educational, methodological training manuals, if nobody is utilizing them in schools, it's not enough. So substandards, all of these international investments coming to Ukraine, unfortunately, are not being used effectively and rationally. And no matter how much we go into measuring that, once again, this is my personal reflection. You may think that I am offending you with my words, but still think about, if we had been paying more attention to the transition from the development of the project all the way to training and applying that in real terms, then it would be very, very productive in changing people's behavior. Nowadays, everyone is speaking, let's read books and begin change the behavior of our citizens using digital media in particular, and so on and so forth. Only then will our studies, no matter what they are, will demonstrate a rise in going deeper, ability to use, and of course, the expansion of the audiences that you work with. Of course, it's worth studying the audiences that you target all of your lines of efforts on. But when somebody says, our project is supposed to cover all of the citizens of Ukraine, so you can imagine the efficiency of this program will be very low. Unfortunately, the programs that are supposed to cover all of the citizens of Ukraine in the upshot do not raise the index of media literacy, because the sensitivity of the index is not that high to be able to capture all of these deliverables. So my advice is zone in on some areas and measure your deliverables on specific criteria that you have. If I have mentioned something wrongfully, well, I'm sorry. I still have some type of communication, and we'll get all of the wrongs right. But now I would like to hear something from our guests.
Share your thoughts on the insights recent insights that made you think of some interesting approaches to studying media literacy?
I will start with insights that influenced my understanding of targeted audiences. It was a decade ago, and I worked on the project in the Baltics. And when we studied media consumption, we got access to traffic, internet traffic then, and I understood that no one is referring to pornography when it comes to media consumption, but you can see clearly the significant traffic coming to these platforms. So since then, I understood that we need to be more detailed oriented, and I absolutely agree with what Irina said on the hyper local targeted audiences. So this is a must when we are trying to understand how to change behavior, how we can influence behavior. And I also want to support and highlight the idea about economy. We see the same patterns also in the Baltics regarding social cohesion, regarding the level of economy and correlation with media consumption. And also, I want to underline and to echo what Irina said about education. So education is a key, not only education related to media, but taking into account that AI is coming. I think Internet of Things is already here. And let's be honest, when it comes to youngsters, we do not know what environment they will be facing tomorrow. That's why I strongly believe that the education, the level of education should be prioritized. And what surprised me the most, I'm not sure if the results of study are published, but I had a discussion with the researchers working on the project on cognitive deoccupation of Ukraine, and I watched a couple of online presentations coming from Ukraine, and what they shared was truly inspiring. So how it is possible to work with cognitive deoccupation.
Thank you. Dennis?
Okay, I'm worried that we don't have a lot of time left. So, in the last couple of months, I've been reading a lot about the issue of disinformation, which makes me think with disinformation, oftentimes you think, okay, it's an easy decision. Is it true or is it false? But it also has a lot to do with identity. And I think this dimension of identity is also probably when we think of male and how media competent persons are and whether they apply it in their everyday lives. I think issues of factionalism and of emotion and these heuristics of, okay, this is coming from the Ukrainian side, so it must be true, right? These types of patterns probably also play a role. And so I think one needs to bear that in mind and take it into account. What I'm also interested in is the method of nudging, which I think goes beyond simply media education to do media and information literacy, but also just to target people in the spaces where they are, in the social media, where they're actually about and consuming their information, to nudge them towards, okay, think about something before you share it. Think about whether this is a trustworthy source, etc. And there's a bit of research out there on that, but I think this can certainly be increased. What the others said about certain demographics being overserved and others underserved, so urban versus rural, etc. This reminds me sort of the availability bias that you have in academia, where you do most of your experiments with students because they're there, they don't have a choice, and then you do the experiment with them, right? you need to go beyond that. We did a mill index study, which was in Africa, and we covered both rural and urban, and we saw that the media repertoires were quite different. And I've also mentioned this other study that we did where we saw that gender was an important dimension. So that also needs to be covered. Two last points. I think building on each other's research is key, because everyone tends to reinvent the wheel, right? We have our index, there's that index, etc. Everyone starts anew, and I think we need to start building an agenda of building our research based on each other's research, because right now I see sort of quite strong fragmentation in terms of research efforts, especially if it's right down at the level that we do, like for singular projects. That is probably not being taken into account if, let's say, someone does an academic study. And my last point is that I think researchers and implementers need to work closely together. It's not worthwhile doing research that's sort of over the heads. And I also think that research shouldn't be setting the agenda. Like, we've got this index, so now you know what you need to do in the classes. No, you need to set the agenda, the needs based on the population, and then you draw from that what you're going to be measuring. That to me is also important. Okay, I'm going to stop there.
Thank you so much.
We still have about 5 or 7 minutes for the discussion and for answering the questions from our audience. So are there any remarks, questions from our audience members? You will be given a mic. Thank you very much for this fascinating discussion. I would also like to thank our guests online and those who are here with us in this hall. For a start, if I may, I would like to slightly adjust, speaking about the emotions and my emotions likewise, because when we speak about the monitoring of evaluation and assessment, we hear about all programs, and we know that it's impossible to cover all programs, and generalizations are no good. It's impossible to say that all programs work inefficiently. Definitely here we are the people whose work shouldn't be degraded, and I suppose that you were over-emotional when talking about all of these things in overgeneralization. Daria, your question that you asked us, I would like to redress it to you, refer it to you, because you have been moderating and we haven't had your opinion on that. This question that you have asked all of our panelists concerning the pathway that has been covered by numerous projects and the accumulated experience, what things shouldn't be replicated. So what is your answer to this question? Thank you very much. Although, I'm more in the flow and in touch with the thoughts that have just been articulated rather than keeping in touch with my own process. However, when we speak about how studies should and shouldn't be conducted, it strikes me that there are a couple of very important notions. I teach a methodology of studies and try to communicate that to my students. It's very important how you design your research questions. Don't rush into studying things, but sit down and think hard about what exactly it is that you want to study, what senses you invest in that, how you will operationalize it. Don't rush into things, because unfortunately my experience of working with NGOs means that the conditions are that people have to work against time. But basically, in order to formulate a good question for studies, sometimes it takes you delving deep into the respective literature for a month for us to understand what it is that we want to get from this question. So I think that we have to invest more into this kind of designing study questions, not to be hasty, be more critical of the elaborations that we have already. For example, the index presented today is really great. It presents to us the picture and it outlines all of these things. Although it was Western European-centric and Western world-centric, especially concerning education, but we have to understand that we have a lot of our specifics, and these are the things that we also have to bear in mind and incorporate it into our studies without us putting this in our studies. No one else will do it. Thank you very much. So who to ask and what to ask about? This is what the next panel discussion will be about. My name is Olena Taranenko. I'm from AVET. Thank you for your answer. Before I give the microphone, let me also make my remark. Dasha has said a very important thing about time. Very frequently within projects, we are so restricted in time because the project is 5 to 6 months, for example. And in this project, you have to be able to cover all a million activities, studies, reports, deliverables, etc. So my big request to our partners, international partners, when you plan your activities, please think about the duration of these projects. Make sure that they are longer in duration, because we always try to do everything at a high quality level. But the time that we are set with prevent us to do so, because we have to fulfill the project. Unless we don't meet, and unless we meet the deadlines, everyone will be suffering. So time is a critical component. Thank you for mentioning that. But we have one more question. Vital Golubov, the School of a Universal Journalist. I would like to continue with the idea of Ms. Irina.
Irina quoted Internews survey where part of the people there can tell fake from non-fake cannot rationally explain how they do it. And I caught myself thinking maybe that's the ideal result of our work. And competence that you're not conscious of. So Igor Soloveitz was sitting with me, and I have a message from him on Telegram. Center of Countering Disinformation debunks information in the media that young people, 16-year-old, in conscription. So now I learned that this is in the media. So there's fact checking and debunking information in the media. This is not true. This is not true. This is not true. I think I should read. So what are the people reading? Where do they get this? I don't read that. Maybe that's some ideal expected result of our work, so people don't even encounter that fake media. How realistic is that? I can comment on what you said. If you've heard, and the British government and this is about programs of media literacy in the most powerful online search services like Google, etc. They also do that media literacy program or EU signed or something with them. So the algorithm that you have is based on your values, your interests, your priorities. You don't have like information. And that happens with the rest of the users. So yeah, the information, some information is blocked from you because it's confirmation. You have more content on your feed that you like.
Я дуже була б рада, якби всі українці, чесно, в мене постійно це хвилюю за батьківщину, за громадян. Я була б дуже щаслива, якби українці могли несвідомо користуватися ними. Якщо ми дійдемо до такого свідомості, це буде просто щастя. Нам залишиться просто сісти на окрему сесію, домовитися.
Yes, we're going to be very happy if people learn this skill.
Поки що, маловірогідно. Люди дивіться, моє тлумачення оцього
My interpretation of how rational or irrational we are about denying fakes. It's some sort of hygiene.
Або людина сама вищого інтелектуального рівня, і вона не сприймає те, що, нижчий.
Maybe a person is of higher intellectual development and they just don't take something inferior. I think that's the way it works, but this is not yet researched properly.
І я відразу відображу, відзеркалю. Пані Олена, я не хотіла образити всі програми.
Olena, I did not want to criticize all the programs. If you remember that, compared to how these programs could be effective, why I said this.
Я зараз не виправдовуюсь, я пояснюю. Тому що я оцінюю багато великих програм з великими бюджетами.
It's just I'm assessing different big programs with huge budgets, and I have to compare expected results to something really achieved. And I see often where programs stop at the level of implementation of what they do, and not always the level of impact. And it's in the list of questions. The level of impact changes in social society doesn't always happen within a year or two. So either we are over optimistic about expected results, or we are lagging behind in the picture. That's why I said emotional. Sorry if you took it personally, but we are a country with democratic values that we're fighting for, thanks to international technical systems that has been coming here since the 90s. And I'm observing all this. I used to travel to Russia at the start of 2000s, and I felt that difference in mindset and perception and values. So the impact of these programs is hard to underestimate. As for the media literacy, people have yet to learn a lot of media hygiene. Small comment about subconscious literacy. In one of the NDI studies we posed an open question. We are not often writing to sociologists their opinion, but as we learned about media literacy and media-related problems and the facts, what websites you're reading, the bloggers you listen to, and what YouTube channels you consume. And one of the most very prominent things that bloggers, we hear a lot of blogging. After we collected from 6,000 to 9,000 responses, it's more than enough to talk about trends. And then these bloggers were coded according to their status and role, official information. They have a website, they have documents, we check them, and we coded them. Political experts, or military experts, or psychologists, journalists, history, science, etc. So we also talked about the topics that they listen to in these bloggers. And for instance, the most frequently, they listen about political blogs, social, politics, war, etc. And then it would seem very banal. Whom do they listen about politics? Political experts. But one of the most frequent categories, number 2 or 3, is tarot.
Тому, коли ми говоримо, я весь час це пам'ятаю. Це от
I remember that. It's just fresh study, and Daria was asking me, I have so many studies in my head. It was hard for me to have specific data, but I remembered it. And when we talk about media literacy and subconscious filtering of the fakes, then I remember I had about 2,000 people.
Це умовні зараз, це видумані цифри, не сприймайте їх, будь ласка, як прям коректні, але у мене був велетенський план.
So I had a very huge number of people who are listening to tarot cards.
Мені тут підказують, що колеги онлайн теж
Our online colleagues
буквально ще
коментар від колег онлайн, і будемо йти на перерву, і зможемо обговорення вже під час перерви.
Dennis?
Yes, I put up my hand because I wanted to answer the question that the first colleague mentioned. Obviously, a lot of NGOs are working with restricted time and budget, etc. And so it's a big challenge doing these studies. And as I said, for example, experimental studies are, you need a lot of budget for that. So that's probably not effective to do that in every project. But my plea would be to regard measuring the effects that you're having with your project as part and parcel of your activities. So you need to do it every time. And that means when you start off with your activities, obviously you define what do you want to achieve with your activities. So basically there you're defining what is it you want to actually be seeing at the end of the project. So the questions, or let's say the defined goals of your project, also already define what do you want to be measuring at the end of the project. And then when it comes to the end of the project, I would say every sort of training needs to end up with some kind of activity where they can then apply what they've learned, be it a quiz, be it some kind of other fun activity, a learning circle or something, where you just gather together, okay, what have they learned over the course of this training? And if it's a school, if it's in the school curriculum, then the school book just needs to have that activity at the end. And every teacher needs to know, okay, that needs to happen. Because then you basically have the measurement integrated into the project. And it's not coming on top, which I think is the burden that you're talking about, right? But it's right in the middle of the project.
Thank you so much. Я також хочу подякувати усім нашим
Thank you so much. I also want to thank all of our participants here and online for your responses and thinking and the interests, and the audience for the energy and interests. Thank you. And we have lunch break now, but please come back here at 3 o'clock. I know it's harder after lunch, but I encourage you to do it. Right after lunch, we'll have one more foreign speaker, and then we'll have a wonderful discussion about vulnerable audiences. Awaiting it. And please see the end of our conference, because we have 2 after lunch sessions and 2 speakers. And a great dinner. And I think that's motivation enough to stay to the end. So, colleagues from the regions, please give us your ticket for reimbursement.
До наших колег на реєстрації зробіть це. Дякую.
Залиште на секундочку, все гаразд. Як приходять, з'являються всі майстри, від кого чекаємо. Я зрозуміла, це пані Олена, яка виступала, буде спікер ZINC Тараненко. Ось вона одна з дослідників цієї теми. Ти писала, що вона там класний. Вона Вайрекс. Скажіть мені, будь ласка, ZINC чи ZINC? Як ми кажемо?
Давайте ми запитаємо у Діми, який
він є вже тут?
Так, він тут є, Хільченко. Бо я просто...
Анечко, прекрасні люди. Все добре, без. А можна мені попросити папочку?
Я красиво, як була.
Ради тебе.
Анечка, оцей спікер ефірної панелі. Я їх
старша,
і якщо правильно буде англійською. Так, краще. Так буде швидше. Тому що я просто думала, що це буде як кожному щастить, я вже не пам'ятаю, як бо воно буде прив'язано до вашої сесії, тому воно так буде. Тобто я спочатку
Там цікава вистава з литовцями.
поаплодуй, Олю, Олю, я зараз купа питань.
Стіму
познайомлю, і ми повернемося, щоб записати. Окей, я якраз
Скажи, я досить уважно слухав, але він просто свою Болгарія, я не хочу, що має бути безпечно. Бо я це розпитав, що є питання, думаю, я не став питати, бо думаю, вчився сказав, а я відволікся.
Я теж саме не знаю, але
те, що я бачу питання, я шукався. Там написано, цього року вони оприлюднили світ за 23. Половинка, що може спільно можна наступного року. Якщо ти з ними в комунікації, можна? Ми місяцями це питання шукали відповіді. Сьогодні рано якраз. Якщо
можна
Тебе, і тут з'являється вже працює. Ось дивіться. Отак. Є. Що це у нас? Камера. Скоріше за все там, де поставив камеру. Зараз подивлюся. Ні, вона працює. Ну він коли тут вона відпадає. Давайте, я Дмитро, дуже приємно.
Колеги, всіх вітаю. Дуже рада модерувати для вас цей панель.
Greetings. I'm Anna Veza.
Зараз якраз
I'm Anna Veza, and I will be moderating this panel discussion. We wrapped up the real impact of not only the research, but also significant changes with the audiences you work with, and I also work with. We now transition to discussing the state of that audience, how we describe what methodologies we use in working with it, what peculiarities. So we talk about vulnerable audiences and strategy working with them. I have the joy to present the colleagues who are here at this panel discussion. Олена Тараненко, Manager Development, Potential Development in Irish Ukraine. Valentina Aksonova, Head of Communication of Group of Projects UNDP. Svetlana Yeremenko, Executive Director of Institute of Democracy, named after Philip Orlik. And Dmytro Hilchenko, Director of Projects in Ukraine, ZINC Network. Remotely online with us. Ольга Pasiceyska, researcher in Groningen University. Professor Professor of Media Education in Lapland. And Lyubov Nadyonova, Deputy Director of Social and Political Psychology. We're starting this discussion, but first I would like to give floor her work Communication Department of Cornell University in the US. And we'll be happy to hear you. Claire, could you, your opinions about informational chaos, what the decades of research tell us about its impact and the strategies of mitigating its damage. So let's begin with your thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having me this morning. Well, it's morning here. And I just want to start by saying thank you for talking about these issues right now. And also to say, as somebody who lives in America, it's been a tough week. And when I woke up on Wednesday, I thought, if I feel this is difficult, I can only imagine what it feels like to be waking up in Kyiv or Ukraine. So it's important we have this conversation, but I want to start there. So I have some slides. Sometimes visuals make this easier to explain. So hopefully you can see if I do my slideshow. So I'm going to talk about this concept of information disorder, which is something that I wrote about in 2017 with a co-author, Hossein Darakhshan. And I'm going to return to that to try and understand whether it still makes sense. And my answer is no. When I went to bed last night, I read this, which is Trump had phone call with Vladimir Putin and talked about the war in Ukraine. I then woke up this morning to hear Kremlin denies Trump spoke to Putin about his election victory last week. This is the reality we now live in. And when I look back at my very naive, I think, typology of information harms, I was not thinking about how quickly this would move into the reality of what we see today. And I think as researchers and as journalists and as fact checkers and as media literacy experts, we have been somewhat naive in the way that we have thought about this as a problem and how we respond. So this question of, does the information disorder framework still apply? This was the original Venn diagram that we created. I have used it in lots of PowerPoint presentations. I know other people have used it in their PowerPoint presentations. And it was a way to help people understand that sometimes harmful information isn't false. We coined the term malinformation. Sometimes genuine information is shared, whether leaked emails, documents that were not meant to be public, sexually explicit imagery that's meant to be private. So we tried to help people understand that. And then we talked about kind of intention. Some people deliberately are intent on causing harm, and that's disinformation. But then when that information gets shared by my mum, and she doesn't realize that it's wrong, she doesn't realize it's going to cause harm, that's misinformation, right? And so many academic conferences, we get hung up on, is this misinformation? Is this disinformation? And I argue now, I don't think that helped the debate. I don't think it helped the research. And last year, I wrote a piece called Misunderstanding Misinformation, where I reflected on that original terminology. And one of the things I wrote was these terms, especially the first two, under the umbrella term information disorder, these terms have caught on, but they represent an overly simple, tidy framework I no longer find useful. And then I went on to say, we researchers become so obsessed with labeling the dots that we can't see the larger pattern they show. We get obsessed with, is this YouTube video disinformation or misinformation? Should it be flagged? Should it be taken down? Should we have a fact check? We get obsessed with the atoms of content and not the broader narratives, and more importantly, the harms that they're having. And I ended the piece by saying, the only way to make inroads is to look beyond the neat diagrams and tidy typologies of misinformation to see what is really going on and craft a response not for the information system itself, but the humans operating within it. And I certainly think in the days since the US election result, there's many commentators talking about the system, the mainstream media failed us, the growth of podcasters. Yes, the system is important, but we're still failing to understand the humans that sit within this and how they are making sense of consuming, sharing, and understanding information. And that, I think, is what makes me realize that my original understanding of this was too naive. So you know this, but how does it apply in Ukraine? Again, it feels naive. This is an example from the 11th of February, 2022, so 2 weeks before the invasion, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Examples of the large-scale disinformation campaign by the Western media, hyping the claim that Russia is planning to invade Ukraine. It's kind of difficult to read that now, but again, it's that recognition of the world turned upside down, right? I think many academics and researchers couldn't imagine a complete inversion of the way that they think about systems working. A nice piece from ProPublica: in the Ukraine conflict, fake fact checks are being used to spread disinformation. So again, inversion of the ways that we think this works by Russia that has many, many, many more years of understanding the most effective ways of using this. Saying, is this disinformation? Well, it doesn't fit the neat category that people were discussing back in 2017. It's something that absolutely understands how to take the trusted institutions and weaponize them. And that has not been discussed in many of the ways that we think about the information disorder. We focus on the falsehoods, not the weaponization of trusted sources, which we're seeing much, much more of. This is again from June, from NPR. What does Russian disinformation look like in 2024? Well, of course, AI. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. A deep fake video of a State Department official falsely claiming a Russian city is a legitimate target for Ukrainian strikes using US weapons. Genius, right? Using AI to, again, completely flip the way that people are thinking about this. Pro-Russia social media accounts amplifying stories about divisive political topics. This fundamentally is information disorder. It's taking issues where there are already divides and amplifying those divisions. That's why America today is so divided around abortion, gun rights, religion. This is where we see those fault lines, and Russian disinformation has always been so good at amplifying them. And then sham news sites spoofing real publications. This is a crisis for the mainstream media in the US, but in many countries. As trust declines, how also has that existing trust been weaponized by creating these spoof sites? And we need to research, does that work or not, as decline in media increases? But I think the one thing that I take away from the US election was Russia's effectiveness in reaching influencers in the US, right? So Tenet Media had a number of high-profile YouTubers and podcasters that were paid to basically push Russian narratives. And when you look at the talking points that they were asked to support, so this is from the Department of Justice, you see that the talking points were just Republican talking points. Risk of job loss for white Americans, privileges for people of color, perverts and disabled, constant lies of the Democratic administration about the real situation in the country, threats of crime coming from people of color and immigrants, including new immigrants from Ukraine, overspending on foreign policy at the expense of interests of white US citizens, constant lies to the voters by Democrats in power, and then last but not least, America is suffering a defeat despite democratic efforts. We are being drawn into the war. Our guys will die in Ukraine, right? So this cannot, none of these can be easily fact-checked with a warning label on TikTok or Facebook. These are narratives, and these were narratives that were also being repeated by Republican politicians, podcasters, talk radio, conversations that people were having at home. People were in an ecosystem where this became reality. This wasn't about atoms of content that we could inoculate against. I'm going to talk about that in a second. But I think, again, as researchers and media literacy people, we've become obsessed with the individual rumors or claims as opposed to a worldview. What do we do when this is a worldview? And this is what we see here. So how does it apply in the context of AI? Well, we've already got this new term, slop, which is that there's so much out there that we can't tell what's true or not, right? So AI has helped do what disinformation has always been trying to do, which is to make people lose trust in everything. And so this idea of white noise, this idea of like, I don't know anymore. Did Trump call Putin or not? I don't know. And I don't care anymore because it's too hard to try and find that out. Because I go to Google search and there's thousands of articles, maybe they're AI, I don't know. I'm just going to ask my friend, right? And that is this shift we see with AI. It's less about, oh my God, deep fakes. 2024 has not been the year that everybody told us it was going to be about deep fakes. It's been the year of people losing trust in mainstream media, losing trust in videos, losing trust in the evidence that they see with their own eyes. That is what happened in 2024. And so let's try and be somewhat positive. What are the most effective interventions? So lots of academic research on inoculation, which is the more we teach people about the tactics and techniques, the better off they are in the field. But almost all of this research is done in the US with US undergraduates in an experimental setting. I have very little trust that this is actually working in the real world. And maybe I'm wrong, but we need a lot more research on it. And I would argue it's less about teaching people the tactics and techniques of what we've called disinformation. It's how does propaganda work? Why is propaganda effective? It's thinking much more broadly than inoculating by teaching people, oh, sometimes people use BBC News logos because it's a heuristic that makes us, automatically trust it. We've got to think much bigger. So this research exists, and I'm glad it exists, but again, it needs to get out of the lab. This was a community toolkit that the US Surgeon General did. Again, it seems, this is from 2021, it feels very naive about, let's teach people the motivations of why this happens. Maybe, but there's no discussion here about elites. There's no discussion here about politicians actually being people who are sharing this. It's very much about what do you do when your uncle shares this. Sander van der Linden at Cambridge has done these games, like bad news games, and go viral. Again, they have good results, and I'm glad he's done it. But we cannot say that just because this in a lab, or people that sign up to do this, there are already people that are open to potentially learning, and that number of people potentially open to learning is getting smaller. Pre-bunking, of course, lots of discussion about pre-bunking. The most famous example being the US intelligence community saying ahead of the Ukraine invasion, Putin will do this, and say that it's a false flag operation, and that has justified it. The most famous and maybe effective use of pre-bunking, we need to know what's the difference at a national level versus pre-bunking with your community, right? So there's something here, but we need much, much more evidence. Again, not from a lab. There's interesting research now about the role of AI in potentially helping people change their beliefs. So work by Gordon Pennycook and David Rand has shown that if you are a conspiracy believer and you have a conversation with ChatGPT, you actually are more likely to have your beliefs lowered. Why is that? Because it is fact-based, but with empathy. When you look at the transcripts, you're like, oh, actually, they're going head to head on facts, but they're doing it by listening and with empathy. The AI chatbot, it's not a human. So there's something interesting here that we need more research on. And you can go to their debunk bot to try this yourself, which is kind of fun. And it's the latest research that I'm sort of really interested in. But where should we focus our attention? This is a diagram I created last month for a humanitarian organization I'm doing work with to say there is no silver bullet, right? And if you work for a large organization, it's everybody's responsibility, not just the social media manager. We need to act offline as well as online. We need to be proactive as well as reactive. We cannot just wait for the bad stuff to be shared and then try and debunk it. It's all about moving our energy further up the supply chain. We need to partner with many different types of organizations, faith groups, civil societies, schools, the person who coaches the local football team. We have to think about trusted messengers as being really effective. And the one thing, and many of you are media literacy specialists, so much of this early in the information supply chain is education and filling information voids. That is as critical as us focusing on false and misleading information. The day after the Brexit election, the #1 search on Google was, what's the EU? Last week, the #1 search in the US is, what's a tariff? People are voting when they don't understand what they're voting for, right? So we have to do much, much more earlier around education itself on the topics, not just responding to the falsehoods. So as I said, this was from COVID. Lots and lots of effective measures of working deeply with community. I think many of you know this, but I still think there's an emphasis on platforms, as opposed to what are we doing offline communities. So very quickly on takeaways, what was the primary sources of election information in 2024? 29% discussion with my friends and family, right? So if we are going to intervene, although I don't like that word, if we're going to really understand what we should be doing, it's understanding the power of offline conversations, and it's understanding that trust is declining in institutions. And as a result, it's going up with people who are like me, not like me. That's what people say, like they look to their networks. So how do we really work with communities to ensure that people have good information? So we need to understand we all have an emotional, not rational relationship to information. We need to understand that identity, performance, and ritual play key roles in how we consume, produce, and share content. And we need to recognize that we make sense of the world through stories and narratives. Too many of my researcher friends, fact checkers, journalists still have this idea of we just need more facts. Yes, we need a factual, historical, accurate record, but that's not about changing people's minds. We have to understand these other ways that people interact with information and make sense of the world. And that's not about, oh, I couldn't ever say I in anything I write. I have to be objective at all times. I have to use data and facts. Yes, and we need stories. So thank you for listening. And I don't know if we have time, but I would love to answer any questions if there is. If not, you can find me at my Cornell address.
Thank you, Ms. Claire. Maybe there are some remarks or questions from our audience members. We still have some time to take these questions. Are there any people who would like to respond? We have heard, not for the time being, but clearly just because we haven't unfolded our conversation yet. So thank you very much, dear speaker. We have just heard the speech about the vision concerning the informational disorder. We have heard it from Claire Wardle, Associate Professor, Department of Communications, Cornell University. Now we are moving on to the discussion. So we are in an information disorder, or speaking plainly, we are in the information, we are in the world which is inundated with information. So first let us sort out why is it taking place like this. And before we do that, we try to diagnose why this is happening. Sorry for this provocative statement to make. We speak about intellectual, informational, cognitive, civilian and media literate people. You say you are, whereas you are not. You are weak and vulnerable. Perhaps let us start with the system of definitions, identification. Why do we identify people like that? Why do we diagnose foreign communities in that way? Is it ethical enough? Isn't this discrimination against other people when we begin to discern between these vulnerable groups? Maybe Ms. Olena, you will start. Let us start with the studio, then we will also take it on to online participants. Olena Taranenko first. Yes, thank you, Ms. Anna. Now I understand why Dmitro immediately took the last seat on this panel. Indeed, this is a very complicated question, and I fully agree with what you have just said as a provocation. It is not a provocation as such, because I do believe that more proper to speak not about vulnerable audiences or populations, because there are never any homogeneous audiences, even when we talk about the gender status or age, people will still differ. Nevertheless, we try to do it, and we think that we are doing it efficiently when we begin to speak about vulnerability of our audience. Yes, there are vulnerabilities, and we need to speak about in very definitive terms about these definitions, especially when we speak about vulnerability to something. In this case, we're speaking and analyzing vulnerability to information. So, now that we are speaking here and now, for all of us working with media literacy issues in Ukraine, the situation is very dubious. On the one hand, we have the vulnerabilities of Ukrainians overall, and the vulnerability of being traumatized with media, because our organization works to counteract that. But also different psycho-emotional disorders as a result of these psycho-emotional impacts being exerted via informational spaces. So once again, not vulnerable audiences, but vulnerabilities of certain audiences as their proclivity to different triggers. Certain people are more vulnerable to some things, others are less. And I think it's absolutely objective, as objective it is to many other representatives. One of these indicators is access to information. There are certain groups of population which have objectively less access to information either due to geographical whereabouts when we talk about rural population versus urban, or the lack of different digital skills. So then people don't have equal access to information. So people with already developed, and we don't know what reasons for that are, and we have to study that in greater detail. People, unfortunately, then are infused with a high level of mistrust in all of the different kinds of state institutions. Well, I see. Now it's important for us to start to outline these segments. Do I use this properly? Segments of audiences that can be identified due to different triggers and their vulnerabilities to them. And other questions of follow-up. I have paid attention that for the most part, you use different sociological and demographic characteristics, but this mistrust in everyone, distrust in everyone. Maybe we should start looking for something different because you are describing these segments in your way. I'm just interested in you. First, I will provide my brief follow-up, and then I will pass on the book. And then we will speak about this in greater detail. Just briefly, I would say it this way. Nowadays, talk about our programming. These are not exclusively demographic group, but more likely a priority for us will be the psycho-emotional component, working with it in order to counteract peer trauma and making sure that people are safeguarded from the media and thus using media, on the contrary, as a resource. That is to say, we cater differently to different audiences. We work with teachers, students, of course, with different age groups, and depending on that, we provide them with different recommendations. But this is to do with the approach that this vulnerability and this criterion, as of now, is unfortunately a universal one that impacts everyone. But in the programming, when we begin to select information in terms of motivation, we need to account for segmentation too. Well, we will talk about motivation because, you know, action to triggers, motivation, segmentation, all of these things are so interlocked. How are you using different criteria? How do you shape them, Ms. Katarina? So we can account for the following criteria. First of all, it's the age, then education, physiological specificity, mental specifics. We try to account whether the people have been under occupation or whether they have been in the war if they're veterans. Also, we account for how unstable emotionally people may be. So this is once again to do with people's psychomentality. So based on these criteria, we identify how vulnerable populations may be. However, again, I start with this however. My point is, something that I'm going to share with you right now are the conclusions of decade-long work of our Institute, the Lip Orlik Institute of Democracy, and our high-profile professional trainers who for more than 10 years have been running these training sessions on media literacy, and we call them trainings or workshops on counteracting misinformation and disinformation, because media literacy sometimes makes people be on defensive because people say, I am literate, what are you going to teach me? We are aware that there are these vulnerable populations, we identify them for ourselves, but we do not distinguish between them in order to run training sessions separately for senior people, for students, or junior high school, senior high schools, for IDPs or veterans. Instead, we run our workshops that would combine all these groups. During our workshops and training sessions, in Zaporizhia, for example, which was the last one to be held, we had half of the audience were young journalists, and another half of the audience were pretty experienced, seasoned journalists. However, all of them were interested, very much keen on listening to the information presented, because we feel that when people of different categories interact with each other, they mutually enrich each other. They support and amplify each other's capabilities. It's easier to work with the senior people when there are some young people alongside them. But of course, it heavily depends on the trainer, on how he or she feels the needs of the audience and how they can come to terms with these needs in order to meet them. Colleagues, I still have this question about criteria for you to answer, but I would also like you to name these categories. Which categories of people do you believe to be vulnerable? I have already named them. They are definitely of all school children, teenagers, however, we don't work with them. Instead, we work with IDPs, migrant people of older age, senior people, and the people who have been under occupation. Occupied territories. So participate in our training workshops. All of these people are present. So once again, we don't segregate them into vulnerable and not vulnerable. Hey, Mr. Dmitro, can you kindly join us? It seems like in your studies and polls, it was during the time of war that you have started to speak about civilian men as a separate category. And all of the previous questions are also addressing you. The mic isn't working. Let me pass on my microphone to you. Good afternoon, everyone. How do we identify vulnerable categories? Yes, what are your approaches to these definitions and some of the new categories of population? Our idea is that we identify them very poorly. And in the broader sense of the word, what we lack is coordination on behalf of the state, of the government. I would really love for the government to coordinate this issue more, get involved with this more, and for us to have some clear-cut single methodology to be guided by in order to identify these populations and categories of the audiences, for them to be based on some qualitative and then quantitative and then qualitative criteria for our assessment to be provided. Usually, we look up to the strategy of the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications because they do have a strategy in place and they have the definitions for such vulnerable groups of population. Yes, indeed, they have these definitions. So officially vulnerable populations. So who are they officially vulnerable groups of population? Do you remember? Yes, I do remember part of that. However, if you ask me again, how it was determined, I won't be able to answer that question, and this is the first issue at stake. Audience-wise, people identified in the categories as senior people, civil servants, children. There may be several groups of them identified, migrants, and a couple of other. I need to consult that list. But another issue is every program working with these populations always pursue their own priorities, which doesn't prevent them to identify these vulnerable populations themselves in order to address them. It's like ads and okay, once we have identified this vulnerable category and everyone agrees with that, we don't have this single assessment or evaluation how to approach them. For example, we may identify this vulnerable category being people of senior age. There will be some interventions planned, and then they will conduct a whole load of different workshops, and then we will learn that 2 years on, we have just trained 2,500 people. So this is another side of the negativity that we are faced with. So very poor are our outputs. Well, you have said that we identify them poorly. That is not systemically. It's something that you said. There are no universal approaches to approaching these different categories. And of course, the result is pretty poor. The result, you mean, on the assessment, because we don't have the assessment system. Assessment of what? The impact of that we exert on these groups of population. I see. All right. Ms. Valentina, please. Thank you. Probably I will articulate not a very popular opinion concerning this vulnerable population. I think that during the war, we needn't speak about vulnerable separate categories. All of us are vulnerable. Which is why, I work for a crisis response project, and crises vary, and the most awful crisis taking place in our life, which is the war. So when planning our activities, speak not about vulnerable audiences, but about the aspects which are parts of the war and which exacerbate all of these vulnerabilities. For example, they may be all of the situations which are caused by war and impact us accordingly. What I liked about your words was mentioning information noise, the overload that we have as a result of this much information dropping on us. Now, as a result of the American elections, I don't want to approach my Telegram channels because there's such an information flow dumped on you that just get lost. Another thing is social isolation, which for many strata of society is the fact when people don't have power outages, when they have no communication and no connectivity. For example, my mom nearby Kiev didn't have power and communications for as long as 5 days. And she became emotionally more vulnerable because she couldn't get through to us, she couldn't read any news, and she didn't know what was going on around her. Excessive politicization and polarization of the society, which invariably takes place during the war, which makes audiences more vulnerable effectively. These are the effects that disinformation is so fond of, because disinformation likes to be spread to the topics which trigger us most. Ethnic, gender, different kinds of things that cause different pains and ache. And respectively, disinformation blossoms on all of these topics because it touches upon the raw nerve of the society, which otherwise get hidden under carpet or are waiting to be stirred. And of course, these are psychological stresses that all of us are suffering from, as a result of which we are more vulnerable.
So when Elena mentioned teenagers as a vulnerable audience, I probably would disagree slightly because our data shows the opposite. Even not the opposite is the wrong word, but the audience that we believe is the weakest maybe is the strongest, in fact, and the most promising. I'm not going to spoil the national test result on media literacy this year because there will be a detailed presentation soon. But let's get back to the past test results. We have over 60% of people who passed the test, and they were women. Among them, the biggest number was Kyiv region, second only to Dnipro. Dnipro was the second one. So the data before the large-scale invasion was much less large scale. So 21% of them, the biggest people who got interest in media literacy test, they followed the test to the end. So they were people from 15 to 18, so teenagers, so like adolescents. And just as well, when we drive campaigns and participation, mostly teenagers respond. Maybe I am a bit biased because the national project filter is aimed at teenagers, so their communication. So when we talk about the national test, it's communication for everyone, it's for all over Ukraine. We don't only work with teenagers, but still, we've seen them. Yeah. Maybe it's also the question of access. Yeah, one factor that I had to mention is an aspect of vulnerability. It's economic instability, which causes low digital literacy, low digital income, which makes more vulnerable. So then we proceed to methodology and motivation. So, Svetlana, we will. We just want to be joined by online guests. I just wanted to say that this distribution is very virtual because any moment, any of us can become vulnerable. Here's, for example, we believe IDP is very vulnerable group for a long time, but the recent interview study from 2023 showed that IDPs have become very resilient to disinformation. They really check what they read. They have relatives on occupied territories. They can always check and double check. So that's how actually virtual this distribution. Yeah, it's a general problem. So I want to generalize a little bit, like you. We just listened to what Claire shared, and we could remember Brexit and the latest elections. There are always some situations, crisis moments that create new vulnerable stratus of society, and of course, access to material. It's something new for, of course, but the world. Some countries have to live through it. So let's now expand the space of our conversation. We have online colleagues with us. Olga Pasitselska, if you can hear us.
Чи є у нас можливість контакту? Так. Будь ласка,
Yeah, I can hear you. So we wanted to hear your criteria of vulnerable categories. I think we have a clear criteria, but all of us who do with media literacy, we start from intersectionality. So it's where different demographics overlap, connect. For instance, we usually say that seniors are more vulnerable, but we usually say seniors that live in rural areas who don't have higher education, they are more vulnerable. So there is some progress, and many experts tell us that we basically know, we can determine sociological, statistical probability that this person will be vulnerable or that person will be vulnerable, but statistically there are some criteria. And well, there's no doubt in scientific approach here. How to determine vulnerable audiences. Another thing is that vulnerability changes depending on the context, depending on the country, region, etc. So, like in Ukraine, closer to the war zone, more distant. Every context should be reviewed separately, but there are some tools how we can define. And in your opinion, the tools that you are using, what kind of groups are? I am doing studies around the seniors. So senior people with more inferior education levels, they are more vulnerable. But it's also depending on how people define themselves. We see that people in the east and south of Ukraine, they think they are more vulnerable than people living in the west of Ukraine. There's another criteria. So they're self-evaluation. And so self-awareness and motivation, let's talk about that. You just said they define themselves. So how do people in your arrive at the understanding that they are vulnerable in terms of information, cognition, and how we can motivate them to deal with their vulnerability and not to go too much into self-treatment. In our studies, we saw that one of the problems of working with people of senior age, that they are maybe overconfident in themselves. As one of the speakers said, like, why did you come to teach us this? We know ourselves. So it's a problem of the information, Russian propaganda. It's so much permeating. People are exposed to it every day. And they think they know about the problem, so they think they can resolve it. But another thing is that there's so much disinformation, we don't even going to try to do something. So there are two categories of problematic audiences that we have to motivate to learn. And if we want to work with these audiences, I think we need to put a long-term projects. How? So one training course doesn't solve it. But how? What do we need to pressure them? Well, convince them? What can improve motivation? Do you have anything that works? Methodologies? Yeah, when we were surveying the experts, the most effective approach for the seniors is when you start with some practical stuff, something that's around them every day, some local news. You select local Telegram channels or newspapers or chats and whatever, and you start with that. So you describe what's around them, you give them to describe what's around them, and then out of these bottom line, you start to bring in theory. So you don't start saying how good it is to have media literacy and being a responsible adult, but you start from their experience and practical tasks. So just people like they over bombarded by information every day. They carry that load. And so if you promise them some good advice how to deal with mental pressure, that can get them interested. So Yarasa Hakkinen is with us. Greetings, if you can hear us.
Будь ласка, вдалося нам встановити зв'язок?
We managed to have connection with Finland? Yeah, sure, thank you.
Yes, we do. Yes, thank you.
День добрий, будь ласка. Отже, скажіть, будь ласка, якими критеріями?
So, question to you, what criteria do you use? What vulnerable categories of people do you define in your approach? And obviously, what are your methods to motivate people to deal with their own cognitive vulnerability in these groups? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the excellent question. I think we've had several very insightful and wise comments from the previous speakers already. And I am in the same line of research than Olga Pasitselska just before me. And I agree with her statements or her answers to this question. I think we need to talk about two kinds of vulnerabilities in terms of older people. So we need to understand that there is this categorical vulnerability when we talk about older people, let's say people over 65 years of age. And they, in general, as a group, are more vulnerable in general. So this is an important point to make. And then, on the other hand, we need to talk about contextual vulnerability, meaning that different kinds of situations like the war makes all people vulnerable. And in that respect, we need to talk about vulnerable individuals, not vulnerable groups only. And we need to balance between these two, I think. So we don't talk only about the groups, but we also talk about the individuals. And I've learned the same thing as Olga, and I think many others that have been talking prior to myself, that within these vulnerable groups, let's say older people, people over 65 years of age, there is a lot of variation, diversity, relating to their media literacies, their motivations, their social networks, their financial situation, etc. So these are the things that we call socio-demographics or socio-economics. So, and another thing that we need to keep in mind is that vulnerable to what? If I think about media literacy, for example, if we provide all the information or most of the information via digital channels, then people over 65 years of age will definitely be vulnerable because they don't access that information. And I think that was a good, I actually read Olga Pasitskelska's research, quite recent research on Ukrainian older people over 70 years of age. She also made some points of older people over 70 years of age living in rural contexts. And I think the results were quite obvious. 50% of these populations are not online. So that makes them very vulnerable in terms of the access to the information if and when we only provide information or most of the information online. So there are very, very different things that these people can be vulnerable to. And then to some other things, they are not vulnerable. Let's think about, for example, all the stuff that's going online with the videos, the very drastic video images, etc. Older people do not access those images. So in a way that makes them less vulnerable for some things. So it's a very complicated issue, as all of you have been telling us. So there's no simple training method. There's no simple communication method. There's nothing that everyone would benefit from. So we need to target special groups with special methods and special approaches. And the second question, I think what you posed for me was that how can we motivate? Olga has already provided some great opinions and insights. I think one thing that I think we should keep in mind is that in general, internationally, people over 65 years of age are not easy to invite into trainings. So this is a research result that we get in many instances around the globe, also in countries that are not experiencing an acute war. Everywhere we have people over 65 years of age will not be very active in participating in training offerings. You probably know that in the training offerings, it's usually the active older people that participates. The ones that will participate in anything because they are active. But the people that would really benefit from the research, from the training, are not participating. And I think this is the challenge that we have, and we might want to consider some solutions for that problem. It's a very acute problem. It's all over the place. It's not only in Ukraine, it's here in Finland where I live, it's in the United States, and I think beyond Finland and beyond Ukraine and beyond Europe as well.
Ну, тобто, якщо спробувати узагальнювати, не потрібно пропонувати освіту, потрібно пропонувати допомогу.
So we don't offer education, but we offer assistance. Thank you. So there's also Lyubov Nadionova, Deputy Director of Social Political Psychology.
Так, ми чуємо. Давайте спробуємо ще раз. Не знаю, наскільки якісно
Let's try again.
зв'язок. Але, будь ласка, ваші підходи,
So your
ваше
approaches
бачення того,
and your vision, how to motivate people.
Я хочу насамперед подякувати.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you, first of all, for mentioning scientific approach by previous speakers in this panel discussion. I represent here academic wing of scientific studies. Indeed, we do have criteria of vulnerability that have been founded a long time ago as a age periodization of media risks. We have a laboratory of media psychology, its full name, Psychology of Mass Communication and Media Education, exists from 2006. So the way we understand vulnerability, it's very ambiguous. Not only what Pius said, there's general understanding of vulnerability and individual, but there's also an understanding of vulnerability as an incapability to counter some external harmful effect. And there is also understanding of special sensitivity. A person is capable of dealing with the attack, but it's much more sensitive to some influence rather than the overall number of people in this category or other categories for that matter. That's why one of the generally vulnerable audiences is underage children, and that's the question: how do we define it? Because we say that in tests there were more teenagers than adults, or those teenagers who participated, they provided better results, better than some adults. It doesn't say that they are not vulnerable. It's a criterion of vulnerability is that they still have some of the psychological mechanisms performing, those mechanisms that are responsible for protecting them against the adverse effects of the environment. Just as well, younger children, like 6 years, 9 years, they are more visually vulnerable. Means they are much more sensitive to visual stimuli, pictures. So therefore, a picture of a destroyed house with the toys lying around is more traumatic information for them rather than for adults or senior adolescents. And it's not individual sensitivity, it's an age-related sensitivity just as well with the teenagers, but a mechanism of media risk is different. It's related to the fact that teenagers have a sensitive period where they are sensitive to their worldview, with their values, their self-regulation, which with adults, they've been gone through it, whereas teenagers are still there. So when we say disinformation can be for teenagers more damaging than for adults who already have their worldview. This is where we use this criteria of worldview. So that makes for us teenagers quite a vulnerable audience, and we cannot say a general vulnerability. We always have to be talking about vulnerability to certain impacts. So it depends on the context. What about the system of motivation? Let me just, we are all of our all of us are now sensitive to media traumatization because the stress from what you can see in the media is prominent for more than 81% of the population based on the recent study of sociologists when they included this indicator as media literacy and media stress. Media provokes stress. And then about motivation. Of course, motivation is a difficult problem for different categories, for different audiences. It's going to be different. As you probably know, based on the recent election campaign in the US, there are 37 sectors of the audience. For each, they had their own motivational program, how to engage in voting. So that, considering the information bubbles that people exist in, and considering how AI will strengthen this divide by information space, that's where we have to work with motivation and all kinds of motivation. External, if it's about a reward, or intrinsic, where we appeal to something that the child likes. Some intermediary forms, like competitive forms, comparative, you now, you before, which capitalize on self-efficiency. All these types of motivations have to be used. Let's try now to transition from discussion about motivation, or rather, united together with practical experience. How, usually, using methodology trainings, how do you work when you work with separate, when person responds to triggers, when you work with the context, what is really effective? Maybe we should think about producers of media product, design specific content with all the scientists' data in mind. And we, as media producers, also are vulnerable to something. So, talking about methodology now, what gives you a result? Let's run some scientific responses. Olena Taranenko.
Я думала, на викладу Я тоді, конкретний приклад, це проведення sequence. So moving on to the things that I began to speak about. In 2021, the mic isn't working properly.
Який поганий? Ми зрозуміли, що
So we came to realize that we couldn't continue along the same lines. We had some highly motivated people, teachers, pupils, and that audience was motivated for learning. Therefore, nevertheless, we realized that we cannot work without responding to the need which was there, and that need was, I think everyone works like that. Let's get back to the beginning. When we try to calculate this point of vulnerability, this criterion, as it's a hypothesis, usually we calculate it from the standpoint of sociology and observations that we have when we interact with our audiences, but then we move on to the audience itself, sort of like lay our hands on them, and we try to guess, and the more we guess in terms of their need, and the more it coincides with the needs of these actual people, the better it is. So I remember when we had our first focus group discussions amongst teachers and pupils, and we realized that we were pinpointed it, and then we started to use a scientific approach, and Professor Nardionov and his group of scientists were helping us to respond to that request. We found out that both teachers and students were very much at a loss, although they were interested and motivated in media literacy, because the students had come to the classrooms where teachers were ready to answer, whilst the teachers in their psychological mental state had to stabilize themselves and help their pupils at the same time. Let me give you an illustration. We couldn't have imagined this point of vulnerability unless we had questioned our target audience, and they replied to us. They come to the teacher and they say, advise me what to do. It's a great pleasure for me to keep looking and looking at the dead bodies of the enemies, the way that they're dying. They say that I begin to thrive emotionally at this point, and there were multiple requests like that. So now that we have created this manual, and we don't call it even a manual, it's a handbook, 7 steps to healthy media consumption, and everything we advise teachers is immediately to do with some practical experiences that they can conduct together with both pupils and their parents. This is one format. There may be another format which is not like a workshop at all, or a training session. Things that offer the composition of the constitution of the resources that people may have in their possession. So every time we hit the point, it's only due to very serious and rigorous studying that we do prior to launching into studies. So all of us, we have always engaged sociology in our study, but I believe that nowadays, without the involvement of these professionals and without uniting our efforts with these professionals, it's impossible to tackle the psychological state that everyone finds themselves in. And concerning counteracting media trauma, all of our listeners said that they have very serious requests for the media. They want a very specific media product. So media specialists, let me acknowledge this to you, for the last 15 years, they have been working a lot with psychology, really using all of these descriptions that you have referred to, because we can create a country where people follow seasons of some kind of a political talk show which is commented on by psyches or by tarot readers. So, dear colleagues, as a follow-up to this question, can you also mention some non-classic methodologies, non-educational ones, maybe events, projects, activities, which help to facilitate and boost media literacy, but this was done in a sort of unconventional way. Ms. Valentina, please. I'm not ready to answer this question yet. Let me just tackle the previous question, if I may. So you have mentioned media specialists and communication specialists, and I would like to refer them here too. People deal with Stratcom and at different organizational levels, particularly government level. We work a lot with them in order to counteract crisis and strategic opponent strategies. So we always start with assessing their needs prior to launching into anything. Amongst the needs they mention, not all communication specialists at all of the areas, but they always required psychological support, especially in the regions and areas that suffer from the greatest amount of temporarily occupied areas, let alone the Donetsk and Lugansk regions, because they acutely needed psychological support. Not just as a result of filling out all of the documents and questions, they raised these questions out loud. They spoke about their psychological condition out loud. In support of vulnerable groups, I would like to comment on young adults, adolescents, the fact that sensitivity and vulnerability, I work in the response projects to different crises. Crisis is not always a point of dying, it's a point of development and opportunity. When we speak about adolescents whose worldview is not fully shaped, they pose questions. Nevertheless, they thirst for this information. The main idea is to support them and refer them to good things, not bad things. But the people with a well-established worldview get trapped by poor critical thinking as opposed to young teenagers, which is why teenagers are faring much better at this point because they put everything in question. They're still shaping their worldview. And we saw that it is definitely working, and we will provide you with a spoiler of all of these unconventional approaches that may be offered is to bring these groups of people together and work with them together. And we cannot say you're going to have some high schoolers coming to you to teach you. Maybe they will come to work in your garden and maybe teach you some media literacy. Ms. Svetlana, when you spoke about not distinguishing between different groups, is it the same? I would also like to continue with the previous question, how to motivate. We deem that in order to motivate, to participate in training sessions and to help develop critical thinking and learn how to find our bearings in the information space, people need to be explained what disinformation threatens them. It's not enough to say that this is disinformation, this is propaganda, or something else. We need to explain what that will result in. Let me give you a vivid example of this. On Telegram channels, they begin to disseminate the following kind of propaganda or disinformation. That ostensibly when Kiev is being shelled, missiles are shot down. When Odessa is shelled, everything hits the target. Civilians are dying. Why is this taking place? Why are you putting up with that? Odessa residents, take it to the streets, begin to protest against that, start demonstrating against it. So start rallying for that. So people need to be explained to that if you perceive this information positively, this threatens your information because you begin to work against your own country, Ukraine. So such illustrations need to be cited and explained properly because critical thinking is our protection and it's all about our safeguarding ourselves. And we concluded that we cannot just offer training sessions for separate groups. We were also guided by the fact that the Russian propaganda for the time being is doing all it can in order to divide the Ukrainian society, in order to make us angry with each other and pit us against each other. So why should we intensify these divisions? Why should we provide the Russian propaganda with an additional Trump? So from our experience, we have concluded that it's critical to identify the quality of these training sessions. If the trainer comes from the needs of his audience, if he or she keeps updating his or her methodology, if they add new illustrations and case studies from practical life nowadays, not something that we were able to observe 10 years ago, like a boy who was crucified, but new examples of the things unfolding within the information space, then it does work. People understand and perceive it positively. When talking about out-of-the-box approaches, unconventional ones, of course, it's gamification, different kinds of exercises, they provide different kinds of assignments, usually begin with their trainings, usually with an exercise when they provide examples of information and for people to identify whether it's misinformation, disinformation, etc. And of course, today's training sessions are not the way they used to be 10 years ago. Clearly, we account for new technologies, AI, and all of this needs to be accounted for. So mutual understanding needs to be assured between the trainer, the coach, and his respective audience. And it's immensely necessary to ensure that trainers are sensitive in the form and way that they present information, because this sensitivity is needed not only by vulnerable populations, everyone needs that. So this is what's sorely needed. Thank you. Mr. Dmitro, could you kindly join us in this discussion? When talking about these impacts exerted on different segments and cohorts of the population, how can emotions interplay with that, empathy in particular?
Ви сьогодні з ним він на вас почне.
Yeah, a new mic, so it works perfectly. Let me tell you a little bit more about our approach. Maybe someone will find it out of the box. When we began to work with this topic, we identified our own criteria of how we wanted to develop different interventions. First, we selected an audience who would like to target, for example, senior people, right? People of senior age. Understandably, seniors, they can also be segmented. And can I ask you a question immediately? When you speak about senior people, what do you mean? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean people 60 plus years of age. And we have also said that they can also be segmented in different ways, right? You can also identify these people in such a way that you will also be happy to join this category. So terminology keeps changing, therefore, I beg your pardon. The next thing that we consider, we would like to create interventions to impact large categories as much as we can. We want to create repeated interventions. So they will affect audiences on a regular basis because contexts, keep evolving. And we also like offline interventions, although this is not a mandatory element. There are a lot of media projects and training sessions being offered nowadays, and we would like to find our own niche. But something else that we begin to see is an effective channel of communication, either the one that exists, maybe it needs to be created. So if we take senior people, 60 plus age, right? Let us work within this category. So people age 60 plus years old in the rural area, whose skills are limited, whose access to digital technologies is also restricted. So how can we impact on them? And we were thinking and concluded that most of these people will be getting pensions, right? And because they are not connected to their bank, they will get their money in cash. And if they do get it in cash, so who brings this money to them? Representatives of the postal service. So on a monthly basis, a postman comes to them or a postwoman to bring them that money. So we decided to come up with an intervention which, along with getting post, people will be getting something else useful, something that they will wish to get free of charge, and they will be interested in that. Yeah, it's a very good point of entry. Yes, we do treat it pretty much like marketing. Media literacy is in no way different from any other topic. It competes with the things that touches people's fascination or interest. So we begin to target this audience, and the potential capacity of this audience is about 2.5 million people who draw pensions via the postal service across the full border of Ukraine. Understandably, we wouldn't have so much, but we would like to create this channel of communication and try it out. So we create this intervention. We also go into some studies. We also use existing study results, and we are planning to do it together with Ms. Diana. And then we will come up with a form which will be interesting for this group of people, and we begin to test it, improve it, introduce adjustments, and it's extremely necessary for us to have a Ukrainian implementer who will keep this channel of communication. Maybe even the government will support it, and will begin to disseminate that. And then on a monthly basis, even if the context is fast-paced, we can change the information. So this is one illustration for you to see. Also, you have questioned me about civil men. We have run a study which also demonstrates that civilian men are a vulnerable population. But what are these civilian men and how can we cover them? So we started thinking, and we realized that we need to reach out to this substantial group of civilian men in order to establish a channel of communication. Well, we have come up with an answer, and we decided to go through the Ukrainian taxi drivers and set up this intervention, which is to do with the conspiracy theory based on the Ukrainian taxi drivers. Why? Because a lot of people using taxis, they understand that this is an acute pain. Second, it's very easy to find them. The majority of them are on Bolt or Uklon network, and they're motivated to go on this application. I don't know whether they will agree. I mean, the owners of Bolt and Uklon application will agree, but they are at the stage of just processing this. But once you have a channel of communication, this is essential, and they are motivated to go on this channel of motivation, and this can be most impactful. The number of taxi drivers, according to the data that we have been able to find in open source, it's 120,000 people that we could somehow impact. Thank you. It's a most apt, wonderful idea and very visual. Although we don't have that much time left, I would still like us to speak about our methodologies of how to share these impacts. Ms. Olga Patsiselska, do you think it's best to work with these vulnerable parts of the audiences which are sensitive to different triggers, particularly senior people whose behavior you are studying? You're welcome. Olga Patsiselska, a researcher at Groningen University, the Netherlands. Ms. Любов Найденова, you also are very savvy about this category. What are your thoughts on that? In the context of elderly people, for me, there is a specific question. How can we reach out to them and reframe their systems through which they let the whole world through their well-shaped worldview? You're welcome.
Yeah, the vulnerability here is based on certain worldview orientation are no longer relevant. And for many people of such age who were young back in the Soviet times, part of their psyche continues living in Soviet times. And that makes them specifically vulnerable to disinfo campaigns by the adversary. And we rebuilt this. So for this vulnerable audience, especially relevant and still unmet need is self-expression and the feeling of being useful to someone, because social isolation is something out of their everyday life. They're socially isolated. So the more we give them opportunity to feel themselves useful in society, to being empowered, having fulfilling life, the more that people listen to them, the more the effect from our interventions. And I'd like to say the effect of interventions. On previous panels it was discussed, but I would like to refer back to the experience we had. Because we had large-scale experiments with media literacy in school education within 10 years. And we designed in COVID media literacy through self-assessment. How do I believe my assessment? Am I capable of telling the fakes and the number of myths that was explained in the test after the person is responded? Is that a myth or not a myth? So that's a task-based approach of diagnostic media literacy, and the best results were received by those who passed the cognitive course, where you could generalize your knowledge, like make it more systematic. And then those participants also participated in media creativity. That motivates a lot, all categories, vulnerable and unvulnerable. We worked with hospitals, we worked with young children, with people senior age, providing to them the tools to create animations on a specific topic. And afterward, we analyze what effect did that create for them, and what effect it creates for the people who then consume this. There's also good motivation there. And when people see how their idea is resonating and with some other people through the media, this is, I think, the best way to explain, to provide them some knowledge. And because that gives them the fulfillment, that provides them the feedback. Was it work or not? That's the biggest motivation, intrinsic motivation. And it provides the best results as the media literacy grows, but only together with media creativity and this, putting their knowledge and media literacy into a certain system. So that motivates. And they are very widespread. Thank you. And so this is the idea, well formulated, putting into media creativity. So Pavi, would you like to share some of these methods, how effective they can be, and maybe some original methods? Pavi Raisi-Heikkinen. Do we still online with Finland?
Yes, thank you.
Прошу, будь ласка.
Thank you. I do agree with the previous comments about the ZINC Network's great ideas to do collaboration with taxi drivers and other organizations that people will normally interact with. So one of the things that I've been talking about in recent years is that we have to be creative in terms of choosing the partners that we work with. So the question is, who can provide media literacy support and training? It's not only the people working in the media or teachers working in educational organizations. They can be other people as well, and we can group with these people. And in terms of the situation today, I think for older people in Ukraine, as it's a very stressful situation with fear, anxiety, depression, and grief, we don't want to make life too complicated, and we don't want to add up to their stressful situations. So having those organizations that already are part of their life and they trust, I think that would be a great idea to involve or partner with those institutions and organizations in terms of media literacy as well. And this is exactly what the ZINC Network has been doing. So I think that's a great idea. And secondly, a thing that we haven't been talking about here yet is that the research on people over 65 years of age and their media literacy learning and training has showed that peer-to-peer learning is pretty effective way to learn. This means that a person around the same age, in this case a senior, a person over 65 years of age, who is slightly more knowledgeable in a particular subject, will teach and help the others. So this is how we can form sort of neighborhood learning circles and neighborhood learning communities within a village, within a house, a neighborhood, and so forth. So peer-to-peer learning seems to be very efficient among older people. One of the reasons for this is that people of the same age and with the same history share a vocabulary and they speak the same language. Younger people might sometimes use slightly different and difficult technical terms and language, which is a barrier for learning. And also because this support and interventions in media literacy, they offer social contacts and social support. So in that way, it's very, I think, a good option to have peer-to-peer learning to support them. Otherwise, I do agree that the training or the sessions or the interventions really need to be need-based. So we need to strip down the needs and know the participants. We need to know what they need from the trainings instead of talking about, you know, this and that in general. So that is, I think, very, very important. One of the things that I was reading, because I was reading Olga Pasitselskaya's research just before today's meeting, was that the information overload is a really big problem among older people, as it is probably among all kinds of groups of people. Then for older people in a stressful situation with anxiety, with grief, with fear, I think it's very important to provide very clear expectations about what is expected as a media citizen from them. What is enough? What kind of search practices and information practices are enough, so that not everyone is expecting, you know, that I have to look up for information every second minute. So be clear about what will do, what is enough for a citizen to search for information, and what kind of sources can be used, so that it's clear. Yes, thank you. These were my insights.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting remarks. You know, I have a dilemma. On one hand, since we were talking about strategies, methods, and approaches, to wrap up this kind of discussion, I would like to ask you, since you work in this area, what is the most important point of effort? Of course, all challenges that we mentioned, we work with different audiences, but the most important, just to wrap up, just one sentence. While you're thinking about it, I have a question to the audience. Do you want to ask a question? One or two? If Diana is not against that, would you like to? While participants are thinking.
А мікрофончик у вас є? Я можу підійти. А є поруч мікрофон, прошу.
Вітаю. Якщо є можливість до пані Паві Расі
It's a question to Pavi. That's a question to you. I'm Irina Shtanova. I represent the media, Ukrainian radio. I often hear when examples of Finland, media literacy for school. Usually it's training in schools that is not a subject or a training like a separate timetable, but different subjects use media literacy for different aspects. Could you bring some examples, like illustrate how that happens in school, like math lesson, biology, gym, or some other lessons? How specifically we can combine media literacy with these subjects?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Sorry. Yes, that's a very relevant question, and we've been working with this a long time in Finland. We started with, in our core curriculum, the national core curriculum, which states that media literacy and the promotion of media literacy is the responsibility of each and every teacher. So there is no media literacy teacher in Finland in the basic schooling, but every teacher will teach or is expected to teach media literacy in his or her teaching. So this is because media is part of every walk of life. Everything is mediatized. So every teacher needs to know what media means in his or her discipline or topic. But this is not a simple thing, as you can probably understand, because not every teacher is very experienced in terms of media. So this is why the Finnish teachers wanted to have more particular, more detailed instructions on what kind of media literacy to teach and what is expected from the school children. And this is why we produced in Finland, I think a year ago, quite detailed outlines and instructions of what a certain age school child needs to learn in terms of media literacy. So we have very specific outlinings and instructions for teaching media literacy in these subjects. And if you're interested, I can link you up with these instructions so you can see how detailed the Finnish curriculum has been in terms of the knowledge that is expected from school children.
Спасибі.
Send the link, yes.
Дякуємо.
Thank you.
Спасибі. А ще є запитання?
More questions?
Одне? Ну, давайте.
One more? Right.
Насправді я дуже вдячна всім
I
спікерам
would
нашим.
say thank you to all the speakers. The question is
Я
this.
сьогодні дуже мало почула про
I haven't heard
тих,
about
ту групу людей,
the group of people, thanks to which,
Перепрошую, до кого запитання?
who is this question? To all the speakers.
Ну, можливо, хтось хоче
Oh,
відповісти.
maybe those who want to answer this question. So, I'm talking about the group
групу населення, яка
population in Ukraine, thanks to which we conduct this conference. It's the military who are dependent. So maybe you're already thinking about it, plan some projects for the military, media literacy for the military.
Спасибі, пані Інно.
Right,
Тобто,
thank
чи
you.
розглядають
So,
військових як уразливу аудиторію, або
are military vulnerable audience? How to work with them,
чи
right?
є зараз вже в цьому напрямку напрацювання?
Is there progress in this regard?
Запитання я додам.
You know, I will add this question as a final one, and we'll start the circle, the round of.
І запросити до слова Любов
I would like to thank
Пане Любов,
Harry Pavi and now to Lyubov Nadyonova. What do you think? What work has been done already with the Ukrainian military, for those who would defend us? And if we talk about the most important point of applying efforts, what should it be nowadays?
Дякую. Ну, насправді
Thanks.
медіаграмотність
Well, media literacy is already part of the officer training
інституті Міністерства
in the
оборони.
Institute of Ministry of Defense.
Такі курси з
There are such courses, media literacy,
Також, як я вже згадувала, є
and
уроки для роботи з
there
військовими стосовно, де
some designs working with the military where media materials are the way to counter trauma, like books,
Ну і, власне,
etc.,
підтримка родин військових.
and supporting the military families, which is another important area, because they are vulnerable categories. Their wives were in support. Supporting them, we need to keep media literacy there. So if we talk about pressure points, or where we should apply efforts. On previous discussions, we mentioned that thinking skills, well, thinking skills, reflection upon problems and dynamics of the problems we face. So I wanted to say that media psychologists are in some way demanded, underused. And that's because of the funding structures, because of the public institutions where science works. Like I was suggesting to add to the strategy, back then it was Ministry of Culture, Information. Let's remember our laboratory. We have it since 2006, designing the concept of media education, but that hasn't been done. Why? Because Even our grant givers, I hope they are listening. They don't want to work with our lab, with the public institutions at all, because of financial, economic, bureaucratic reasons. And that is something that has to be dealt with. Another aspect is that there is a certain systemic contradiction. It's about the ethics of research itself. In the project that the Polish Academy of Sciences supports, which studies the impact of images of war onto the mental state of the viewers. The fact is that we cannot get the permission of ethical committee to do the study of existing media images that are being propagated, perceived, and we know that our media producers, they are absolutely open to knowledge, to psychological methods as part of a evidence-based medicine. And we cannot get because of ethical concerns. Like, for instance, the study of military migrants who are in other countries. In Ukraine, we received this permit. It's a question of context. But in terms of international cooperation, we would like to account this context because media traumatization is a fact. We are aware of it, but there are some barriers. And that is a pressure point. And I support all the existing channels and networks, all the communities that currently work. They can be the channels of media literacy delivery. But the main objective, I would say, is developing the media literacy community, the people for whom the development of media literacy is a life mission, which doesn't depend on grants or place of work. So we are already building this kind of community and we have to expand it. Thank you, Lyubovna Dionova, Deputy Director of the Institute of Social and Political Psychology. So, dear colleagues, and now let's have responses to the questions from the audience. Yeah, I want to support what Lyubov said regarding the study. That really is quite a pressure point. Because when they make decisions on state policy, they don't look into high quality studies. I understand that sometimes it has to be done quickly, but decisions take time, of course. But that is something that's a problem. There are no evidence-based decisions. So very, very little policy making is based on evidence. And I want to thank us all for talking about this. It's a super important topic, especially in time of war. Thank you, Valentina Sionova, Group of Project Crisis Respond, UNDP. Thank you. I will focus on the biggest pressure point, as it says. There are a lot of them now. It's hard to choose. So we now have to be focused on a terrible and toxic feeling, the feeling of being abandoned, isolated, and that leads to despair. We have to do everything we can to not leave people in this state. So each such program has absolutely empower the person, some kind of resource, original or traditional. It will empower them more than the person was before him. So our research shows, we didn't expect this even, that a huge motivation, the teachers say, after they engage in different events, is being a part of the community. That's a very strong and powerful motivation. other than providing practical skills, something that helps them, support them, strengthens them, but also we get people together to strengthen and empower each other. Олена Тараненко, manager of Ukrainian Potential Development. Svetlana, to the question.
По-перше, ми запрошуємо
Yeah, we do invite military.
По-друге, ми
Sometimes they come. Then we conducted a training for press officers in Sumy. And now we talk to our partners. In the past, now they are serving military. They conduct these trainings in Kiev region as well, central Ukraine. Other than that, we conducted training for journalists, for the media. We were telling them, and they were training with psychologists, we explained to them how the journalists should work with the wounded warriors, with the families of fallen warriors, with the amputees, with all these people who went through the tragedies. These are very important training. We got interesting feedback, and I think we should repeat that experience because I often see violation of ethical standards in the media. As for your question, what we should aim our efforts or streamline our efforts to, I think we should prevent the situation where Ukrainians are in despair after the US elections. To prevent that kind of despair, you see how much disinformation around, how our adversaries are happy about it, so much propaganda around in social media, on YouTube, everywhere. And we don't know what's going to happen in the US, but we should have faith ourselves and somehow support our citizens. Right, thank you. Svetlana Yeremenko, Executive Director of Institute of Democracy, named after Pilipolik, and Dmitro. Now, regarding the military, it's not the most difficult audience, meaning the military, because the motivation is clear. It's easy to contact them. It's the same structure, and it can help to reach to them. Families of military also are vulnerable audience. What is missing is some priorities and coordinated actions of the entire community. So maybe a discussion like today will help with that. Thank you so much, everyone, for the participation and conversation. Be strong. Like donate for the army and keep living. Thanks, everyone. I pass the floor to Olena Churanova. Olena, you're here. I pass on the microphone to you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. And now we are moving on to the next part of our conference. Good afternoon, dear friends. It's the last fourth session, which we still have underway, which separates you from our dinner. It's a little less time for our discussion, although the topic itself is highly fascinating. We have been speaking today about AI anyway, and its challenges. So I would like to invite some of our fantastic participants. Our time is short, so would you kindly interact with these participants during your dinner? So I would like to invite here Mr. Arminas Muse, Education, Media, Information Literacy expert from Lithuania. Next is Alexandra Yaroshenko, Mahila School of Journalism, Naukma representative, Anastasia Kurinovska, manager and editor from Suspilne TV, and Evgenia Drozdova, head of data journalism, Text.org UA, plus Stanislav Luriev from OSCE, fantastic platform.
Також у нас в дистанційному форматі,
Also online
сподіваюся,
with us,
їх десь буде видно. У нас будуть
you'll
також
be able to see and interact with no less fantastic guests. Anna Mosyshenko, founder and director of the Innovative Governance Institute Ukraine, and Tatiana Avdieva, Digital Security Lab representative, senior lawyer.
Ну і, власне, на початку, перед тим, як ми
And
почнемо
before
нашу
we get our discussion underway, we have a planned presentation of a great Professor Ramon Slaveria, a full professor from the University of Navarra.
Hi, good evening. And Mr. Salaveria, Professor Salaveria, will talk about adapting media literacy to AI's rapid evolution. Thank you that you today here with us, and the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I will explain in English because although I've been a couple of times in Ukraine, I don't speak your language. And I assume that for all of you, it will be much easier to follow my explanations in English rather than in my mother tongue in Spanish. Well, I have prepared a short presentation. I hope that I will be able to share it with you right now. Which is focused on the topic that I was invited to speak about, on how to adapt media literacy to the current environment in which artificial intelligence is rapidly changing the sphere, the dimensions of journalism and global communication in general. First of all, I would like to just justify or to explain a little bit what is the reason why I'm talking about this. I am a professor of journalism at the University of Navarra in Pamplona, Spain, and I have been focused on digital communication research and training for 3 decades now. Due to that, interest and that focused on the digital transformation of journalism in a special. A few years ago, I started to see that there was a new wave of transformation related to the upcoming artificial intelligence, which had potential to make strong transformation. So last year, I together with my colleague Clara González Tosad, you see there in the video, I began a pioneering class at our university. I see a pioneering because it was the first one in Spain, and as far as I know, even the first one in a Spanish language, which has merged the dimension of artificial intelligence and journalism. And due to that experience, a few months ago, I was invited by some of your colleagues at the Journalism Training Academy to share my experience with the journalism and professors. So this is probably the reason why I am talking today in front of you. So I am very, very honored and very pleased for that. Well, going to the topic, we are moving very fast towards AI-assisted journalism, and in general, I will say the AI-enabled communication. This means that in the specific area of journalism, this new technology is transforming each and every of the steps of the big dimensions in which journalism it's composed. It has affected research, production, and also the news delivery, which means that all the steps of the big areas of journalism are being transformed by this technology. How is it transforming? The impact of artificial intelligence on news research is multifaceted. We can find a transformation already ongoing on data analysis and pattern recognition. There are some media organizations that have started to make a step forward in the data journalism towards AI-enabled data journalism, which means that they are able to embrace larger sets of data, and they are able to proceed with more challenging projects. Also, they are starting with automated transcription and translation. Today, I am talking from Spain simultaneously through this online video conference system. At the same time, there is a translation in English in which I am, thanks to which I am able to follow your talks. But this translation is still human mediated. But there are already technologies that are allowing to make a step forward in that part. And of course, for reporters, for instance, it's a huge leap, because it means that they can automatically transcribe interviews, recordings, and things like that, which is obviously a technology that allows journalists to be more focused in their core activities. Also, in that field, in this field of research, it is also transforming the fact-checking and verification techniques. Fact-checkers throughout the world are already exploring with AI technologies in order to be able to rapidly spot possibly false or somehow change contents in order to provide a verified information to the public. Artificial intelligence is also very useful for social media monitoring to listen what the social networks are saying about any topic. And also they are promoting an enhanced search and information retrieval because the online searches, we are every one of us is already noticing that we are changing our ways of accessing to the content, because right now it is not necessary to follow the traditional steps of going to a search engine and look for links, because we can now get some other ways of content through generative AI tools. Well, the artificial intelligence is also transforming the news production, and this is probably the most salient part of artificial intelligence, because it is, as we all have noticed over the last couple of years, brought new tools for automated text generation, image generation, video and audio editing, and even generation as well, and also for automated face recognition. And one might wonder why the automated face recognition might be connected to journalism. Just imagine, for instance, that you have an archive of photos or images, and these technologies are able to detect who is behind each face. This is absolutely useful for media organizations throughout the world. And the final step of journalism, which is the news delivery, it's also being transformed by these technologies. First of all, because they are allowing to produce a personalized news delivery, which means that media organizations are customizing the information, the content provisions that they produce for a specific targets, for a specific readers or users. They are not just targeting big audiences, but very very specific users. And this is something that it is only possible thanks to the artificial intelligence. Also, the automated news curation, which means that thanks to these technologies, we are able to select, to classify, to organize, and to bring to the public quality information on any topic. Of course, the artificial intelligence is also allowing an automatic translation and video dubbing, which I was actually using while some of you were talking in the previous roundtables. And finally, these technologies are allowing a user and subscriber tracking, which is very, very useful and very, very relevant for media organizations which are struggling with their transformation of the business model, and they are moving towards subscriber-based business models. And for this goal, it is basic, I will say, having such technologies which allow to track and provide a specific subscription model for each subscriber. So these are the transformations that journalism is currently undergoing. And I believe that considering this technological transformation of the media and the news content, media literacy must adapt as well to this evolving landscape. I have a very few insights or comments on this topic because I know that we are running out of time, and I don't want to spend a lot of time in this explanation, but I will say just 5 main considerations. The first one is that AI has posed several challenges for media literacy as regards the AI-generated imagery, audio, and video. We all know that these technologies, the AI, the generative AI technologies, are producing a huge amount of content, which is not clearly many times is actually absolutely not clearly verifiable, which means that in many times these contents, both images, audio recordings, video recordings, are synthetic and are not true. So, and you, of course, in Ukraine, in this sad situation that you are suffering for 2 years now, obviously, you have seen a lot of examples of this, how this AI-generated content is being used for producing disinformation and to, as a weapon in this, conflict that you are suffering. Also, the second challenge will be the algorithmic bias, because the AI algorithms can analyze or use data sets which are biased, which are based on non-reliable data, which mirror several differences in social differences and situations that should be avoided. And if we are using these technologies without noticing that there are somehow yes, with this kind of problems at the same time, we should be doing an incorrect use of these technologies. The third idea, the third challenge will be obviously the disinformation spread, but because artificial intelligence is multiplying the amount of disinformation. It is making very easy and very quick to produce all sorts of information or content, not information, all sorts of content, and obviously non-reliable content in many cases. So since these technologies are producing a widespread AI-enabled disinformation, we need more technologies and also a social awareness about the problems that artificial intelligence is bringing to the citizens. Another problem, another challenge would be the loss of privacy, because AI technologies are based on the use of a huge amount of data, and most of that data are private data, are data which refers to our identity, to our history, to our personal behavior, even sometimes for children data. I mean, there are many aspects of our lives in which artificial intelligence is using our data without noticing ourselves which kind of information is being used by these technologies. And finally, obviously, there is an ethical dimension, because we need to rethink which are the ethical and accountability issues related to the AI-mediated communication. And this is something that we should embed into media literacy strategies and initiatives. I would like to finish my brief talk just by sharing with you one of the documents in which I have been personally involved. I was part of this committee in charge of producing the guidelines on the responsible use of implementation of artificial intelligence systems in journalism. I believe that this document that you can download for free in the link I am sharing here, you will find many concepts that I believe could be useful for this dimension. Well, this is it. Thank you for listening to me, and in case you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Silveria. It was really interesting, and here I'm also working for Stop Fake fact-checking organization, and I could totally agree with your insights and challenges that AI create for us. Unfortunately, we have no time for questions, but I think, and я закликаю учасників прочитати.
I'm urging and encouraging all of the participants to read this interview and the interview that we have on the site of the Ukrainian Institute. And I think the guidelines that the professor has just demonstrated to us will definitely prove useful to all of us. And now we are on to our discussion, because we don't have that much time left. And our speakers are very interesting. And the first question is, because in the talk which has preceded our panel discussion, we have been speaking about the challenges generated by AI. So basically, I would like to pose this question to all of our participants. How would you formulate these challenges generated by AI, digitalization that we are faced with? And if Ukraine has been able to adapt to these challenges during wartime? Thank you. My name is Stanislav Gurye. I am the chief of OSCE Company Office in Ukraine. We are a platform for media monitoring. In particular, we use artificial intelligence to counteract the spread of disinformation, misinformation of any sort and type, that information overall. And I do agree with the professor. There are numerous challenges that he has described. Or has described the technologies and their areas of application, which in fact result in various challenges emerging now. Something that we have been faced with recently, some of the relevant things which are to do with AI, because generative or AI at request is something that hardly anyone will be surprised at, but we have been confronted with pretty complicated models where you can demonstrate an image. And these are the things that are being utilized right now in the media space. And they can describe these images in a lot of rigorous detail. And these descriptions, of course, have some elements of synthetics, and you can identify some elements like people won't write like this. But in terms of object detection, description, form, color, even artistic expression and description, these are very apt descriptions indeed. And as of now, at this stage of AI's development, it's hardest to detect the text generated by AI. Because at times, even experienced professionals have difficulty identifying such ones. So AI is being employed for disseminating various kinds of narratives when they use large artificial models for linguistic purposes. Very similar narratives, making it harder to detect AI-generated ideas, because with the help of automation, this is massively spread, and processing that in the contemporary media space, such huge amounts of content is very difficult for an individual. This is one of the areas based on which our platform operates. We can, with the help of the same AI and language models, decipher these narratives, group them, and help analysts, for example, people that counteract disinformation in particular, to detect and identify them more accurately, identify the sources and the channels of their dissemination, etc. That's why the challenges are a lot. However, this is all about fighting. AI is just a technology. It's merely something that can be used for both good and bad. So we are working to help the journalist community and the government, responsible businesses, NGOs, to grapple with such challenges. I would also like to add and say, Stop Fake, it's a special platform, and one of the core things that we use is your contribution, and we help you very much indeed. It's truly one of the examples when AI is employed for the good and helps us enormously in our operations. So thank you very much for this platform. This wasn't a promotion. My name is Nastya Kurinovska. I work for Suspilne Television. I'm supportive of everything that you have said. In terms of challenges, I can say that the set of disinformation being created by media and various sorts of news outlets, like just like this year, we have had a lot of interesting investigations concerning how Kremlin-based news outlets are being utilized. If 110 years ago, this was just to disseminate hundreds of different messages. Nowadays, it's hundreds and thousands of different horrific-looking images and nice-looking images. So when people are in vacuum, they can identify this as disinformation. But when this is an avalanche of information, this can actually distort and create different kinky ideas for people, especially during the war. So I suppose this is the major challenge that we are faced with, and there are stems from it. Along with that, as responsible organizations and media, we are posed with a lot of ethical issues, and there's a whole host of various commercial organizations who are not bearing in mind that they're not supposed to use personal information while they do that. So maybe we become hostages of actually the rules. Nevertheless, I suppose that AI also provides us with a great number of different other possibilities that I'm sure we'll also discuss. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Yaroshenko. I'm a representative of the academic area. I teach the ethics of AI at Kiev Mohyla School of Journalism. That's why I will focus more on that. The greatest challenge is for me, for young journalists, is meager amount of knowledge about this, because young journalists are writing about AI, and they call AI everything which is just a computer program or everything which is a robot. So some inputs are needed, especially for young specialists, people who are not IT savvy, humanitarian-minded people, for them to be able to see the distinction, because there are some complicated robots that can pick up strawberries, but they are not instilled with AI, although they're so huge and look fantastic. As opposed to that, there may be a small, funny-looking vacuum cleaner, and it's already sit with an AI because it has to take lots of decision concerning how to avoid different obstacles. So we need to understand the differences between what is AI and what's not. So within the academic community, text generation, academic and scientific text generation, when nobody can tell you accurate information, how many such scientific articles are being generated with GPT, but this is only half of the problem, because the work of editors within different scientific and academic magazines is not paid well. These people also go out on their enthusiasm, so they can also go for expert analysis also on the basis of ChatGPT, and this generates an absurd situation when we generate a huge amount of artificial intelligence information, which is generated by AI, edited by AI, and we can speak about very weird consequences for the future of science in academic area. Something else which is relevant in this regard, students are using, and you cannot deprive them of AI these days. So it's probably worth introducing the notion of non-human written texts, and we need to think about what is to be done about that. But if we get back to the fact that if we work with would-be journalists, perhaps it's worthwhile putting specific sessions telling them about the AI ethics, for them to understand and write about it properly, and most importantly, for them not to disseminate various harmful myths about AI, because a lot of such myths are beginning to emerge in the informational space, that maybe one day AI will engulf the whole world and seize the whole world. And this is just a laughable one. But another myth, for example, that GPT and AI is waiting for its user, for the user to log on, as if this is something living and breathing. And the young people begin to get emotionally attached to this non-human communication with ChatGPT. And I suppose there's a lot of detrimental things rather than just the idea that one day the whole world will be engulfed by AI.
For invitation. It's really wonderful to be here in Kyiv, in Ukraine, with you today. My name is Armenas, as I was already introduced. I will say one challenge which I think was not mentioned. If you allow, I will say opposite things, why I think that actually artificial intelligence is very good for media information literacy. One challenge is that, there are sometimes it's not very nice things to say, but sometimes stupid people think that they're very smart. And all of us were in that place. So remember when you were writing your bachelor thesis, you selected the topic, you started reading the first book, and after the first book, you thought, okay, this is so easy, I understand everything. And then you started writing, and then you started understanding that it's not everything. There's way, way, way more, and then you went to that direction. Yes, wait, okay, I don't understand anything. I need to change the topic. And then again, in the end of the day, you understood that this is actually not trivial. Like when you become expert, you understand that this is not about black and white. It's about many shades of similar colors. And I think AI, this is called Dunning-Kruger effect. In psychology, and I think AI can multiply this effect, because when you ask AI, it sort of gives you very elaborate, very nice written answer, and it's very easy for you to believe that now you know everything on this topic. I see that a lot on my social media feed, than the people who have no clue. For example, when we speak about education, oh boy, yeah. Just like they're super experts, they understand everything, they know all the solutions, they just forget, change the caps lock in the names, because in Lithuanian language, when we use the name, we don't write all the first letters in the caps lock. So you just can see that it was actually written by AI, just copy pasted and translated in Lithuanian. So this is the challenge, absolutely. And we need to, understand that and also try to figure out how we can counter that. But I would like to say today, and my main thesis will be when we speak about media information literacy education, I would go as far and say that AI provides us golden age for media information literacy education. And I will tell you why. We needed to convince many teachers. We heard what Finland done. We know that many other countries does also in Ukraine, in Moldova, in Lithuania, like basically in almost all the countries. You know, we try to convince all the teachers that this is yours. Yes, it's not separate teachers. All the teachers needs to be involved in that. And a lot of teachers were like, yeah, sure, but I actually no. And when there is AI and students use it, all the teachers understands that it is their problem because they just use AI in order to do all the stuff and all the tasks which the teacher is given them. And now when I speak with the teachers, they are very interested in action, knowing how to use AI and how to do the task, which would not allow students to go home and just, you know, write the prompt and get the answers. So from this case, I think teachers now are interested in having those kind of things in their lessons, and this, for us as a professionals, open the door how we can, you know, get inside and give them not only AI literacy, but also all other literacy, which is, you know, going through media information literacy, critical thinking, and all that stuff, etc., etc., etc. And one more very good thing that for students, it's very interesting. Like all the students are like, they're so interested in actually playing with AI. This is cool tool for them. So if the teacher uses that in the classroom, students say, yay, you're a cool teacher. You're one of us. You know, that's AI, you know, and all that stuff, etc. So yeah, that's my main thesis, that actually I totally agree with all the challenges, but I would try to focus on, you know, those opportunities which arise, especially for those who are working with media information literacy education at schools, at higher education institutions, you know, because this is the time. This is a good time to try to go there.
Дякую, добрий день, шановне панство. Мене звати Євгенія Дроздова, я журналістка видання «Тексти». І ми в «Тексті»
I'm Eugenia Drozdova. I'm from the publication Text. We publish analysis and debunking of Russian disinformation. We also have a lot of data journalists. We use AI to study propaganda, to study Russian disinformation, to create interesting projects of data journalism. And because of that, I would agree with the colleague who said that AI is not only a threat but opportunity. But on the other hand, I would like to also say that through AI, over these recent years, society basically changed a lot. We will never return to the media landscape as before. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So it would be very naive to think that we could teach everyone to be conscious and responsible what content they consume. People like to live in their bubbles. They subscribe to artificial characters in social network. If you start convincing them that you have to filter everything, don't trust AI, even check the information. It's nice to speak, but it doesn't work. You have to be realistic. In order for the people to be aware of the threats presented by different language models and computer systems, people have to be more aware. If a person understands economics, he will not be hooked by populists. If a person understands political processes, you can't just call someone and stop the war. You won't be hooked to generated videos and fake. So better education. Secondly, for a person to understand AI, by creating their own videos. When they understand that it works like that, they will start doubting everything. So thank you. I'd like to pass the floor to our guests remotely. Anna, are you with us? Yeah.
Дякую. Мене звати Анна Масишин.
Thanks.
Я
I'm
є
Anna Vasisson.
директоркою
I'm a
керівництва
director
Інституту
of
інноваційного
Institute of
врядування.
Innovative Governance.
Погоджуюся зі всім
I
сказаним
agree with
колегами.
everything that the colleagues
Також
mentioned,
хочу додати, що дійсно
and I would like to add that
під час війни
indeed
дуже
during the war we have a lot of
дезінформації
disinformation
інтелектом.
also created with AI. One of the challenges is that much of such information is mixed with the truth.
Частинка правдивої
So
інформації,
part of the truth,
AI генерована,
then AI generated, and people who have no media literacy skills or critical thinking, they don't know how to tell truth from fakes. Another important thing is you mentioned that every day we have more and more different online tools and technologies. There are more and more new solutions with AI that are quite elaborate now, and they don't mark their content that this is a deepfake created by AI. It's just a video. There's no such watermark that would say this is an AI-generated video. And so it's a big program, and the fact that AI detection tools that are supposed to actually detect AI-created content, they can't catch up with the creators. So it's a race between the programs that generate and those that identify the content. So it's a complex thing. And I agree with what the colleague said, that is confusing. People have to be explained what is it, the language model it is, what kind of intellect, what the machine learning is, and why this generated information can also contain disinformation, because it's based on data. What data does the model consume? Why there is a bias with the AI sometimes? You have to explain that to people. Right, and Tatiana now. Greetings, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm Tatiana Avdeeva, the senior lawyer of Digital Security Lab. We work a lot in regulating AI, in particular now in Ukraine. There are a lot of documents of soft law recommendations. Those who work in the media, you could see it. We have in Ukraine recommendations to the responsible use of AI in the media. That's one of the big things that my organization was part of. As for the challenges that there are in the AI, I would categorize them in three big groups. First are the challenges that everybody talked today, is how when we use AI, we can bring harm to other people. And not only when you don't mark AI-generated content, it can also be no checks of generated material and then spreading discrimination, hate speech, or other types of content that is borderline illegal or plain illegal. Secondly, that's what we're thinking less about, and it's how we as activists, media, journalists can be targeted through AI. So, like face recognition technology that is often used by countries of the world, and it can also be used to identify journalists and sources. Like on the street, you meet someone from the whistleblowers who will tell you information about corruption, from illicit actions within the government or any public structure, and then that same person is identified through the video with the face recognition that are installed everywhere in big cities, in public spaces. And third category is what was mentioned before. is when the info space is oversaturated with so much information, not only generated just content, just technologies. They are logical. They are based on machines and semiconductors, logical machines. So we interact with these technologies all the time, and we often cannot filter what are they doing. And here's this problem where why I am a little skeptical about pulling the media literacy out of context, just looking at media literacy isolated. Why? Because when there's so much generated content around, the problem was already not in teaching people to tell generated from real text or video. The problem is that the very presumption of truth is undermined. And people stop believing in any content, and it's inevitable. There were precedents, and we cooperated with fact checkers. Our colleague Alona Romaniuk is doing great trainings and workshops. What I personally observed as a student, as how students recognize for information, they often have this reaction. They give a truthful relations or truthful pictures that they see. They say this is generated. So we have this wave of complete distrust. And I think it's an unsafe thing, because where do we go in terms of law and evidence? Well, what about manipulation, disinformation? And it becomes nearly impossible to communicate anything because people doubt everything, because anything can be generated or doctored. And the indicators of genuinity of information are less and less, and people will disregard the internet in a few years maybe, and use some other communication. So either we somehow return to the presumption of truth, or dance to the tune that is starting to resound louder and louder of everything fake. I just read an article how they used AI to justify politicians. I'm not going to say the country, but it was a pre-election situation. They started putting videos with the politician who said something. Some big topics for society, but the politicians started saying this is the fake. And people believed that. All right, so it's a fake, although it was a genuine video. So we are running into an interesting time. Thank you. We covered with the first question a lot of stuff. And I want to ask our first question to Anna Matsishin. Your institute has basically made published an interesting guideline, a book about how Russian propaganda uses AI. And basically, this guideline and this guide improves media literacy using AI. Maybe you know how AI tools can be used to improve critical thinking, to improve the skills of countering disinformation, how it can be done. Yeah. Thanks for this question. That's right. Our Institute of Innovative Governance in 2023, we designed a guide for journalists and content creators, but also for a wider public, how to identify AI-generated information, what are the tools exist for this. We conducted a number of trainings for journalists in universities. How to tell generated information, AI information. And it was interesting because, as we said, AI can be used for creating information and for identifying, for teaching critical thinking. I would like to point out that it's very important before we use AI tools for identifying this disinformation.
мати якісь базові
You
стратегії
have to have
розвитку
some basic strategies of media literacy and critical thinking. Because you can know about these AI tools, you may know nothing about AI tools, but as a colleague said, one of the strategies is doubt everything that we see or hear, because it can be both positive and negative. You can doubt everything or stop believing anything on the internet, which is also leads us to some strange place. But checking everything is important. Diversifying your sources is important, and double checking your main resource.
Викликає в нас якісь певні сумніви, так? Якщо ми бачимо
Information that causes some doubts. When you see a picture that is doubtful, that is clearly doctored, you should at least look at the official site that the source may have been sourced from. So use tools, use critical thinking, develop critical thinking, and design some strategies and tactics for checking the potential disinformation. Of course, there's a lot of ways to identify. Like I was teaching our students how to identify deepfakes because there are a lot of tools. You can also look at the video and see some problem with ZINC or codec or shade of light and the voice, something will be glitchy.
Відео виявляти, бо зараз технології дуже швидко розвиваються. Я от бачила
It's harder and harder to see. Like I saw this recent video about Zelensky and Gutierrez. First, I thought it was genuine because ideal voice, ideal picture, high quality video. So that's to understand how quickly the technologies are developing, and it's harder and harder to check that genuinity. There are a lot of tools that help us check, even if it's a picture created by AI. You can go to Google reverse image search or tin can to see how was this picture, where it originated, or Tiny Eye. I know other startups in Ukraine, they also design these innovations.
Трішки проблема, я вважаю, бо тому що їх дуже багато.
I think it's somewhat a challenge because we have a lot of startups and tools and innovative products. Sometimes you don't know which program or which platform to use because there's so many of them. But AI, going back to the question of critical thinking, indeed can be used for specifically critical thinking skills. There are a lot of chatbots and fact checkers to use and assistance for critical thinking, learning.
Це може бути і ChatGPT, який
You can do
зараз
ChatGPT if you want. It has a lot of functions. You can talk to it because it's a language model. You can model scenarios, games, hypothetical situations related to disinformation. Fact check, corroborate. There are educational platforms that are also based on AI and language models. Like there's Logical, which integrates AI and allows to analyze news content in the social network to identify wrongful information and also teaches how to identify this information. For me, the most interesting version of learning of critical thinking, AI created disinformation, are, I think, games. Games are good for all categories of people because games help. Sometimes when you go to a lecture, it can be a lengthy lecture, sometimes boring, but the game is always a refresher, can teach you in an interactive way. And there's a great game, Harmony Square. It's designed by State Department in the US together with Cambridge University. It teaches the players the tactics of controlled environment as a sandbox to create fakes and identify fake. So this kind of learning format, I think it's very effective, specifically to learn to identify disinformation and learn critical thinking. And also, it's important to implement such formats in Ukraine, such training in Ukraine, media literacy in school, in universities, as it was in previous panel discussions. It's important to work with the vulnerable populations, vulnerable demographics, with people who are most susceptible or gullible that AI generate content. They target senior generation, children, especially there's a lot of disinformation on social network, on TikTok, on Instagram. When the young people are just bloggers who young people listen to, they also spread misleading information, so you have to work with them, you have to teach them. You had a question about format. I think the best way is mixed formats, mixed traditional with some innovative, with AI, with technologies. I know someone, Nota, on other initiatives, you just have to work with your audience. Understand who your target audience is and what kind of formats are good and effective to work with. If you're young people, then of course it's interactive games is the most effective because young people don't want to sit and listen for a long time. They need quicker videos, games, engagement to get them engaged, to get attention working. And of course, the senior generation, working with them, because we noticed that the new generation often spreads disinfo through social networks. You've probably seen your relatives who spread AI-generated pictures. Like soldiers who generated with AI, having a wedding, nobody's congratulating us, and the senior people share these pictures. So you gotta work with them. That's what media literacy is about. There's a lot of aspects, and explain what it is, why it generates this information, how to check. Right, thank you for this expanded response. So talking about gaming, learning,
actually, because he's a super expert in gamification and in education. So I want to ask you, and I know that you have this answer, how to successfully combine gamification, media literacy, and AI tools, and to create this successful system of education with all these tools.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Anna and what she said, about the games being very effective. Like game as a social concept, it exists for like 6,000 years. All cultures around the world had games, and I mean that suits all the people. It's not only for kids. And I think that one of the main things that you need to do when you're thinking about developing the game, which is used for educational purpose, is to understand the exact purpose. Because either game-based education, that means when you use games in order to do the educational process, or gamification, which means that you use games element in your processes, that may be education, journalism, or management, doesn't matter. They are different, and there are many different types of things which you can do. So you can actually do effective only then when you start with a concrete idea what you want to achieve. For example, I don't know, my students do not engage with me, yes, or I have an online learning and they do not turn on the camera on, and I need to figure out, some of the solutions. So when you know exact problem, then you can start, thinking about how to help to solve that problem using games or gamification elements. And AI is absolutely, on the same level. It even can help in some ways to make games more interesting, and especially, narration-based games like Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. If some of you are aware, AI actually could be a master of the game. You could give him or her or it, I don't know, how to address AI, never, the task to be a game master, and yeah, AI could do that, so that's really bring a lot of possibilities. But once again, and just to make it quick, it's important to know what you do, because if as an educator you start investing in developing games or using gamification without the exact purpose, you just might, burn a lot of time and don't reach the result. Like, creating good games is hard because you need to balance education and fun. If it's fun, that's not, education. If it's education, that's not a game. So you need to be in between, and to find the right balance is really hard. You need to spend a lot of time. So it's absolutely worthwhile, but you need to go, knowing what you're searching for.
Thank you. And maybe you could name us AI tools that you use, and like a favorite one.
The favorite one, that's a good question. I mean, I quite often use text generative AI tools, and I prefer Claude AI to ChatGPT, especially with some of the languages. I'm not sure how it's with Ukrainian, but I definitely work with Armenian teachers also, and I know that Claude for sure works better for Armenian language. For Lithuanian language, I think Claude is also works better. For me, it gives a little bit more sophisticated results. Now, ChatGPT gives you more better version for like 5 prompts free per day without even signing in. So that's, I think, also shows that they feel competition among other tools. But I would really not suggest use Google Gemini. Sorry, but like that was very bad. He's stupid, like no intellect at all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. І від освіти, від навчання.
Right, thank you. And now from education to responsible use of AI.
Трошечки розбудити. Хочу спитати, підніміть, будь ласка, руки, от коли ви
So could you raise hands if, first of all, who is using ChatGPT or language models
і так далі в своїй роботі?
in your work?
Супер. А
Right.
читаєте ви
Do you read terms and conditions of using this chat before you use it? Who reads terms and conditions? Just like every other.
You can always ask ChatGPT to do a summary of terms and conditions.
It's good advice, thank you. Yeah, тому хочу повернутися
Right.
до пані Тетяни.
So now to Tatiana, because she was part of the design recommendations as to the responsibility of AI, especially in intellectual property. So how important is the skill of reading terms and conditions when you use these tools? How important it is for media literacy? What should be taken into consideration? Well, there are many aspects. The Ministry of Digital Transformation already received 3 media recommendations: responsible use of AI in media, in marketing and advertisement, and responsible use of AI in protecting intellectual property. So there are some aspects that are discussed. To start with the foundations, it's not intellectual property per se, it's about protection of personal data. The fundamental question. It's important, and it's about personal data as sensitive information, and also any confidential information. Like, for instance, quite a lot, not only journalists, but my colleagues from public sector, they have these huge documents into ChatGPT in order to receive a summary. But unfortunately, they don't always do that anonymously. As a consequence, in some cases, generative language models can use this information that you feed for further training.
To avoid that, and here I'm reverting to your question, to avoid that, we need to understand the principle of their operation. What can they do to the data that you insert, where this data goes, who gets access to that, etc., and so forth. This is why, basically, we need to read the terms of using. With GPT chat, the situation basically is not that bad, because when you make settings of this chat in line with your requirements, if you need, you can remove the check from the box where it speaks that the chat may learn based on your information, irrespective of the data that you will feed there. If the developer does not violate all of our rules consciously and adheres to all of the declared rules of utilization, then now our personal data is not going to be used for further learning. You can also put another tick for the chat window to be immediately deleted as soon as you stop using that, which means that the background of all of your, the history of your interaction with GPT chat is not going to be stored. And even if anyone access your account in GPT chat, this account will be blank. There's also some baseline information concerning how to behave there. A lot of people, for example, are very much used that this is a baseline rule of security and safety. For example, when you go on Facebook, Instagram, whatever, basically everyone is used that all of the immersive technologies like AI, generative technologies, many plugins, etc., they're all based on the same principle, meaning if you have your own account, you need to secure and protect it. This matters very much. And what else matters is ethics rules, which migrate basically from our usual journalism, a staple part of journalism, to the media area where the second fiddle is being played by AI. For example, it's ethical to identify where you have taken or borrowed any kind of content. And it's not only about intellectual property violations, but about the relevance or reliability of information. For example, in Ukraine, when they create some news, they take different kinds of pictures which are borrowed from Syrian conflict dating 2015. So we're not even speaking about generative AI. It simply speaks about our approach to composing media materials. With AI, of course, the consequences will be very much the same, especially when you go onto the international stage, especially if you try to provide illustrations for any kind of socially sensitive audiences or content. If AI content, AI-generated content has never been verified, then of course the respect for your materials will be lost because nobody will be giving trust and giving credit to your content. Nobody will care whether you wanted to attract the visitors and the readers. So marking the content is a foundational pillar. I will speak about the responsible usage in the information area. You must always mark where you borrow images, and if you have borrowed that from a generating area, so you have also to mark that as an AI-generated thing. Maybe it's not AI-generated, but something else generated it, because the level of reliability of different systems is becoming more or less known to the users. So with intellectual property rights, it's a bit simply. In Ukraine, when we speak about the respective law, there's a special article that regulates the rights of ownership for any kinds of objects generated with the AI. So there is no author, but the right to be disposed of such objects is belongs to the people who own these systems. So basically, we speak about businesses that commercialize their activities. So it's worth bearing in mind when you are guided by a commercial goal, and when you go for generative chat, or when you use different kinds of mobile applications, always make sure that you read the instructions carefully for you to understand who has the right to the generated content. Understandably, it's not always that they will be punishing or sanctioning you for any kind of generated content, like Gemini, for example, being used to generate content. But in practice, it's worthwhile remembering that sanctions may follow. That's why I do recommend strongly that you read the license agreement, the terms and conditions, if you read and use these things free of charge, for you to understand who can apply these images and who can utilize this content, in order to avoid any kinds of conflicts. And last recommendations within the laboratory of digital security, we have recently developed a manual on responsible AI usage by the civil society, and it contains also a lot of recommendations relevant for journalists and media area concerning how to opt for different systems of AI, what kind of red flags we have with reference to these systems. For instance, it's not worth using those who constantly discriminate or leak personal information or find themselves in constant kind of scandals or stem from Russia, China, or Iran. This can definitely prove useful to anyone. Please go on our website. You will find all of the relevant information. And should you have any questions, you're welcome to address me. Thank you very much, Tatiana. As usual, you have outlined so many different things. With us here today is Alexandra, who teaches AI ethics at Kiev-Mohyla School of Journalism. Do you talk about such things with your students? I suppose within the framework of your course, it would definitely be helpful. Because this course is ongoing, perhaps you will outline some skills of AI literacy future journalists should be able to possess. Maybe the students themselves are sharing with you the kind of knowledge they need to master. Yes, thank you. Yes, most importantly, the skill in terms of the student's perspective is not using generated AI models as a ghostwriter, but to be able to use AI as a partner in dialogue, because it is only in partnership with the AI that the students and journalists can do different things, and that's perfectly okay. For example, we can also engage in an investigation in partnership with AI, and for that, one does not necessarily need programmers who will write a complicated system. Instead, you can opt for a GPT-chat free of charge version. For example, GPT-chat can also analyze different kind of public documents which you can enter there, some legal solutions, a draft resolution, and so on and so forth, for up to 500 pages, which contains a lot of names, figures, numbers. Prompt engineering is very much important here. Allows you to select what is most important for this particular document when you set for this system. Locate particular names, numbers, pages, so as not to read these 500 pages, but look for the most important information. GPT-chat can also read some other texts, like technical reports, like autopsy reports. And if a journalist gets this kind of a report and he or she is not medic, and they will not understand much about the chemical substances contained in the blood of a diseased man or woman, GPT-chat will be able to find that, but of course the journalist will go to a specialist after that to clarify the information. So when a journalist begins to dance, sort of like to say figuratively, in someone else's field, AI may soften and mitigate the situation. So it's definitely a skill that would be journalists need to study today, but it all stems from the same thing, ethics, ethical conduct, treatment of AI, because students do agree that theoretically, yes, this is the way it should be done properly. However, when we begin to look into case studies, like in this case, when things can be expedited, sped up, rewritten, and we even played a game with them. We imagined ourselves that they were journalists working for a media outlet, and their manager would give them something, some assignment to do, and whether they would use AI to speed up some things, and whether they will say anything about that to their manager. So they would say, yes, of course, we will inform our manager. But now imagine that you are the editor-in-chief in this media outlet, and you set an assignment for your journalist, and then the journalist utilizes AI in order to do this task. Would you like to hear from this journalist that this was done with the help of AI? And they start chuckling and giggling. So theoretically, they agree, but in practice, of course, there are lots of different options available. So ethics does play a role. Thank you. When it comes to the foreground. Thank you very much. So from the would-be journalists, let us move on to the practitioners. Ms. Anastasia, Suspilna TV has already developed and elaborated principles for AI application. So we're keenly interested in your experience, because all of the editors' rooms everywhere in Ukraine coming up with this idea that these principles have to be generated and adhered to. So can you share your experience? Are there any training sessions offered to your journalists on how to utilize this instrument? How do you identify whether this instrument is worth using or not? Okay, we started working on these principles a year ago, and now is the time to update them. But basically, they identify the core things of how to operate AI. And basically, they enabled us to start this conversation, get the ball rolling within our office, because everyone would like to get their work optimized, especially routine manual work, would like to put it onto AI. That's why we set up a set of rules of how to approach AI. This is an ethical side of things. And the second point, this ethical kind of things also contains another aspect. The top of it all is trust. So everything that we do needs to be done given the fact that trust in Suspilna TV is our high priority. And unfortunately, where we have to concede feed, we still have to make concessions, because we need to verify the information that we offer to our readers, listeners, users. So in summary, the essence of this document, this interaction between humans and machines, any kind of information which comes out from Suspilna TV, it needs to be edited by people. And if journalists employ any kinds of instruments and tools, they are responsible for whatever we issue. We ban, let us put it this way, there's news, and there is another part of Suspilna TV which develops entertainment, children's content. So in children's content, would we like to use AI to generate videos? Maybe so, but for news, a generation of video and image products, it's of no sense for us, because the value of television and Suspilna as such will be lost if we go for that. So what we want is to do, when we began to collect all of the journalists' needs, we realized that it's not to do with AI, but automation, some of the technical solutions which do not require any complicated development of any extraneous means, but we could develop something within our own in-house means. So the first thing is, of course, to be able to decipher all of the audio materials that we have. Usually everyone is bothered with this. One of the important principles that we discussed with our peers, AI cannot do what you cannot do yourself. Cannot verify a piece of work done by AI, for example, deciphering of particular text. If you cannot hear a particular element of audio, this means you're not supposed to do it. But nevertheless, we have automated deciphering such audio materials to speed up our work. So we care for trust in our work, and also making sure that the quality of journalism is also raised, or at least kept. So AI and its biggest advantage something that we do with the help of it or with pure automation. This will be so conducive for raising the level of journalism, because it will take away from a lot of unnecessary routine work. It will be much better if people take this work in order to expand their networking skills, in order to become a better journalist. They will be able to go and do another interview. With reference to learning, in fact, this is a fascinating and convoluted process, because we are a huge company, and our big cutting edge is that we have a lot of regional offices, and a lot of journalists want to go for all at once. Others take it with a pinch of salt. So we organize a number of different meetings. So the main idea is when you have the chief editor with whom you can pick up your brains, it's one thing, but it's not always the case. And this time we tried to beat ideas of each other, and another step that we are working on right now is developing some kind of a content that will inspire journalists concerning how a certain story can be developed. We have an editorial office from Crimea, but in the Crimea channel about the deportation of the Crimean Tatar population, they came up with some images instead of just having the photographs, which unfortunately have never been kept since the time the 1940s. So with the help of AI, based on different remembrances and archival materials, they try to make different images, making sure that it looks like a drawing rather than a photograph, so that we do not mislead people. We simply informed our readers that this was an AI-generated image, but it was much better than just the text. We wanted to exemplify it with images. So that's the main idea we're busy working on, lots of other things, but training this is a priority for the next time, and the biggest challenge in this domain is, of course, while we are learning a particular tool, it's begin to lose some of its attraction, and it's not capable of meeting all of our needs. Thank you very much. Perhaps other editorial offices will also embrace your experience. Speaking of practitioners, let us move on to Evgenia, because texts, artificial intelligence does not just generate text, it also gets to analyze a lot of text, and at every conference they begin to speak about deepfakes. They harass us with them, but as a fact checker, I can honestly tell you that we haven't been daunted with this threat to the point as they're describing it, at least in the content that we get to analyze. I wanted to ask you whether in your studies, in your work, have you seen deepfake to be a major challenge in this information war that Russia is engaged in against Ukraine? How can it be counteracted, and whether it should be counteracted? Thank you for your question. Indeed. Of late, we had an interesting study of TikTok and deepfakes that emerged there, saying that this is something large-scale happening on a regular basis, rather not. But we studied a fun account in TikTok with Lutsenko, Poroshenko, and some of the other politicians who in uniforms are on the front line defending us. And the videos are not of the best quality. The majority of you present in this hall, if you get to see that, you will immediately tell me this is artificial intelligence generated. But the interesting is not what generates them, but the people's feedback, because people immediately begin to provide their active feedback. And we had 10,000 different comments underneath these videos, and it was interesting to read. About 20% of commentators were very serious in their perception of these roughly generated AI, and they would write, "Thank you for doing this, God bless you," stuff like this. 20% of the users, basically, they believed in that. Maybe these videos popped up when they were just going through their news feed. They didn't understand that this was an ironic video maker. While 5% of the commentators were more reserved, and they would say, "At a boy, at a girl, very good example for others to follow." As opposed to that, 25% of other commentators immediately identified that to be a fake, and those were spoof kind of comments, and they were laughing at both the presented ones and those who would say lofty things about these images. About 40% of contributions, we couldn't understand whether the people did believe or whether the comments were being written ironically. So 40% of comments were sort of like in the gray area, and 11 to 12% of the comments, from my personal perspective, those were written by the people who tried to apply different fact-checking principles and media literacy things. Rather, people didn't know that there was a deepfake technology being used, but they would go like, I checked, there is no such a location in Bakhmut. I definitely know this is no Bakhmut. So about 12% of the audience was there with whom you can continue talking, telling them what AI and deepfakes are all about. And these people will become confident users to be able to discern and recognize. So it's just a sampling of, for your information, where people unfortunately cannot tell the reality from concoction. So I think that we need to do more such things. So whether media literacy works or not is information, how effective that is. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Mr. Stanislav, as I have said before, your platform goes for a lot of great things, and the tools, AI-based tools, helping to analyze different things are growing in number. Therefore, I would like to ask you if there are any tools that you lack. Maybe the existent ones require improving, especially the ones helping you to counteract disinformation and not only Russian backed up disinformation. Thank you. You have raised a good question. By and large, a lot has been said about this, but some of the tactics being employed by the Russians fighting us is mixing and mingling the truth with the fabrication. It's a classic thing. It's nothing new. There are also some tactics of mixing another type of things. For example, when deepfakes are merged with some textual narratives that accompany such deepfakes. So these texts may only have to do partially with what this deepfake is all about. However, this text itself may carry its own independent narrative. And due to the fact that this deepfake is pretty simple in perception, very accessible, its main idea is to evoke trust. It's just a small piece of the bigger part and parcel. So something that evokes trust, but the narrative itself may contain actual threat. And one of the other tactics which we detect, especially of late, is that narratives are being also provided in the commentary part, because for us, for people, commentary is something that has to do with the human response, human feedback. We expect that when reading these comments, we will be able to meet the same people expressing the same points of view. But the share of these comments within the feedback section, especially non-authentic but very well coordinated behavior in the midst of such comments, is sharply on the rise. And it's taking on ever more characteristics of not mere automation, but also AI employment, because these are not just troll farms that can generate these posts. We already have these farms which have AI instilled in them, and these artificial comments being guided by AI may also be part and parcel of particular academic publications, digital media, not necessarily the traditional ones, news sites, whatever kind of publications. They may wait for a while for the discussion to unfold and then begin to sow their own narratives and increase them in number. because the number of messages authored by them will just grow in number, and usual comments that carry positive or negative reaction, it's very difficult to tell them from AI-generated feedback, because when people say, oh, way to go, or lazy bones, it's difficult to say whether it was a bot, an AI-generated, a natural response from human beings. I won't take much of your time, and without much ado, let me tell you the following thing. We are focusing on helping to detect non-authentic behavior, especially in comments, and we're doing this for the sake of our partners, because we know how to analyze these huge sets of data, these actors engaged in providing comments on these accounts, analyzing their behavior, especially when they organize different kinds of campaigns. And this affords the journalists, analysts working in this field to have a solid basis to analyze various responses more accurately. And in particular, we are doing this with the help of AI tools, because with so much big data manually, it's virtually impossible to process all that. We have also learned to analyze the tone of messages more precisely, because we can already contextualize different things with the help of our platform. That is, to be able to read the emotional coloring, not for the whole text, but with reference to specific points of view, objects, subjects, etc. We also use AI in order to go for multi-language searches, because we operate with more than 100 countries worldwide and in more than 50 languages, if I'm not mistaken. That's why, from the standpoint of international journalism and the overview of the international area, this instrument is hugely powerful. We are also utilizing AI in order to detect and identify the narratives that may be of potential threat within certain contexts set, and analyze all that in order to analyze the publications, whether or not they have any potent threats, narratives fabricated. Thank you. Well, basically, during the session today, we have outlined a great number of different topics connected with AI. So once again, to wrap it very quickly and to allow you to enjoy dinner, a brief question. At the beginning of the conference, we said, soon, or maybe hopefully not soon, AI will become aware and conscious like people. And some people, when they communicate with AI, say thank you and goodbye. So my question is, do you thank ChatGPT or other chats when you interact with them? And briefly, artificial intelligence for media literacy, is it a boon or an evil? So far, because it is artificial, it is just a means, a tool. Therefore, responsibility for its utilization is incumbent on those who are using it. It just adds a coloring. It cannot be an example of good or evil. It's neutral. It depends on the hands that use it. I have studied different responses. It was interesting to see that from different perspectives, how different language models respond and the way that they are set up. So I experimented differently in this respect. Naturally not, but as a kind of an experiment, yes, it was interesting to see. In fact, that's something which scares me. ChatGPT interacts with you better than your best friend at times, because it's so considerate of you. And a friend of mine, who is a therapist, she says that GPT chat is my best friend, but she can afford it because she's a specialist in this regard. I do agree with the previous statement that it's just a tool. All you need to do is to use it correctly, that's all. I don't thank them, these chats, because AI is not aware, is not conscious, it's unemotional, it's void of any cravings, aspirations, so you shouldn't attach yourself to it. So it's just a thing, not more than that.
Yeah, дякую. Because my grandmother taught me to be polite. That's probably no one is. Even when I speak with myself, I'm being very polite. But when that thing answers me incorrectly, and it does quite often, especially in education topics, which I'm quite sure I know a lot of things, I tell that thing that it's being stupid, and I teach it how to actually not do that next time. So yeah, even polite, yeah, you need to be strict also. But of course, I totally agree that this is a tool, but just in order to, put a little bit different opinion also here on the table, this tool has also very negative consequences. And I am not speaking now for this information, but one of the things is ecological impact. This is a huge problem of actually all language learning models, because they use a lot of energy and a lot of water in order to train the model. So yes, it's tool. It's about, how we use that, but even if we use only for good purpose, it has negative consequences, which we shouldn't forget, and also try to think how to mitigate that. Like not us, but technology people.
Дякую за запитання. Ні, я не дякую.
Thank you. I never thank them, but I always scold them. I tell them off vehemently because a part of my profession is that I have to switch between different kinds of tools. So sometimes it's much easier to ask ChatGPT, and then it provides me with the wrong answers, and I keep telling it, you have screwed it up, and you have given me the incorrect answers. So I really argue and have a lot of rows, and I hope that this will definitely make them better. Ms. Anna, do you think ChatGPT? Yes, for the sake of instrument, I did it. Whether or not it will be better, if you think GPT chat. In fact, I don't thank it. At first I used to, but later on I stopped doing so. Because I simply thank people. Sometimes I also tell it off, and it's also interesting because it was mentioned nearly all of the applications of AI. And they have hallucinations, distorted fact. When you give them an assignment, they give you a fantastic answer with wonderful cases, and then when you go to verify, you see everything had been concocted, made up, although on the face of it, it seems to be perfect. And now it's very interesting that ChatGPT also has its own memory, and it memorizes a lot of things out of our communication. And these dialogues, perhaps later on in the follow-up versions, it will matter whether we thank it or not. As part of our conversations, maybe some changes will ensue. But I do agree with the previous speakers. A technology can be used both for the good and evil, depending on the hands that wield it. Nevertheless, we have to stick with the principles of ethics and transparent application of these methodologies and technologies.
Any technology can be used for many things because electronic warfare or face recognition. It's the same technology if it's in the wrong hands, like surveillance, state surveillance. So it's important to be mindful of what do you use the technology for and be ethical in using it so that it doesn't violate human rights. All right, and Tatiana, please, short answer. Yeah, between protecting polar bears and Skynet, I would rather protect polar bears. So whenever I'm using different language systems, I'm not thanking them because ecological thinking. But how do I determine for myself the AI? It's a tool. And I think that's why my whole attention is to how people are responsible when they use this system, how they are transparent and ethical in using them, and where we are moving in general in terms of regulatory regulations in these several years ahead. It will be definitive in terms of how do we, what kind of requirements do we have for AI? So everybody's advised to care about polar bears and monitor the regulatory environment. So thank you. And on this positive note, we wrap up our session. Sorry for taking a bit over time. Hope it was interesting, and have a great dinner.